by the Department of Media and Communication, MIT World Peace University. I'm Yogita Meghwani.
And I'm Anya Tejwani. We are truly honored to be your host for this third plenary session. This conference is a platform to discuss, dissect, and deliberate upon the evolving landscape of media education and its pivotal role in shaping our society. Welcoming our session committee on stage, we have Dr. T.T. Srikumar, Dr. Shirish Kashikar, Dr. Dhananjay Rai, Dr. Maulya Baladi, Dr. Vikas Pathe, and our Vice Chancellor, Dr. R.M. Chitnis.
So please come on stage.
I request the dignitaries on stage to please light the lamp. Our first speaker for today is Dr. T.T. Srikumar. I request the dignitaries to please felicitate him. Dr. T.T. Srikumar, professor at Department of Communications, English and Foreign Languages University, Hyderabad, holds an MPhil from Jawaharlal Nehru University and doctorate from Hong Kong University of Science and Technology. Sir is widely published in many national and international journals and has also done various researches in the social dimensions of information and communication technologies. We welcome you, sir.
Now, I would like to request the dignitaries to felicitate our esteemed guest, Dr. Shirish Kashikar. He is Director of National Institute of Mass Communication and Journalism, Ahmedabad, and has a career in journalism and academic spanning over 27 years. He was a reporter cum sub-editor in Desh Pardeshni Ajkal. He was an information officer in State Information Department and was bestowed with the Best Articles Award. He has taught in the Journalism Department of Saurashtra University and presented papers on subjects related to modern mass communication and history of journalism.
Dr. Dhananjay Rai is a visiting fellow at CSDS New Delhi and a faculty member at Center for Gandhian Thought and Peace Studies, Central University of Gujarat. He completed his master's and MPhil degrees from the University Delhi and doctoral degree from the Center for Political Studies, JNU. He works on political theory, political thought, and education. His selected books include Purna Swaraj and Contestant Representation. His research articles and reviews have also been published in the Economical and Political Weekly.
I
We
would
welcome
like to
you, sir.
request the dignitaries to felicitate our esteemed guest, Dr. Maulya Baladi. Dr. Maulya Baladi is a distinguished scholar in media studies. She is the head of visual communication at Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham's Mysuru campus and brings 17 years of dedication to shaping future media professionals. She serves on boards of studies and examinations for various Karnataka universities. With two authored books and over 15 research papers, she is a force in media studies, particularly in development communication and new media. The theme of this plan the theme of this plenary session is media education in India. It couldn't be more pertinent. The chair for our session is Professor Sridhar Pabisetti. In this digital age, media wields immense power in shaping opinions and behaviors and even forming policies.
It is indeed a golden opportunity for each one of us to enrich and enlighten ourselves. Without further ado, let's dive into our promising schedule. In its truest, simplest essence, media education is equipping people with skills that help them navigate through the vast offered branches of journalism, film, PR, and advertising. Drawing from fields like psychology, sociology, and cultural sciences, the ethical pedagogical curriculum has gone from just print journalism to cross cultural multimedia production and has flown India to new socio politico economic heights.
Along with refining technical skills, media education also instills critical thinking, ethical judgment, and a deep understanding of the socio cultural implications of media. With the rise of new media, students engage with diverse platforms, enriching their media literacy. Media programs in India stresses on hands-on training. So Anya, what do you think of the evolution of media in the Indian scenario?
You know, Yogita, the course of media in our country skyrocketed from Rajshasans to vernacular newspapers, and today it stands as the transformed modern print, digital, and social media. Keeping our colonial and cultural history in mind, evidently, Indian media has risen to the national cornerstone that it is today. Let's take a vivider look at the scope of career options in media.
Media education offers diverse career prospects. Journalism, including print, broadcast, and digital platforms, producing reporters and editors. Film and television studies leads to roles in filmmaking and production. Advertising and public relations offer opportunities in brand management and marketing. Digital media has surged, creating roles in content creation, social media, and digital marketing. And let's not forget about the influencers and content creators that thrives digital sphere. This session will delve deeper into these avenues with the insights of our esteemed panelist. Now, I would like to hand over the mic to Professor Sridhar Pabisetti to take this session further. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. This is a very interesting uh, topic for us to start our day two of the fifth NCMJ, looking at how educational institutions are trying to keep pace with what's happening in the industry and the regulators outside there. One of the first challenges that we have seen is the pace of change that has been happening around us, and how do we kind of cope with it. The second is the inherent consolidation that happens in the industry. And third, the challenge of the authenticity of the news that we all consume. While I have a little more informative deck that I would like to show in a little while, I would like to kind of change the format a little with the permission of all my panelists and try and bring them in to share their current thoughts on how the landscape is changing and thereby what are the implications for the educational institutions to make sure that they can keep pace with what's happening outside. At the same time, also do justice to the journalistic uh, mandate that's given for every journalist and every media professional, right? The blurring lines between a content creator and a journalist is also a very important blurring that's happening as we see around. With this background, I would like to request T.T. Sri Kumar to start, and then Sirish, Dhananjay, and then Tikmaulya. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. I prefer this because, it gives a perspective of the students that, who are the center of the theme that we are actually discussing. Sometimes we tend to discuss media education when we keep students at large, thinking about industry, thinking about, the nation state, thinking about every other thing, but not students. One of the things that I want to, kind of flag for discussion today is the need for re-evaluation of media education in the context of rapidly changing, something that you've already kind of brought on to the table here for discussion. The kind of technological changes that, that are enveloping us at a pace that was completely unanticipated even, kind of 10 years ago. So to say. And then one of the most important points that I wanted to kind of bring to your attention is that these changes are having a certain kind of pattern, and that pattern is important for us to understand from multiple perspectives. I mean, from a sociological perspective, from the economic perspective, from a philosophical perspective. These are actually kind of compelling us to change our paradigm of thinking in multiple ways. So in manifold ways, these changes are, kind of increasingly affecting the way in which we were thinking about media education in the past. One of the things is this blurring of boundaries between, what we call human and technology and the environment at large. This has completely changed. I mean, what they call, I'm fascinated by this term post-human that, most often, get to be discussed in these contexts. What is post-human actually doing to us? It is not only just blurring the boundaries between, human and technology, but it is actually almost, kind of prompting us to discard our earlier anthropocentric perspective, that human-centric perspective, into a very different kind of a perspective, which we do not really know how to grapple with that. I mean, suppose you discard your, kind of anthropocentric perspective, and what is actually left out there for you to, kind of replace this? That is something that is not often discussed. I mean, it's very easy to say that, okay, you discard anthropocentric perspective. But then, when technology and human are becoming co-constitutive, in a sense, it is actually bringing in challenges at the ontological level on the one hand, and also at the epistemological level on the other. And this is precisely the problem that media education is facing. And this has multiple manifestations. The multiple manifestations, for example, like when we talk about technology as a tool, it's no longer actually valid to even discuss technology as a tool, not only because it is kind of co-constitutive with humans, but also because we are still in that phase where we refuse to understand this embeddedness of technology that changes the very idea of self and the other. That's really happening. And this is not only, kind of philosophical consequences, that's also got very practical consequences as well for media education and its future. For example, it is actually changing and influencing the way in which we understand identities. Hybrid identities are emerging, and then like it reshapes our own abilities. The kind of AI-driven environment is completely changing our capabilities, our abilities. And how do we cope with this particular kind of transformation that is happening? It is not only about technology, it is about the kind of emerging media ecology where the nature of intricate interaction between human and and gadgets have completely kind of changed. And then of course like I was talking about this hybrid identities. I mean, probably many of you might have heard of cyborg, a cybernetic organism. And what is really happening in our everyday life is that eventually every one of us is becoming a cyborg. Whether we agree with it or not, we are becoming a cyborg. And then what is precisely happening here is not only the change in technology, but technology is in a position to change the way in which we understand the universe. The way in which we understand reality. That precisely is the problem here, because it gives us a very different reality to understand and transform and negotiate. And this is actually another kind of important issue that media educationists will have to really kind of engage with. And also, as I was already mentioning, critical engagement with this AI-driven environment, and also kind of algorithms. We are understand the whole concept of algorithm in a certain. I mean, nobody understands it. People already have called algorithm the God, because God is omnipotent, omnipresent. That's how we define God. Sometimes I'm sorry, I don't believe in God, but it's a kind of interesting kind of what should I say metaphor for us to understand how we do not understand and understand things. So in that sense, algorithm is now considered as the God. Because it is omnipotent, it is omnipresent, it can see everything. I mean, that is one thing that religious people say about God. No, God sees everything. There is somebody, up there to see everything. That is what you say. Algorithm is something like that. I mean, it can see everything. It can actually act on everything, but we don't really feel, we don't really experience in a very practical way what exactly it is. This is something that is not a technological change. It is a change that is influencing our own perceptions about the world that we live in. That's important. I mean, and one of the most important aspect about this change is that this is actually bringing in certain kind of changes in the way in which we understand ourselves. And when we talk about kind of media market, what has really happened is that obviously we know that we live in a surveillance world. I mean, this is surveillance capitalism, and media is basically completely submerged in this surveillance capitalist, kind of enterprise across the world. What is surveillance capitalism essentially entail? It essentially entails that it's a kind of capitalism which actually kind of uses data, analyze it, and then commodifies that data for its survival. It is ceaselessly, kind of seamlessly commodify every single bit of data, and that is how it creates value in the society. It is no longer the way in which, kind of former Marxists try to understand this scenario. The scenario is completely different now. The scenario is now in such a way that surveillance capitalism is a creator of value for which they actually pay nothing. There is this fascinating book by Mario Mazzucato, The Value of Everything. The interesting thing about that book is that Francis Pope, admired the book. And also, Marxists like Jayadi Ghosh admires the book. I mean, Mario Mazzucato's wonderful book, The Value of Everything. How value is created in the media industry and in other, kind of areas, particularly, kind of media industry. This is something very important for the media educationists to understand and negotiate. And another thing is that these technologies are not technologies that we use in a conventional sense. They use us. Now, I always say I'm fascinated by this thing that, if you don't update your status in Instagram and or Facebook or Twitter for 3 days together, these companies will collapse. Insta and Facebook will collapse, Twitter will collapse. If you don't actually update your status, if you don't add content to these social platforms for 3 days continuously. That is the end of those industries. But that will not happen. That will not happen because they are not only providing us technologies, but they are also actually providing us a world view to live with these new technologies. That is precisely the point. And like there is a fascinating novel by Dave Eggers called The Circle. The Circle is actually, it's like a company like Google, wherein, they have more or less dominated the world in terms of becoming a monopoly, providing all kind of, kind of digital services in one single platform. So everybody in the world is now connected through the company called the Circle. I mean, you were actually mentioning, in the media industry, this monopoly is happening. It's actually based on a movie. I mean, you should actually either read the novel, or if you are too lazy to read, then you must watch this film, The Circle. It's a fascinating film. I mean, in many senses, I'm sure that your generation will completely identify with this particular film and fiction. And there is a certain kind of dictum that emerges in the novel, and there are 3 points that they make. I mean, the company has a kind of philosophy. One is that sharing is caring, for which we don't really have a problem. And sharing is caring. I mean, we really need to share in an economy and in a society. Sharing is caring. But the next 2, points that the company, kind of indoctrinates its users. One is that privacy is theft, and the third one is secrets are lies. So let us go a little deeper into these 2 points. I mean, so that we understand where media education stands at this point. If you say privacy is theft, privacy is a right? Privacy, as we understand, is a right. But if privacy is a right, and if privacy is in a stricter sense followed by everyone, the media platforms cannot survive. Surveillance capitalism cannot survive. So the immediate thing for the surveillance capitalism to survive is to tell us that privacy is a theft. You are actually stealing from somebody by keeping your privacy. So your privacy is no longer, your own thing. I mean, it is actually a crime. It's a sin that you are doing. That is precisely why you are going and updating in Insta what you ate in the morning for breakfast, which is absolutely not necessary. They are creating, I mean, the way in which you present yourself in social media platforms. They are changing your perception about how you present yourself, so that, you are become less and less of a private person. To be an individual in the new surveillance capitalism, you need to change the way you have, kind of have your lived experiences. And then look at the third thing. I mean, it is actually secrets are lies. I mean, there can be secrets which are lies, but at the same time, when you generally say that secrets are lies, you are not eligible to keep any secret. There cannot be a secret in this world. I mean, this is precisely what nation states are saying. This is precisely what the media industry is saying. Capitalist, giants are saying, because the kind of data that we produce is actually the means of protection that they use to create value. And you are actually what? I mean, you are no longer a worker. You are a cyber worker, whether you, kind of recognize it or not. Whatever vocation you are doing, you are simultaneously a cyber worker of the surveillance capitalism as well. And this is a model that nation states pursue as well. It is easy for the nation state to follow this. Excuse me, I am unstoppable, and then you can actually tell me where exactly I can stop here. Yeah. By myself, I am unstoppable. That's why I mean, okay, okay. So these kind of changes in the media ecology. And another thing is that like how does technology kind of shape us? It is not that we are changing the technology per se. I mean, of course, there is this models of technology studies which tell us that your interaction with technology changes the whole thing. I mean, you are actually an agent in changing the technological landscape in which you live, etc. I mean, where you are given more agencies. But what exactly now happens when people, all of you who are familiar with using YouTube, for example, you know that if you watch YouTube a particular video a couple of times, then on the next day onwards, they are actually providing you similar stuff. And it is okay that they are providing similar stuff, but you don't understand the implication of that. The implication of you listen to to old kind of Hindi songs today, and then you have 4 more Hindi songs in your YouTube homepage the next day. And then this is fine. You watch 4 more old Hindi songs, and the next day there are 10 more Hindi songs on your YouTube panel. And what is happening? And you are listening. So instead of your taste of, your immediate taste of listening to two Hindi songs have been now transformed into your habit. By whom? Not by you, but by the technological platform that you are using. The technological platform is influencing you to change your habits. So it is not only predicting behavior, it is creating behavior. To suit its own needs and requirements. So in this particular sense, the changing scenario, whether it is the, kind of becoming more and more oligopoly, a kind of a structure for the media industry as such, or the way in which technology helps, kind of global capitalism to survive, or the way in which, technologies actually help nation states to prevail upon, kind of individuals, which have deep implications for democracy and human rights. When you think of this particular ideology becoming the ideology of the nation state, that secrets are lies and privacy is theft, you can imagine the consequence. I mean, it's not only about Pegasus. Pegasus is only actually, is tip of the iceberg in that sense. The way in which the surveillance technologies can actually be integrated into everyday governmentality and everyday governance of nation states, that is actually going to create havoc for individual rights and, kind of our democratic processes. So in that sense, the emerging, kind of scenario of media education is providing us deep challenges in terms of coming to terms with this kind of scenario, which is in a certain sense providing us certain opportunities also. I mean, like opportunities to understand and in a sense, kind of change the way in which our practices of pedagogy needs to be transformed as well. It is only then, I think, we can sort of have a more balanced idea of the deeper changes that is enveloping our domain of media education. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Srikumar. A couple of years ago, when I was in Hyderabad, I was hosting a couple of Australian researchers at home. And when they came home, the first thing they said is, unlike what we expect, can I have a glass of water? Can I have password to your Wi-Fi or anything? They said, do you have Alexa at home? I said, yes. Would you mind turning it off till we leave home? We don't want this somebody to be surveilling over us, right? That's something that, many people have changing their lifestyle of saying that, where do we limit the technology and its usage? And a larger sense of where do we see the difference between, YouTube lining 10 more songs is actually convenient for me versus what is the implication of that beyond, not just for me, but how am I becoming the commodity is a larger question. Thank you so much for that insightful talk. I'd like to now request Dr. Maulya Baladi to give her remarks.
Respected my fellow panel members and the dignitaries and all the students, may I have your attention, please? Those who are using your mobiles. Okay, I'll keep it as simple as possible, okay, my presentation. So it's been more than 100 years for media education now. I think in 2020, we completed 100 years of media education, when in 1920, Annie Besant, introduced media education through Theosophical Society. So when you look into the media education, what I seriously feel is, see, there are so many perspectives or so many angles are there for media education. One is, media education is relevant to the current scenario or not. And another thing is, we all the time criticize that, media is becoming business. And at the same time, education is also becoming business. That is another angle. And one more thing is, as media educationist, what are we teaching in media classes, journalism and mass communication classes? Are we giving justice to the core values or principles of mass communication or not? And another thing is, as a media students, what are you people doing sitting in journalism classes or after getting graduated from journalism and mass communication? What is your attitude towards media, the content, and towards the whole media education? I think these many angles we have to look into, I felt. See, when you see the history of media education or media itself, including Annie Besant or Gandhiji, whoever in the mainstream of media, they had this social cause in mind, that sensibility in mind, the cultural responsibility or the political responsibility they had in their mind. They initiated few newspapers, they established few newspapers, they established media. That is how the media had its value, we can say. Then present, one is the whole scenario has become a profit motive, and both the education, media, everything has become an industry, and there is a digital challenges, the technological challenges. That is the present. And the future, if you see this artificial intelligence, again the digital challenges, and the changing scenario of media usage. It is altogether, it is changing. How we were using media 10 years before, the same scenario is not at all there. The trend is not at all there. For our surprise, we are in the mid-generation, the millennials. We can see the previous generation, how they were using, how we used media. Z is using the media. We can make a comparison, isn't it? So the whole scenario of media usage is changing. So these are the challenges right now we have in front of media educators, I felt. See, even yesterday in the hotel, I was hearing some conversations near to me, and they were telling this, the government is controlling the media firms, and only few institutions, only few, that monopoly we can see in the media ownership and all those things. These are very, very common discussions, common criticisms, common debates are happening now. Then what is our responsibility as media educators and as media students? What is your responsibility being in this particular challenging scenario? That I think both of us, both the faculty members, educationists and the students, we should introspect, I feel. See, now the most important challenge, what I feel is combining this intellectual rigor and the technology. Okay? You're all very smart, I know. This generation is very smart. We say tech savies. Okay? You're smarter than us. But the thing is, are you using your intellectuality with the technology? Are you sensible enough in using the technology? Sir rightly mentioned, Sri Kumar sir, that we are losing, technology as a tool everywhere we are using. And that too, the post-COVID scenario, all the generations combined together, we use these gadgets, as a part of our day-to-day life. Without gadgets, we can't even think of a minute in our life. This is how the whole scenario is. But how sensible you are in using these tools. I was doing one research very long back when the Facebook was in a prime use by then. How these, everybody started debating that very carelessly, irresponsibly, these social media platforms are used. But it is not so. All these push notifications on the social platform will come according to our, based on our search tendency and everything. I agree with that. But other than that, have you ever seen the possibility of using the social media for some social cause to create any awareness regarding the, the common problems in the society? Have you ever thought of it? See, I know that there is a big disconnection in between the industry and the media curriculum. This is also a very big discussion nowadays, that there is no connection in between the industry and the media. Industry is so fastly, so quickly it is changing. We can't, our syllabi and the curriculum is not according to that, not complementing to the industry, the change in the industry. But the thing is, industry will change, political parties will own the media, and the media will become a business-oriented, profit-making industry. We can't control it. We can't control it, it at all. No, this is the reality. Very practically, I am talking. Okay, that is out of control. But how we can apply the same curriculum and syllabi, the principles, the ethicalities, what we teach in the curriculum or syllabi, can't we apply that in our, professional life? So I think to think about this, to have this introspection, the students are failing, I felt. Or the media education is, the media teachers are not teaching this. I mean, like in which universities these things are taught, that we should do a kind of introspection, I felt. And I know that even I heard from a few of the panelists here that it's a very big challenge in case of public universities, because the syllabus what we have in public universities should get approval. And it's a long process to change the curriculum and syllabi, but definitely the private universities and few of the public universities trying their best to give a very relevant updated syllabus, and such a kind of programs are also being introduced by most of the universities I am seeing. Are you students becoming lifelong learners? That is most important. How many of you read what content is also important? When we, content creation is an evergreen subject. Okay, it will never change. Be it any, artificial intelligence, whatever may come, but this ability of creative writing will never die, I feel. Okay. So in your creative writings, are you understanding the society properly? Are you listening to the stories of the people properly? This week, we can't make it very compulsory in our curriculum and syllabi. We will teach you how to do a reporting, how to do the feature writing, how to, write content for media. All these things we say, ultimately, your sensibility, your consciousness, your humility, your humbleness towards the society plays a very, very, very major role. Okay? We, about media literacy, we talk in public platforms. For other, generations, for other public, we speak about media literacy. There is no media literacy and all. Are we media literate? Are we using media properly? I think we can have a question and answer session later. Yeah, you can ask a question. Okay, definitely. I know you may have so many challenges and limitation to follow all this. I agree with that. But this is what exactly we expect in future, I feel. And there are few recommendations also. I just don't want to discuss about just the problems. And one is, if the industry does a reality check on the curriculum and syllabus of any the universities, I think according to the, complementing to the industry's requirement, our syllabi and curriculum can be designed. That is one thing. There should be a continuous interaction in between the industry and the, academia. And the students should be given enough education regarding how to be empathetic, how to have that humbleness and humility towards the society, and how to be curious and how to be analytical, more importantly. I do agree with Sri Kumar sir. We have to be, that critical mindset is so necessary. At the same time, analytical mindset is more important, I feel, as a media teacher. And one more thing, the most important thing, what I personally feel is, the reach media is suffering a lot. Okay, just because, see how many of you are good at reading Hindi or Marathi, your own languages, your own regional languages. And I think we are not good at regional languages. The regional media is failing, I feel. I mean, they are not getting, resources from the universities. Even I'm from southern India, I'm from Karnataka, even we feel a student doesn't know, they know English, they know Hindi in southern India, but not the regional language, Kannada. To write and read, they don't have interest in reading the regional literature. How many of you read? Actually, the very stuff, what we say, the literary stuff, the content, we see in regional literature. I think all my fellow panel members do agree with this. That will give more intellectual inputs, I feel. And one more thing is the NEP, what has come, it is giving a lot of opportunity to integrate interdisciplinary elements with the media. I hope management students are also here. All these, media management, interdisciplinary, even engineering students also can integrate media, technology and media business all together and can study. I think this is a very great opportunity. And for students, be just not the technical experts, the intellectuality is also important. Read, write, and have more sensibility so that we can give justice to the both media field and the media education. And the social media world is totally a different world, I feel. There is a big difference in between real and reality, okay? That attitude towards media education, attitude towards education in general, attitude towards society, attitude towards the, the whole changing scenario is so important. I think basically it is nothing wrong to have an attitude, okay? But we all have to have a right attitude towards the society, towards the whole of media education. Both the education is the universities and the students, I feel. Then rest is open for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Maulya. I'd like to now request Dr. Dhananjay Rai to present his views.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to speak on media education. Interestingly, there are two most important institutions. There are two most important institutions, World Bank, IMF, and the UNESCO. And UNESCO talks about media education. World Bank and IMF do not talk about media education. So this is the stark reality. When conditionality of World Bank and IMF, conditionalities of IMF and World Bank are imposed over almost all countries. UNESCO's suggestion on media education has not been materialized, realized by any of the countries involved, where you have a working of liberal democracy. Even liberal democracies have not taken some of the serious suggestions on media education by UNESCO. So this is the very painful reality, and we must not forget that media question was very important in India's freedom struggle. And India's freedom struggle say that media is linked to democracy, media is not linked to commodity. So what is happening that media has become or has been synonymized with commodity, not with democracy. And when we have this contrast between commodity and democracy, and we know that who is winner, commodity, not democracy. In this context, media education becomes very, very, very important. If you look at Gandhi's several endeavors or Ambedkar's several endeavors, they were pioneers in terms of social journalism and journalism, democratic communications. In this context, I have few points, and I think those points may be relevant and irrelevant. It depends on whether democracy wins or commodity wins. If commodity wins, then democracy loses. And if democracy has to win, then media has a very, very important role. If you look at International Film and Television Council report in 1973 on media education, probably first time media education was used in 1973 document, and here there was the urge to use media education. And the media as education is different than the media education. And IFTC was the pioneer in terms of making media as media education, not media as education. And then we have UNESCO's expert committee meeting in 1979, which accepted more or less similar definition of media education, where all ways of studying, learning, teaching are becoming very, very important. And 84 United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, said that when we are propagating the idea that we should read and reread critically, also said this, that we have to watch and listen very critically. So reading and rereading are important. Watching and rewatching critically are also important. Media education in India, and media as education has been pioneered in the post-colonial Indian state. And the Indian state has really done really good thing on media as education. For example, if you look at the history of media as education, we see lots of experiments by the post-colonial Indian state. And one of the important initiative was Delhi School Television Project, Delhi Educational Television Center, 1961, satellite television for school education site. Then we have a Center Institute of Educational Technology, CIT, 1984. And we have Training and Development Communication Channel, TDCC, 1995. And then we have of late seeing massive open online courses, MOOCs, and study waves of acting things. That there are several significant hurdles, and I share my concern with my two previous speakers, that media education faces severe significant hurdles in the context of India. Since the topic is media education is in India, we must reflect on India. One is that when media education must address the concept of agenda setting. The agenda setting must made aware to the students of media education. Second important tool would be branding. And the branding is a very, very important, how branding and media, branding is antithetical to the concept of democracy. Third is rising of flag. The rising of flag is a very important development when there is a systematic endeavor to exert influence over media content by various means, including later phone calls, petition, lawsuits, and enactment of legislation. And I think rising of flag is a very, very important if you want to link media and democracy. And fourth is JOLTS, J-O-L-T-S. JOLTS are that you intentionally design a program which would give severe response from the audience. So JOLTS have become very important in the context of media and media practices. Fifth, that the media education must address the concept of moral panic. And if of late we are seeing in the context of Indian media that it generates moral panic and that sudden surge in a public regarding certain issues, and they are highly manipulated. Sixth is the bulletin theory, and the bullet theory is a very important in media school and media education, where you just receive readers and audience as a passive recipient. And the bullet theory is a very, very important and accepted format in various media schools. And seventh is we have something called gatekeepers. So media education must address the idea and the practice of gatekeepers, how we are, what role they are playing. Eighth, that we are living in the age of broadcasting. But I suspect this, and I think that there is a transition from broadcasting to narrowcasting. You are not propagating universalism or universal values, but narrowcasting is that you are targeting a certain audience, and your audience and market and the ownership and the state become very, very important. Ninth, dexterity, that is the skill, and the skill becomes ipso facto very important because you think that the media is all about dexterity and skill, not about the democracy. 10th is teleological. I think the end of content and the content as a part of the skill becomes very important in a modern time and Indian media. And the 11th, that media has been taught as a text rather than the reflection of society. which is a serious hindrance to understand the media. I have some suggestion, and I think in place of instrumentalist pedagogy, which I have elaborated, we have to have democratic pedagogy. And this democratic pedagogy is very important because it combines media pedagogy, media didactics, and media education. The concept of access has to be addressed. If we have to give media education, and if we have to link media and democracy, the concept of very important. We have to address second question, the censorship. The media education has to address the censorship and how students should be able to learn the idea and the practice of censorship. Third is connotations. Here, how critical reader or readers should be able to define and derive the meaning. And fourth is critical autonomy. Media education must provide the way to develop critical autonomy. Fifth, critical viewing is the fifth. Sixth, I think media to society is important rather than treating media, and medium autonomous body itself. Seventh, media education must be people-centric. And eighth, issues must be important over presentations. Of late, presentations and historical presentations have become very, very important over the issues. 9, people as a news must be prioritized, and think that's very important. 10, people as and. If we make this point very important, that the people as and, then the media education will be very, very important. And 11th point, media is a lifeline of democracy. It cannot be treated as a profession only and job-given industries. So when media has become lifeline in democracy, it must not be treated itself as an industry, because industry and democracy, we have seen the history of relationship between industry and democracy. 12th, democratic pedagogy is very important for the democratic media. And the final point, and 13th point, the substance is very, very important over the perception. And for these two things, even when we say that media is guided by the market or capital, there is something different. Even they are not guided by the capital as envisaged by the Adam Smith, because he was talking about some morality beneath the functioning of capital in wealth of nation. When you have a collision of the media and the state and the kind of crony capitalism, democracy becomes the last concern and the last justice. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Dhananjay. I'd like to request Professor Sirish to kind of now take over.
Respected panelists, before I start, we'll do Vande Matram thrice. I will say Vande, all of you have to say Matram. Vande! 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 Still few of you are sleeping. Anyways, ये मैंने इसलिए किया क्योंकि आप में से बहुत सारे लोग या तो सो गए हैं या फिर they are busy in the mobiles. So please give me 5 minutes and pay your attention to whatever I'm going to say. See, all my colleagues have already said so many things, so I don't have to say much now. It's nothing remain more. But to begin with the history of Indian media education, I would rather insist on Indian media education and not about the Asian or global perspectives of media education. While I was researching for this topic, I went through one Russian researcher's observations about Indian media education. Mr. Viktorovich, he says journalistic education in India is a peculiar system with specific structure, concrete goals, and traditional objectives. And now, when I look at my career and when I was a media student, I say this is really perfect. As ma'am said, in 1920, Annie Besant started Indian media education in Adyar, erstwhile Madras, now it's Chennai. In 1940s, possibly the first well-established media education started in Punjab. And from there, we have the American influence on Indian media education, or rather, we should say journalism education. Media, actual media, mass media came into picture into late 80s and 90s. But this has made a very severe impact on our, to be very specific, journalism and media education system. And it's still continuing. Either it was uh, American influence or it's a Russian influence. Some of you might have seen a very wonderful film recently. It was there on Netflix, Jubilee. If you have seen, if you have not seen, please go through it. You will find how Americans, how Russians, they try to influence our media industry, especially entertainment industry. Anyways, so I'll not go into more history and details. I'll just go through 4 points which I would like to ponder. The first thing first, though we are heavily influenced by global forces, to be very specific, American or left or Russian forces in our ideological arena, now it's high time for all of us to go for actual Indian media education. We have taught plenty of hypothetical theories of Western theories, Marshall McLuhan, these, that, okay, fine, perfect. But we have had Narad Muni, we have Natya Shastra, we have Bharat Muni, we have everything. We are the most ancient culture across the globe, and we must not forget. So it's time for us to go back to our roots. We must go back to Indian. Now it's time to teach Indian media, Indian journalism, Indian way of journalism. आप कैसे कह सकते हैं कि जो सदियों पुराना देश है उसमें उसकी अपनी कोई संस्कृति नहीं है, उसका कोई मीडिया कल्चर नहीं है, उसका कोई कम्युनिकेशन कल्चर नहीं है? How come? It is not possible. It was always there and it will be there. So we need to focus on that. And I think what I am seeing here in MIT, MIT must be doing it for their media students. Now the second part, and all of them, my colleagues have insisted on it, that media education is not just about media. Media education and media is a part of the society. And in our academic area, we are part of social sciences. And we are not just social sciences, we are technology, we are art, we are social science, we are everything. Now you can understand, you are not just student of BA JMC, or you are not just student of MA JMC. Though technically you are students of arts, bachelor or masters, but no, you are not. You are students of mass media, and that means you are an engineer, you are a doctor, you are a social scientist, you are a journalist, you are everything. So you need to understand your importance first, because when you are here as a media student, you are not a common boy or a girl. You are something different. And you need to understand your worth. If you don't, if you just come over here, you just study 3 years, 4 years, and go out and try to find job, it's there. You will get it. But it's not like that. These 3 years or 4 years of your life or 2 years of your life must be life-changing for you too. Because you are studying so many things. And that should definitely change your life. Not from the career perspective, but from your thinking perspective also. Now, last point, I will not take much time. I know that employability is the biggest factor. And all of you are here just because you know that after getting your degree, you will definitely get a job. But it's not just about job. No? When you deal with skills plus knowledge plus exposure, you will definitely get the job. Your knowledge will make you job-enable. So not just skills. I know, because I am dealing with students, media students, most of them are very interested in learning editing, video camera, graphics and all, because it's a very glamour factor. But I always tell them, please don't do it. Skills are always readily available. You can learn it into 25,000 rupees, anywhere in Pune. You are not here for that. You have to acquire knowledge. You are here to acquire knowledge. You are here to acquire that exposure, to get that exposure, practical training also, plus skills, it's obviously there. So I think that should be the focus area, even for us, for the media educators. And the final thing, now in this new education policy, national education policy, it's going to revolutionize the entire social sciences education. That includes media education, now 12+4, multiple exit systems, and the basket of various subjects. I think in MIT, media education is a part of liberal arts, right? So that's a wonderful thing. I think you already got that basket, so you are not to worry about anything. And the fourth important part is the female students. No, we are getting, interestingly, in last 5 years, there is a big chunk of female students in media education. We have seen a tremendous growth of media girl students, right? And that's really a good sign. In fact, in my institute, we have 30-70 ratio. 70% of them are girls and 30% of boys, right? And that's really a change. And that will definitely make a big change in forthcoming years into the media industry. And finally, I would like to say, as a part of media history or journalism history, we study so many things. You must be studying Marathi, history of Marathi journalism, history of Indian journalism, but possibly two important journalists of all times are missed in almost every syllabus. One, that is Mahatma Gandhi as a journalist. We'll know very less about him as a journalist. And most importantly, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar as a journalist. He had 36 years of long career as a journalist, but we don't even teach a single paper on him. Now it's high time for, in fact, for all of us, for us teachers also, and for you too, that you should seriously study about Dr. Ambedkar as a journalist and Mahatma Gandhi as a journalist. And we are also planning to induct both these great people as a journalist into various universities and curriculums and make it more relevant, because both of them are still relevant and they will be relevant for next few centuries. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I'd like to request my technical team to bring up this slideshow. I'd just like to take a couple of minutes to just kind of highlight some of the discussions that we have had and also look at a historical perspective, right? Here are two nuggets that I would like to start with. Next slide, please. I'm sure many of you have seen this from Alice in Wonderland, right? That as far as media is concerned, the pace of change is extremely fast, right? You need to run twice as fast just so that you can be where you are, right? So how do you build coping into these changes, multitude of changes that are happening? And next, here is something that came in about 11 years ago. This is an analysis of the American media industry. And it's called The Illusion of Choice. It's a wonderful infographic. And I'm sure those of you who would like to look at how to pack a lot of information in the infographic, there's a good gold standard. And it shows about how media got consolidated in a span of 2 to 3 decades, right? From owned by various owners, it just became owned by 6 companies in America, right? This happened in just 3 decades, right? And if you see that Indian trajectory is alarming, but look at it as a global phenomenon of how different countries went through these transitions. And it also said that there were 232 media executives were controlling what the entire America watched, right? And which means that each of them had access to close to 1 million people, right? And they had that much power to say, I could impact as a media executive, if I was in the 232, 1 million people's user attributes. Next slide, please. It was also about how much powerful they became, right? The media companies were richer than the Finland's GDP. And we know Finland is one of those Scandinavian democracies that have immense wealth at their disposal, right? And look at the television, right? I mean, we can't just look at print, but also we need to look at television. And television, again, 70% of them got consolidated, and the merger that happened between NBC and Warner, that was also out there of what are the implications of that. And how many viewers were they consolidating? And this was about 178 million unique users were getting into Warner every month, right? And that's the kind of capacity that just one company held. The next slide, please. And what is happening in terms of the immense wealth that they had, right? And the fund that just News Corp was having was 40 years funding that NPR was getting. And that talks about who is creating content and how are they disseminating it, right? And again, just one radio channel had 1,200 stations, while the regulation said no single company should have more than 40, right? So these are various challenges that are facing the media industry, not just in India, but also globally. And India's response may not be very different from global response. And we need to kind of see how do we kind of be prepared for keeping media independent and also be true to the various constituents it's trying to serve. The next slide, please. And this is what happened recently, where even the American president fell victim of fake news. And this is the context in which we exist. And I think it's a collective challenge that we are all faced with, how as educators and as students, we will kind of stay clear and ahead of all these challenges and try to navigate the way forward. With this, I would like to open it up for questions. I had a young lady ask a question earlier. We would be happy to take your question. State your name, what you're studying here, and if you're addressing it for one panelist, let us know. Otherwise, we'll be happy to ask all the members. The mic is coming to you. The mic is coming to you.
Hello. Yeah, my name is Nushka Kataria, and I'm studying FI BSc Economics here. My question to you, to all of the panelists, is: do you think there is any humility, humbleness, and ethicality existing in media? There are a series of questions. I'll ask all of them, and then you can answer. Creativity in language and media is dead, and it's a play of words to either plot a party, person, or institution. Is it a lifeline or just a nurse who does what it is told to do? So, what do you think about this? To anybody, any of the panelists that can answer the
All right.
question.
Who would like to go first?
Thank you for your important. I don't think you raised questions. That these were statements, and I think I agree with those statements somehow. My answer would be not answer. Footnote to your statement would be that when we use media, the media is a normative statement, and we need to understand media. And this normative statement means that there's a democratic value attached to the media. And we have to have democratic value attached to the media. And for that, you have to have democracy. There cannot be media if you don't have democracy. Fine. The choice is very clear, whether you treat media as a part of democracy or as a part of commodity. So when you treat media as a part of commodity, that is technology. So the commodity only begets technology, and technology will supply commodity. But when we are discussing media as in a normative sense, and that is the link to the democracy, and for the survival of democracy, and only in democracy, you can have normative media. I think media is lifeline, not lifeline in a sense that is our normative statement, claim, or that is the struggle. How it has been reduced to what and footnote, that is up to us to decide, and we are witnessing every day. Thank you.
I think how much media you consume, it depends. No? You are not consuming media. I'm talking about news, right? How many times or how many hours you watch news or news channel every day? Or how many news channels you watch every day? Hardly one or two, not more than two. And not more than even half an hour. Or maybe during the prime time, or whether there is a debate or something like that. Right? So it may be possible that into certain Indian television news channels. It might be happening, but it cannot be generalized for all the media, right? For not for print, for not digital. It might be happening in television, because television, it's altogether a different medium, and in India it's more of an infotainment now. Let us accept it, right? So that might be the reason, but it cannot be generalized for all other mediums, news mediums.
Okay, thank you. That was quite an interesting question. And let me first tell you about a book written by Habermas called The Future of Human Nature, which basically addresses the concern that you raised. In the context of emerging technologies, how do we understand ethics and ethical practices? There is actually a blend of two important technologies from 1980s onwards, which is coming together of genetic technology and in terms of biotechnology, and then digital technology. Combining digital technologies and biotechnologies has created a huge kind of ethical kind of question for us to understand. So this is not actually, there are several layers for the kind of question that you ask. Whether media is ethical or not depends on a multiple set of issues, including what Dhananjay mentioned. In what kind of a democratic scenario are we, democratic setup are we, kind of surviving. Most of the liberal democracies are now across the world moving towards becoming illiberal democracies. This is a scenario that is given to us. So the question of ethicality that you raise is important, but at the same time, for example, I mentioned Habermas. The book's title is Future of Human Nature, which means that human nature itself is getting transformed because of the practice of the new technologies that we, kind of take us on ourselves. So in a kind of changing world where technology is so overwhelming, kind of demanding a behavioral change in behavioral practices from our own, self. I think the question of ethics is not a very simple one. It has manifold dimensions. Kind of beginning from the way in which, as he rightly said, how an individual, or you said, how an individual uses the technology, to how state and capital, kind of manipulates technology for their own purposes.
The question is answered, I feel, but still, there is another thing, is that morality. Both the media and the users have to have this morality with the ethicality. By then, all this humility, humbleness, everything will be given the justice. And don't, as Sir rightly mentioned, don't generalize all media. Okay, we just watch very fewer media, and then we generalize the things. That we should not do, I feel.
Uh, a, a short comment, but then we will move on to other questions. Go ahead. Yeah, you wanted to say something.
So to the sir, second one sitting from my right. I'm sorry, I don't know your name.
Professor Sirish. Yeah.
Yes. So sir, I want to tell you that there is a reason why there is a limit of hours of consumption that we do on media. I would not have Anjali Om Kashyap and Arnab Goswami screaming at the top of their lungs at 10 p.m. or 10 a.m. in the morning when the pressure cooker is already making so much chaos in my house. Okay. The reason why I'd rather watch Chota Bheem and Indumati or Tarak Mehta Ka Ulta Chashma is because they give me a relief. Or they give me some information कि लड्डू नहीं चुराना चाहिए या help करनी चाहिए आजू बाजू की. That is knowledge. But when the media is not clear whether they want to go pro-political, they want to go anti-government, they want to blame Congress, they want to support Rahul Gandhi, I think the media is so confused amongst themselves. Every day when the panel sits, they are like, what do you want to do? Do you want to go anti-Congress today? Do you want to go against a political institution? And that is the reason people are not interested, because if somebody is screaming at you with knowledge, you don't want to listen to it. But if somebody is genuinely placing facts to you, say the consumption of newspaper is more than the number of hours that we spend on watching news channels. In spite of the fact that data shows that what we watch visually and what we hear is more likely to be registered in our mind than what we read. But the way in which it is placed to us, which it is given to us, is not something that is appreciated, sir. We need knowledge and we need a lot of awareness, but I think media education is needed to the existing media more than the new students that are being educated to go towards media.
I agree with you up to certain extent, but let me tell you again, you should not generalize everything, right? If you don't like Arnab Goswami, forget it. There are so many news channels, those who are doing some serious job, right? And there are, go there, watch it. If you really have hunger for news, hunger for information, there are so many infotainment channels, plus news channels, national, international, even in your Marathi news channels. There are some wonderful news channels. Go and watch it. You will get everything, right? That is what I am saying. Don't generalize. Otherwise, you'll be trapped, right?
Actually, this was answered long ago when people were having discussions on the evil impact of television. So the simple question that was put was this: does your television has a switch off switch or not?
Yes, then.
I think your question was again important, and the trend you were talking about is interesting. The Arnab Goswami is not problem. Everyone is trying to become Arnab Goswami is a problem, and that you are on spot.
I guess the benefit of technology, as mentioned earlier, is also the long tail that exists in the whole content space, right? You don't have to kind of be worried about the chaos that's there in the head of the tail. But actually, there are some amazing creators who are out there. It's about our responsibility to go discover those content creators who are making amazing effort today to kind of put facts, to kind of bring genuine opinions of people, of the stakeholders who are involved in that journey. And I think conferences like these are opportunity for you to go and discover these new content creators, like the awardees of yesterday, right? They brought in something new that for many decades people did not choose to engage in, right? So how do you discover people with new perspectives? So that's also an opportunity. Yeah, we move on to next question. Yes, the lady there, and then you. We'll take 3 questions this time so that the panel can move around fastly. Yeah, you'll be third. Please wait.
Hi, my name is Chinmay. I'm a TY student. And my question is sort of an extension or something related to that question. Information is currency today. And Sir stated like right now that everybody is trying to become Arnab Goswami. So like we saw a particular news, like basically type of news in Doordarshan Times, then something else, now it's something else. But what do you think we as a society need today? Because everything, there's like a lot of information, there's a lot of news, there's a lot of things around us. She also said that news, like the people who are delivering news, media is not clear about what stand they want to take. But if I want to give an opinion, I feel media shouldn't take a stand because media has like their duty is to give information and let the public decide what stand they want to take. So what do you think society, like what do we need as a society? What do we need from media? Thank you.
Okay, the next question here, please. Mike, idhar lao, please. Idhar, the lady here, please. Idhar, this lady. Excuse me, Mike here, please. Here.
Hello everyone, I am Nupur, TY student. So my question is specifically to Sirish sir. सर आपने आपके स्पीच में कहा था कि जो फ्रेशर्स होते हैं वो ज़्यादातर एडिटिंग वगैरह सीखने में इंटरेस्टेड रहते हैं बट आपको फील्ड एक्सपीरियंस का नॉलेज होना बहुत ज़रूरी है सर डोंट यू फील कि फील्ड नॉलेज भी उतना ही एडिटिंग भी फील्ड नॉलेज का एक उतना ही इंपॉर्टेंट भाग है बिकॉज आजकल का जो एआई का जनरेशन आ रहा है एआई इज़ बेसिकली टेकिंग ओवर ऑन एवरीथिंग तो एज अ फ्रेशर मुझे सबको जाना उतना ही इंपॉर्टेंट है बिकॉज आगे जाके आई हैव टू अर्न माई मनी एंड आई हैव टू रन माई ओन हाउस तो अगर मुझे छोटी छोटी चीज़ अगर मैं निगलेक्ट करती जाऊंगी यू नेवर नो आगे वो मुझ पर कितना ज़्यादा भारी पड़ेगा बिकॉज वी आर लिविंग इन अ जनरेशन जहाँ ईजिली पहले बोलते थे कि यू नीड टू डिग डाउन फॉर डायमंड्स, पेबल्स कैन बी फाउंड एवरीवेयर, बट अगर मुझे आज डायमंड्स ईजिली नहीं मिलेंगे, मैं केमिकल आर्टिफिशियल डायमंड्स भी बना के बेच सकती हूँ. सो दैट्स माई क्वेश्चन कि हर एक छोटी चीज़ को इग्नोर क्यों करना चाहिए जब इवेंचुअली हमें आगे वो हेल्प करती है.
I think it's a we'll take one more question. No, no, we will go to that girl over there and then we'll come back to you. We'll come back to you. Don't worry. The lady in the back, please stand up. No, Aditi, one second. Sejal, one.
Okay, so my name is Karishma. I'm from FIBS Economics. So I have a question for the sir sitting in the middle. So the question is, as we can see that due to the upgradation and various advancement in social media, the journalism is shifting more towards social media. What do you think that this shift will affect the careers of people preparing or working in the field of television journalism? Will television media hai jo bhi, will it dilute in future? Because if I am getting an information on the social media, if my parents are, using the Facebook, so they will get the news on Facebook. So most of the people will shift towards the social media. What is the thing ki, if I am preparing for going into the television, will television media dilute in the coming future?
Thank you. I think we have 3 questions. We'll come back. I've seen a question here, I've seen a question there, and then there was one more hand there. Yes, I will come back to you. Sirish, you had a direct question on editing versus.
करिश्मा, क्या नाम बताया? नुपुर. नुपुर, मैंने ऐसा नहीं कहा था कि एडिटिंग मत सीखिए. You must learn everything, all the technical aspects. But you are not here just to learn editing, video camera, graphics and everything. You are here to acquire the knowledge of media field. That is more important. Skills are available. Skills तो कहीं पर भी सीख सकते हैं. उसके लिए आपको 3 साल बिगाड़ने की जरूरत नहीं है, 4 साल बिगाड़ने की या 2 साल बिगाड़ने की जरूरत नहीं है. What you need to focus apart from all these technical things and skills is knowledge. Obviously, exposure is there. आपको internship भी दी जाती होगी. Internship भी आप कीजिए, field में जाइए. और वैसे भी ये पढ़ाई जो है मीडिया की वो तो पूरी की पूरी फील्ड बेस ही है. इसमें क्लासरूम स्टडीज़ को इतना ज़्यादा भी इम्पोर्टेंस नहीं होना चाहिए. पर क्लासरूम स्टडी का जो इम्पोर्टेंस है, जो नॉलेज का इम्पोर्टेंस है, जो आपके एजुकेटर्स आपको देते हैं, दैट इज़ अ सुप्रीम पार्ट. Because ultimately when you have to deal with logic, you have to deal with reason, you have to deal with some part of the knowledge in your life. ये बाकी सब skills वगैरह जो हैं वो एक लेवल से ज़्यादा काम में नहीं आता, काम में नॉलेज ही आता है. सो मैंने ऐसा कभी नहीं कहा कि स्किल्स मत सीखिए. स्किल्स जरूर सीखिए, बट फोकस ऑन नॉलेज, मोर ऑन नॉलेज. नो, स्किल्स आर डिफरेंट एंड नॉलेज इज एंटायर डिफरेंट थिंग. मैंने अभी कहा ना कि डॉक्टर आम्बेडकर के बारे में आप कितना जानते हैं एज ए जर्नलिस्ट, गांधी जी के बारे में कितना जानते हैं एज ए. इट्स नॉट जस्ट अबाउट समथिंग बुकिश, it's not just about the history of journalism. It's a legacy. When you are going into a specific field, you must know up to certain extent to what you are following. Right? आपके predecessors कौन थे? उन्होंने क्या किया? Specific परिस्थिति में उन्होंने क्या किया? और आपके सामने अगर ऐसी परिस्थिति आती है तो आप क्या करेंगे? Right? For that you need to acquire knowledge. And there are so many good authors. Including these technical things, there are good authors for technical parts, good authors for social sciences and research, everything. So you need to focus more on that. Skills will definitely make you bread butter worthy, but knowledge will keep you one step ahead.
Dr. Maule, you wanted to add something.
Yeah, even I was focusing on that only, like, integration of intellectual rigor and the skill set. So that is most important. Earlier I was teaching for journalism and mass communication. Okay, now I'm working under the Department of Visual Communication. One example I'll give. We all the time sit for project review. Okay, the students will submit the projects, short movies, the designing and everything, the brochure and everything. We teach all sort of softwares, okay? Even YouTube also will teach those softwares. Even your camera angles, the frame, all those things, lighting, color corrections, everything you will get it through YouTube and everything. We also teach, educators also teach. But the subject what you choose for your short film, for that, as sir rightly said, that logical, applicability is very, very important. For that, whatever I was mentioning, the sensibility, that consciousness, social consciousness, if you apply that, when you can apply this, when you listen to people, when you see the stories in the society, when you talk to people, though Arnab Goswami, whoever it may be, they may say a lot of things to, pro-government or anti-government, whatever it may be. We should be able to analyze who is right and what is wrong. That capability, that ability will gain when we have this analytical mindset. More analytical mindset we should have. More and more we should read. Okay, like that impartial judgment we have to have all the time towards this media contents. That is more important.
There was this interesting question of saying that what society needs today. And I think one of the things that we should say is that here are going to be 4 to 5 perspectives of what we think society needs today, but I don't think we should be presumptuous to say that any one person can give you that idea, right? So I think starting from that perspective is very important to say that there are sources of information, and then how you analyze that information is important, right? Would like to add something on that question?
Not answer, but just one request that I sincerely believe that for democracy, media is very important. There can't be democracy without media. So some responsibility would be like this, that buying 3-4 magazines per month, those who are from small publications, supporting web portals who are actually not guided by the corporate. And we are talking about Gandhi and journalism. Gandhi was a very interesting, Gandhi made some interesting comment on journalism. And he said that my newspaper or my journal would run without advertisement. So Gandhi delinked journalism from advertisement, because advertisement, and I wonder that when I was growing up and studying in Delhi, to school to university, the most important newspaper was Hindustan Times, and king of Delhi. I mean, was certainly the first page was captured by the advertisement or some corporate advertising. And that has become a template that the first page would be more or less by some advertisement. So here, responsibility as a concerned citizen of a democratic country, it becomes very important to pay also some kind of 50 rupees a month, or if possible, to various honest portals who are supporting and debating and discussing without corporate support. This is my suggestion.
Yeah, I have just one addition. Is that how many of you are aware about Pari? Pari. P. Sainath. Yeah, yeah. Okay. I mean, the way they work, P. Sainath and team, I think most of us, only one is aware about it. So I think this kind of research is very important. How P. Sainath works with students like you. They make a team and they go to rural India, rural area. P. Sainath always say, you can't do development communication sitting in AC rooms. You have to go to the tribal areas, very interior places, villages. You have to see the lives of people. Then only you can make stories out of it.
There was, we'll get to you. There's a third question that was on the blurring lines between TV and journalism and social media, right? So how do we navigate this, and where should students be looking at the guiding points on this?
Yeah, I mean, that was an interesting question, and it has two dimensions. One is this, kind of immediate question of what happens when there is a loyalty shift of the audience from TV to social media platforms. I mean, that would reduce the employment elasticity of the TV industry per se, which is a very genuine concern. But the direct answer to that kind of a concern is that social media actually is a kind of technology that believes in convergence of the sonic, the textual, and the visual. So in that particular sense, this is not going to create much of a problem for somebody who is skilled in television journalism or television production per se, because there are opportunities in the social media platforms also for similar kind of skills and knowledge set. But on the other hand, there is actually a more important, larger question that it entails, and which is about what happens when, what happens to labor market when, kind of technology changes at such rapid pace, which is actually a major global concern as well. I mean, we are now living in the age of fourth industrial revolution. And what distinguishes fourth industrial revolution from earlier industrial revolutions is precisely this particular aspect of understanding labor market closely. Earlier, technologies used to displace labor, but it used to create labor elsewhere. But United States and European Union are now worried that the AI-generated technology is not creating any further employment in any sector, but whatever it creates is actually, kind of labor saving, which means that unemployment at a global level is actually going to increase because of the new technology, and there is absolutely no way in which one can really control this. I mean, and European Union has come out with a huge report on this particular issue. United States is actually worried about, because 25% of employment in various sectors are being robbed off by AI-driven technology. So AI-driven technology is creating more AI-driven technology, which is more labor saving. So there are two dimensions to the kind of question about, one is that, okay, I mean, in the age of social media, of course, any kind of skill that you acquire from mass, communication technologies will be useful in social media as well, because you again have an audience to negotiate, but only thing it is more interactive than the earlier one. But at the same time, it also has a larger political economy question to address, which is about how the fourth industrial revolution is going to reshape a labor market across the world. I mean, and global south is also kind of falling prey to this particular process. I mean, we don't really have a kind of kind of mechanism to resolve this issue at our hand as well. So this is a very serious issue that needs more closer scrutiny.
From an economic angle, while we look at the job less growth, right, or job loss growth, parts of Europe are now starting to ask the question: is there growth at all, right? So we look at a rapidly evolving scenario where what was seen as an ever-growing economy itself is changing, and in that, obviously, AI is going to play a big spoil sport in this dream run. All right. Okay. Okay. We'll have 3 quick questions. Keep it very short. Sorry, I've already identified the questioners. Please, 1. Yeah.
Hello. Yes, good morning, everyone. So my question is based on the last lecture of journalism that we had. It was Press Council of India. Now, we have a body which is made responsible for taking care of the entire newspapers in the country. But at the same time, when we read about the chairman of the body, which is elected by a 28-member body, and finally made incapable by providing no tooth in its jaws. For example, there was one case when the Nirbhaya case happened. So whenever a rape case happens, the newspapers are not supposed to disclose the identity of the victim. It is their solemn responsibility, which was violated in that case. Similarly, we see time to time there are occurrences where certain norms are violated by the newspapers. Now, Press Council of India, being the topmost body, cannot take any punitive action against them because the act doesn't authorize them. Now, we have a Speaker of the Lok Sabha, Vice President also, in that 28-member panel to elect the chairman of the body. So why, because it is a statutory creation, why should we have a parliamentary interference all the time whenever such a body is being created? Is it possible to create a body which is entirely independent in its nature?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have a question here. Please pass the mic here. Kindly pass the mic here. Here, please come here. Yeah.
Hello, sir. My name is Aditi Sharma. With this entire discussion, I remember a speech of our late Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru in 1948 Independence Day speech. He talked about that we don't have to just think about what the government is supposed to do. We need to think what we as citizens are supposed to do. And also, ma'am discussed about if we are not able to learn our regional language, that is a failure of media. On the other hand, if we are not learning, that is a failure of civil society. So if being asked to you about as we as civilians only focus on protesting for rights and not performing our duties, if I ask you to just put down 4 pointers, what do you expect from us as civilians? Second, from legislature. Third from the executive, and fourth from the judiciary. So, what are your 4 expectations from us as the fourth pillar of our democracy? Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. And the young lady out there, yes. Keep it brief and quick.
Yes. On similar grounds that my friend asked over here, um, the media is confused between themselves. That was an issue that was addressed. So I feel that this is because of the political influence that is exerted on the media. So instead of giving the public information, the media actually provides its opinions. I think a similar case happened in case of the farm laws that were to be brought. We saw massive protests on the streets of Delhi, Punjab, and other states in the north. However, in reality, the farm laws eliminated the third party buyers because of whom the farmers were getting a low value for their product. So, what do you think can be done to minimize the influence of political parties on the media? And talking about ethics and moral values is one thing. But what can be the actionable steps that can be taken by the legislature and the parliament so that this is eliminated?
Okay. Very complex questions. So we have a minute each to wind up because the next panel has to start at 12. So quick minute answers.
I'll answer that last girl's question. See, it's about moral dilemma, ethics, and everything. But in fact, you should ask this question not to media educators, but to the media persons, those who are in media. But anyways, there are so many pressures. There are always pressures on media houses, on anchors, on news persons, on journalists from various sides, including government, corporates, and obviously some ideological associations too. And they have to deal with it. So sometimes they do the mixed up job, They do it news plus views. And sometimes it creates havoc. That is what exactly happened in this farm law case, and government has to withdraw it. I agree with you, what you have said. But this is the reality, right? Obviously, all these journalists, media persons, or media owners, they understand what they are doing. But sometimes things are also out of their hands.
This is an interesting story, and P. Sainath quotes this story often whenever he goes. He was working before Hindu. There was a scholarship given by Times of India to him, and Times of India, not the Hindu, was the first one to promote rural journalism, and then Hindu imbibed, and P. Sainath was made a rural editor of the Hindu. When he was giving interview for the scholarship, P. Sainath and the Gilal Jain and others who were Times of India's topmost leaders were asking that why readers would be interested, urban readers would be interested in rural affairs of India through Times of India. P. Sainath answered back, and he said that when the last time you spoke to your readers, and this is the point which I am emphasizing, that unless and until when you don't have robust relationship between reader and media, you can't have robust media. That is.
In 1 minute, let me see how confident I can be on this. A response to this question. I mean, you're all familiar, like with a term called market failure. Everybody knows what market failure means. And probably political science students also know what government failure means. But there is another entity in our society, not just market and the state, but there is something called civil society. And civil society is not by default a virtuous domain. I mean, and you cannot speak about democracy in the abstract. Democracy is actualized, materialized in the domain of the civil society. So, and democracy has to be claimed. I mean, so when you say that there is a political influence of media, actually it's actually it's a phenomenon. It's a manifestation. It is the other way around. Like the crores of rupees that has been written off for corporate media. If you look at in the last 10 years, for example, is 810% higher than what was in the previous years, which means that there is an influence of the corporate over the government. And then you are talking about like there is this sloga called, in Adhyatma Ramayana, in which you are actually a frog in the mouth of a snake, and then the frog is seeing a fly and is trying to eat it. So there is this logical sequence of who is actually kind of swallowing whom in our political scenario, that is very important for us to understand more concretely how our democracy functions. That will be an answer to your important question, why political parties are trying to influence media. Not only they are trying to influence the media and the corporate has already kind of influenced nation states in a big way in across the world, and that actually has given a space to the emergence of what we now call crony capitalism. So that actually is the scenario that we need to more closely observe.
Final few words for the panel.
So we already spoke about the duties of civilians. And there is one concept in journalism called citizen journalism, right? So we all also can become a content writers. That is what I was mentioning in my talk also. During my research on social media usage, there was one public toilet which was not maintained by the local governance. So there was one person who was a social media influencer. He made a story on that particular, not maintaining hygiene in the public toilet. Then it went on, people started sharing it, liking it, and all those things have happened. Very next week, the action has been taken by the local authority. This is the power of social media. This is the power of all of us, I feel. I think as a duty, if we perform these things through social media itself, I think we can give more power to citizen journalism. And in a way, we can perform our duty, I feel. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Maulya. I request Dr. Vikas for a formal vote of thanks. Yeah. Sure. We'll do a quick group photo again and then a vote of thanks from Vikas.
Uh, Good morning, distinguished guests and respected faculties and students. On behalf of Department of Media and Communication, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for gracing us with your presence today. It is a privilege and an honor to stand before you to express the vote of thanks and deepest appreciation for your support and participation in NCMJ 2023. First and foremost, I would like to express our sincere thanks to our esteemed guests, the chair of the session, Professor Sridhar Pavisetti, Senior Director SOG, MIT WPU, Professor T.T. Srikumar, IFLU, Dr. Maulya Baladi, Chairman, Department of Visual Communication, Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham, Dr. Dhananjay Rai, Visiting Fellow, CSDS, Professor Shirish Kashikar, Director, National Institute of Mass Communication and Journalism, Ahmedabad. Your valuable insights and wisdom have enlightened us on the topic media and education and added immense value to this gathering. Our heartfelt thanks to all the volunteers and staff, members, and the attendees. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest.
To the dais.
Subramaniam. She is a remarkable individual, a versatile and a multi talented personality who has made significant contributions to various fields. An Indian trans activist, artist, entrepreneur, poet, actor, and an inspirational speaker. She is also the founder of Sahodri Foundation. She has interacted with millions of students across the country and has toured North America and Europe, spreading awareness and knowledge on the inclusion of LGBTQ and non binary communities in India. Our panel is further enriched by the presence of Himanshu Mishra. I would like to request dignitaries to felicitate Himanshu Mishra. He is the senior editor of political and current affairs at NDTV India. He has dedicated himself to covering the government of India, parliament, and Indian politics, bringing a wealth of knowledge and insight to the table.
I request dignitaries to felicitate our final panelist, Priyanka Thupe. She is a series correspondent at Behan Box based in Mumbai. With 8 years of experience in print, TV, and digital media, she specializes in reporting on legal affairs, criminal justice, violence against women, along with reporting on marginalized communities.
It's crucial to recognize that media has the power to either perpetuate stereotypes and biases or challenge them. Inclusivity is not a checkbox, it's an ongoing commitment to actively promote the stories and perspectives of the marginalized and the underrepresented groups. And that's precisely what we are here to explore today. Through the course of this session, we aim to not only raise awareness about the importance of inclusivity in media, but also inspire action. With that, I request our chair, Parimal Sudhakar sir, to take over and proceed with engaging panel discussion on the theme inclusivity and media. We hope you find this discussion enlightening and inspiring. Thank you, and let's get started.
Thank you so much. On behalf of MIT World Peace University, I heartily welcome our esteemed panelists, Himanshu, Kalki, and Priyanka, to this panel discussion on inclusivity and media. I also welcome students from different schools of MIT World Peace University for this panel discussion. The topic of this discussion is inclusivity and media. Taking clue from previous panel discussion, I would continue to emphasize that, as it was told earlier, for democracy, media is important. However, for democracy, inclusivity is also important. Without inclusivity, there cannot be democracy. And similarly, if media has to be strong and vibrant in democracy, then media also needs to have its own inclusivity. There could be different aspects of inclusivity of media. And one of the most important aspects of inclusivity is ownership of media. Who owns the media? Increasingly over the years, we have seen corporatization of media, concentration of media in the few hands in the country. And if the process continues, then media would lose its inclusivity. And therefore, what is important today is to preserve ownership of media in the multiple hands in the country. And that way, the inclusivity of the ownership of media is highly important. It also brings us to the point that along with inclusivity, we require pluralism in media. Plurality and inclusivity, these are the two sides of the same coin. Without pluralism, there cannot be inclusivity. And the same applies to the ownership of media. When we talk about ownership of media today, can we ask ourselves, how many tribal in India who constitute more than 15% of our population, they own the media? How many from the minority communities, they own the media? How many women, they own the media? And if ownership is not in the hands of tribal, women, youth, minority communities, etc., then we cannot preserve inclusivity and pluralism in media. In terms of inclusivity, what is also important in media is what kind of issues are being talked about, discussed, and covered in the media. Yesterday, we have seen how environment, it has moved from being the fringe on the coverage of media to one of the centerpieces of the media. Similarly, increasingly, issues of LGBTQ, the women's issues, they are moving to the center stage of media. This movement towards inclusivity of issues, it requires to be further pushed, and more issues, they needs to be included into coverage of media. Another issue regarding inclusivity in media is representation of different sections of people in the media. The media overall across the world and media in India, they are affected by what we can call as elitism. That people from the elite sections of society, they generally prefer to go to media, make their career in media, and therefore, without their fault, invariantly, they also carry their own biases, their own world perspectives, their own worldview to the media. And if this has to be changed, then people from different sections, they need to be there in the media. Can we ask ourselves, How many people from Northeast, they are today making career in the media? Very few. How many tribal women making career in media? Very few. And therefore, representation in media is one of the very important issues to ensure inclusivity in media. And lastly, I would like to state that when we talk about inclusivity and media, inclusivity regarding readership, viewership is also very important. And it is responsibility of the media to see that media is becoming inclusive in terms of ensuring readership and viewership of different sections of people. Simply, can we ask ourselves, is there any news channel specifically for children in our country where children can watch the current news? Is there any daily newspaper for children in our country? Is there daily newspaper for elderly people whose population is increasing now in our country that could cover the issues that are dear to them, that can cover the issues that are precious to them, etc. or so? And if we don't focus on this part of inclusivity, the media still would remain restricted in terms of its reach to particular section in our society and not to everyone in the society. And with these notes, I conclude my opening remarks on inclusivity and media and open this discussion for remarks by our esteemed panelists. Today we have with us Himanshuji, who is from NDTV and has spent few decades in mainstream media and has covered national and international issues extensively and has seen the upside down of the Indian media. We also have along with us Kalki ji, who is working on the issues of transgender, who is working on the issues of the marginalized sections in our society, and who has contributed immensely in terms of making these issues headlines in our media. And we are having Priyanka Tupe with us, who is running her own media outlet Behen Box and was also instrumental in terms of translation of some of the important books on the current state of media. I now invite Kalki ji for her remarks on inclusivity and media.
Thank you, Parimal sir. First of all, I thank the institution for inviting me for such an important discussion, because it's not like every day or every year that a person, a transgender activist like me, gets to speak about the importance of media and its inclusivity and how inclusive it is. I remember 20 years ago when I started my activism for the very underrepresented or no representation at all for the transgender community 20 years ago. I was one of the very few people in the community who was fluent in my native language, Tamil, as well as in English as well. So the representation that came in the media at that time about transgender people, and especially about Hijra community, was that they beg, they dance, they extort money, and they are like buffoons. That was the kind of representation which was totally excluding our, human rights, our family rights, why we are in such a section of the society and living such a life. So for me, since I also did my master's degree in journalism and mass communication, it was important for me to represent our community when the mainstream media, like the newspapers and the television, actually was talking a lot about stereotype notions on transgender Hijra people. It was important for the voices of the community, the first person account from a transgender person to speak about what is happening in our life and why transgender lives matter. So I started, that was also one of the intense beginnings of the internet and the blogging. So I started a blog in English and also in Tamil, in both languages. And then I started documenting about our community's lives, about my life and our community people's lives. And that, within a few months, began to get the attention of the academics, especially the colleges, universities on gender education, women's rights, minority rights, and all that. I began to go speak at various institutions. And next, I also started an initiative called Sahodari. which is a magazine for the transgender community. It was only 200 copies that was circulated within a district in our Coimbatore district's transgender community. But the impact that magazine made was huge because so far, none of the mainstream media was actually discussing about healthcare issues of the community, our mental health issues, especially the representation of media and the movies, and why it was wrong. And particularly about the employment and livelihood away from begging and sex work and all that. It was so important to write. And as a person from the community and as a first person account, when I wrote, I brought that magazine, it was not just enlightening the public, it was also enlightening our own community. Because I began to sensitize our transgender community as well. What is our rights? Why we deserve equality? Why our representation is important? Why we deserve a family? Not just chucked away from your family, go beg somewhere, earn your living as a sex worker, and go through discrimination every day, violence every day. It's not our life. So that was the beginning of my activism life. I think it's so important for people who are marginalized to speak, especially from the transgender community. I've seen all these heteronormative, stereotyped movies, Bollywood or whichever movies that you take, how transgender community is represented. Clapping hands, dancing, and nothing more than that, no intellectual capacity. It is how it is represented. But the reality, the truth is that we are not anything extraordinary. Religiously, some people might believe that, okay, if a hijra person blesses, then it's a true blessing, and if the person curses, it's a curse. But I do not want to discuss that, but we're all humans. That is the most important thing. And transgender people also come from a mother's womb, right? We also have dreams, we also need dignity, we also need respect, and we need inclusivity, and we need job opportunities, and we need a life. For that, media did not play a role. Media was unaware. Media was in the dark. They were constantly writing about the same news over and over again, projecting the same false news. So it was important for a person like me from the community to speak. Likewise, I think after 20 years today, when I look at what has happened to the transgender community, we have achieved so much. We have, of course, we have a transgender police officer, a doctor, an engineer, a professor, a principal, and all that. But this is just more of a tokenism. Okay, these are all individual people who struggled. But beyond that, we still are chucked out of our families, rejected by our families, and continue to be beggars and sex workers. And the media has to understand that sensitive news or sensational news. Talk about sensational news. They are very interested about sensational news from the transgender community. I see that 20 years before, what was their intention has changed drastically. Today, they want to give a news when a transgender woman is married to a man, or a transgender woman is acting in a movie, and all that. They don't want to give importance about the medical aspects, healthcare, livelihood aspects, and the legal rights component of our community. No. So it has changed. So once again, it becomes so important for activists like me to take up and be citizen journalists, to talk about our lives, to bring highlighting the importance of why our lives matter. And especially inclusivity has to exist in the media. But right now, it is in a very, very struggling stage. If we talk so much about Israel-Hamas war, but did we really discuss so much about Manipur issue? I mean, it's what the media is projecting is what goes inside. What issues are priority, we don't speak about, because we are actually fed with so much of news that somebody selects somewhere. So it's important for us to think, read, decide, think logically and understand and stand up for people who are exploited, who are affected. And even if you're in a privileged position, a lot of you are in a privileged position as well. It's important for you to stand up for people like me, for the transgender community, to speak on behalf of our behalf, because we are voiceless community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kalki, so much. We would certainly take up questions on Kalki's remarks. But first, let us listen to Himanshu ji on inclusivity and media. Himanshu sir.
I have a presentation. It's an honor and privilege to get this opportunity to interact with all of you. Thank you, Parimal sir, for this opportunity. Uh, this is a subject that we are discussing is a subject that is also being discussed in newsrooms now. And I do see, while a lot of more effort is required, but a lot of changes also happened in last few years. But there's one more change that has happened in media, which in fact has empowered the journalists to make the media more inclusive, and that is the use of technology, communication technologies. Now, as you know, NDTV was one of the first channel in the world to go on a mobile platform. And I wish to start my presentation with an experience from my career. In 2004, I was a very young journalist and I was told to cover the then Deputy Prime Minister Lal Krishna Advani's Bharat Uday Yatra. We were given 2 OB vans which had 4 staff each, and there was a unit with me, camera person, a driver, and a camera assistant and myself. So there was a team of around 15 people, and we used to go to every rally that Advaniji would address. 12 years later, in 2016, I was told that I have to cover the UP elections. So I thought they will give me a camera unit, a camera person, and the requisite funds required to travel. In UP, of course, is a very big state, 28 crore people live there. So when I went to the storeroom, they gave me a small box. And I said, sir, no, I've come here for a camera. They said, no, this is an iPhone 6s Plus phone. And you have been told to shoot with this mobile phone. So I said, you want me to shoot ground reports in the heartland of UP with a mobile phone? That was a big cultural change. That process was just starting with that trip. I didn't know what to do, and I remember I smiled at the store manager and I said, sir, I do not know how to use an iPhone because I use a Samsung phone. And from tomorrow, you want me to do live broadcasts, shoot ground reports with a mobile phone. That too in Jhansi. So I had 8 hours of transition period when the train reaches Jhansi. And that started a new process. And later on, within a couple of days, as I started working, I worked very hard in the heartland of Bundelkhand region, which struggles with drought almost every second year. And lots of stories I did. Later on, I saw other journalists also jumping into that medium. And gradually today, we have all got so much used to it that there was a time when a camera person would be assigned to me. I would think that, oh, there's something has changed in my life because I'm not used to working with a camera person. But if you work in field later on, as you grow up, you will understand the import of this big change that happened. That from a journalist who was leading a team of 14 people in Lok Sabha elections of 2004, had started working alone in 2006. And this is the subject on which I wish to give you some insight from my personal experience. And the title of my presentation is Journalism in the New Information Age, advent of new communication technologies, and redefinition of news gathering processes. Now, the entire system has changed, and I have written a research paper, my latest paper, which is titled Reporter as a Camera Person. There is a change in the identity of the different class of professionals who used to work in the world of media. And if I'm trained to work with a mobile phone, which I have done for the last 7 years, then I have started thinking like a camera person. So remember, I have to think like a reporter. I also have to think like a camera person. And I also have to think like a copy editor. And I also have to think like an OB engineer. And I'm also supposed to be very conscious of doing a live broadcast with a mobile phone, ensuring that the frame is intact so that on screen when NDTV broadcasts me live, the frame is clean and it is of high quality. Now, information revolution and advent of new communication technologies have transformed the world of journalism in every part of the world. New parameters of transparency and public accountability have become important in this age of revolutionary changes in communication technologies. And as you know, the advent of social media has made the processes far more complex for journalists. And as all of you grow, you will realize how much intense pressure you'll be in to ensure that every time you share information, every time you share an analytical content, you are correct in terms of the fact that you share and the analysis that you do. Greater public scrutiny of media content, more pressure on accountability, and journalists today are also under increasing pressure to transmit news with greater speed and accuracy. I not only have to work with a mobile phone, but I also have to shoot with a mobile phone, and I also have to transmit the feed with same speed to my office, and with that alacrity, I have to also broadcast it live on screen. That essentially means if I interview Parimal sir now, then the first challenge will be, oh, send it, send it. It has not reached us. So you have to first upload it on the NDTV server and try not to send it through WhatsApp because the resolution of the video goes down in WhatsApp. It takes time because we shoot with very high quality phones, so the volume of the feed is, thickness of the feed is very high. So it takes time to upload on NDTV server. The moment it goes there, then they'll say, oh, send me the pointers. Where are the pointers? What has he said? So again, you go to the mobile and you start typing, okay, Parimal Maya Sudhakar to NDTV, right? Once it is written, then now it's a world of integration. I work for both NDTV English and NDTV Hindi channels. So I am supposed to send pointers in English and also in Hindi to both channels. So that it goes simultaneously in both channels. And then it is edited in Office, and then I can be asked to do live on what he has said and what it means for Indian politics or ABCD. So all these thing has to happen in a very short period of time. Earlier, my only job was to create content. I only was supposed to do live broadcast. So I'll tell the producer that I have a live broadcast, that the OB van will be readied by OB engineer, camera person will set up the camera person, camera assistant will pull the cables. I will be there just 2 minutes before the live broadcast because my job was only to broadcast live content. But today, it's completely reversed. And you, by the time you are young, you are going to enter this world of media, all these processes would have moved much faster. And I think artificial intelligence is going to change the way we work in the world of media. Now, of course, I will go to the next subject. Reporting in the age of social media, new media, and redefinition of journalistic methods. Now, as you know, most of you must be on social media, fairly active, and this is a world which is here to stay forever. The advent of social media and the advancement in communication technologies has redefined the contours of conventional journalism. A new methodology of news gathering, restructuring of the conventional role has started. Now, redefinition of the skill base of a news reporter essentially stems from the fact that from being the primary carrier of information, reporters are under more pressure now to create news content which is spatial, analytical, and exclusive with lot more speed and accuracy. To give you just one small example, that Prime Minister Modi is coming to Pune, and you are a journalist working with a news channel. Earlier, for 2 days, we'll get the passes made so that we are allowed to enter the Prime Minister's rally. Put up the OB van will be cleared by the security, will be put up 1 day in advance at night. 6 o'clock, you try and reach there 5-6 hours before the rally. Tie the cable, start live broadcast, people start coming in. Today, they will say all live feed comes from the system itself. And no channel needs to actually put up an OB van there. So if I have to report on Prime Minister's rally in Pune, the primary feed, which I used to be the primary carrier earlier, has already been broadcast live on NDTV system. Everyone knows what Prime Minister has said. Everyone knows whom he met. All visuals, content, everything is in place from the Prime Minister's office. So what will the reporter do? And how, if there are 10 reporters from 10 different channels, how can they create content which is exclusive, which is meaningful, which is inclusive? Essentially depends on his or her ability to analyze and give a perspective which is important to what Prime Minister has said. The focus has to be on why Prime Minister said this and why in Pune and why today. So just try and think that from being the primary news gatherer, your total redefinition of the work has happened. Government and private institutions and political leaders are increasingly sharing primary information directly on social media platforms. Now, I remember when Prime Minister Narendra Modi was appointed as Prime Minister, we waited for many months that a press secretary will be appointed. And earlier, Manmohan Singh and then Vajpayee government, for any reporter who used to cover Prime Minister, press secretary used to be the most important person of his career. But till today, there is no press secretary in Prime Minister's office. And one of the reasons is the advent of social media and the fact that Prime Minister has made a concerted effort to create a direct interface on social media platforms, online platforms between people and the government. And you see from 2014 onwards, the presence of government on social media has increased significantly. And today, Twitter for me is the first source of news. Anything Prime Minister is doing first comes on Twitter. So if you don't follow him on Twitter, you'll miss out on that information. Even a parliament special session is being called, the news broke on Twitter. Parliamentary Affairs Minister tweeted that on this and this date, a special session of Parliament will be held. So if you don't follow Prahlad Joshi, Parliamentary Affairs Minister, you'll be behind others. Because then there was a stampede from where this information has come. Who is saying there will be a special session? Rashtrapati Bhavan had not issued any communique, which was the convention. I've covered Parliament for 23 years, but it came on a tweet. So the way it's easier for the government institutions, for union ministers to share content on social media, and the onus now lies on professionals like us as to how quickly I can access that information which has been put on social media. So try and create a system, a mechanism where you can monitor 10, 15 important stakeholders that you will be assigned to cover. That is what it means. And you have to do it with a lot of speed. Now, as I said, reporters need to create news content which is spatial, exclusive, and research-based. That brings me to the concept of data journalism, which is becoming increasingly important. There is plethora of data on public platforms, on online platforms, on government platforms. Okay, I'll just quickly finish. Now, we do know the advent of YouTube as a powerful tool of journalism, how to develop tools to identify fake news. Just a minute, then I'll go quickly to the next one. Now, this is the point I was making, emergence of reporters as camera persons, that once you train yourself as future journalists, try and think not only about the content that you will create, which has to be inclusive, as Parimal sir very nicely said, but also start thinking like a camera person. Visualize what you are shooting, because increasingly there's a convergence of content and video, whether irrespective of the platform you work in. Now, just couple of last things, I'll take some 2 more minutes. These are, I'll go to disaster journalism and the challenges that reporters have to face in a disaster zone. Now, I think I have moved. How do I go back, sir? Yes. Now, because of climate change, the intensity, the frequency, the scale of disaster incidents are rising worldwide. When I first saw these images of Srinagar city, I couldn't believe that a place which Indians call as the heaven on earth could be so devastated by floods. And as you can see in this image, there are no roads that are visible anywhere. And imagine you are a journalist and you are assigned the responsibility to go to a disaster zone like this, which is completely flooded, which is completely cut off from the world. There are no highways that can take you to this place. And even if you reach a place close to this city, you cannot commute because the only way to commute is through a boat. And often when the relief and rescue work is on, they have a SOP that reporters are not allowed on the boat because their primary focus is on saving lives. So how do we reach this place, first of all? And this is the question I want. I think my presentation is a little long. It can be shared with students. Questions that came to my mind was, how will I commute with my head office if I go to this disaster zone where mobile phone towers, communication towers have all collapsed? How will I work in that area? How will I call my office? How will I transmit the feed that I'm shooting? And where will I stay in the city which is flooded? And fourth, how will I commute in a city which is under flood waters? These were all very complex questions. There are no easy answers in any disaster. Now, this is the Jhelum River which is overflowing. And as you can see, all these houses made on the river bank are completely flooded and they were the worst affected. Now, the next challenge was that if you don't have a mobile phone or a landline phone that is working, how will you contact the information managers for any information on what is happening in Srinagar? Everything was in dark. After 6 p.m., Srinagar would look like a ghost town. There was no light, there was no water supply in the city, and with sunset, everything would be dark. The relief rescue work would stop, and I would just worry about people who were stranded in homes. And you can't work in any case at night in Srinagar. It's dangerous otherwise as well. Now, communication network had collapsed, mobile towers had fallen, and there were people who were struggling. In this difficult, disturbed zone, a journalist has to perform his primary responsibility to inform the nation. And Sir talked about inclusivity. I remember at 3 places, a group of migrant workers rushed to me to tell me that they had come from UP and Bihar and no media was covering their story. I said, so what is your story? They said, whenever a flood comes in a city like this, the weakest homes are the first that get washed away. And most of these poor people normally keep their documentation at home, whatever little documents they have. So many of these people had lost their Aadhaar cards, bank details, they had lost iCards. They were working for BRO, some of them, lost iCards. So when the flood came, they just tried to save their lives. But their homes got washed away because they were living in kacha homes, that is the slums that you have seen in cities. So the tragedy that they were struggling with was that when Jammu Kashmir government said we'll give relief to flood victims, they went to demand relief. They were told that you have no identifications, you will get no relief. That is the poorest of the poor in Kashmir was struggling for relief. And as you said very rightly, their voices were not being projected. So I did 3 ground reports on these people, 2 at Srinagar Air Force Station, 1 in the city. And there were people who were in line to move out of Kashmir for 2 days, sitting open in front of the gate. There was a line of people and they were ferrying people in aircrafts, but the line was 3-4 kilometers long. And many workers said they have spent 3 days and 3 nights sitting in this line so that one day they will also can fly free of cost out of Kashmir because through highways, they couldn't come, and we have no money, we're running out of food, and we're not getting relief because we don't have the identification card. So this tragedy, then I wrote a research paper. It was titled Right to Compensation to Disaster Victims. And United Nations recognized this, and then I was invited in the UN World Conference on Disaster Risk Reduction in Sendai in March 2015, and I made a presentation in the Ignite stage on this idea that poor should be given a right, a legal right to compensation in disasters. Now, as you know, in a city, there will be no functional helpline. People had lost touch with their relatives, and journalists were often seen as first responders. There were people crying, their parents had come because Srinagar is a hotspot for tourism. When the floods came, suddenly the mobile lines, landlines got disturbed, and people were stranded, not knowing what to do, and they were desperate. Can you show this, my father's photo on NDTV? So that if he's somewhere, we can find him up. And there were people moved to relief camps here and there with no mobile connections. In this disturbed zone, journalists had to work very, very hard, taking all the risk. And at places we were threatened also because people were very unhappy that relief had not reached their camp, that she was venting their ire on us. I'll just take 2 more minutes, sir, and finish. Just 2 more minutes. Now I'll just skip this, but we can share this, what US has done, that when a communication breakdown happens, such mobile emergency communication vans are airlifted in the disturbed disaster zone, and a new communication networks are created. They call it disaster emergency communications. Any journalist interested in covering climate change, sustainability, disasters must learn about new communication technologies that are being developed, because it is possible in coming couple of years, you may have access to these kind of technologies to work on satellite phones, for instance. And last point is the SOP, a standard operating procedure for disaster reporting, to ensure that your reporting you don't miss out the important things that you will see on the ground. Each disaster and conflict zone carries a different degree of risk and threat, and every journalist must have a roadmap to manage the risk in a disaster zone. Importance of cooperation and coordination among journalists, because remember, if you somehow reach a disaster zone, other people who are reaching there would have also struggled to reach. So you have to ensure that you work and cooperate more. And in Kashmir, in the absence of a mobile phone or landline phone, it was the word of mouth network through which we were working. A group of journalists would go to a particular part of the city. I will go to, let's say, towards the airport side. And then in the evening, we would sit together and share information with each other. So working in a group, working in coordination, very, very important. Codifying risk in a disaster zone, very important. A collective risk assessment plan, that when you are flying to a disaster zone, are you carrying a medical kit with you? Are you carrying the emergency kits with you? Do you have a plan B, plan C, if you fall ill, because there's always a fear of an epidemic in the war zone. And as you know, during covering COVID-19, I think I'll just go to the last part. We've run out of time. Just last couple of images I want to show. During pandemic, more than 600 journalists died while working and reporting on COVID pandemic. And remember, the threat is still real, and WHO has warned that a much more lethal virus is on its way. And for 2 years, I can tell you, from day one, March 24th, midnight, till the COVID virus finally abated, I went to ground every day to work in the field. And it was the most trying, difficult time for all of us. And I remember there in my housing society, on the first day I went out, because at that time India was in a lockdown for 3 weeks, and even those people whom we trusted, they started questioning my family. Why is this man going out to work when nobody else in India is working? And he could be the carrier because he's also going to hospital, he's also going here, he's also going to the bus stations where the emergency, the migration was happening. So I had to, admonish them that you should not try to threaten indirectly and pressurize a journalist not to work. Remember, if I was a doctor, what would have they done? So, a journalist's role during a public health disaster is something that needs to be researched in detail. And I will just end with a couple of slides. The pandemic has posed very complex institutional challenges for every institution. And media institutions had to restructure their news gathering processes with requisite safety protocol in a very short span of time, and the entire conventional way of news gathering had to be changed. Now, logistical challenges was to keep the reporting team safe. So what we did was we created boom mics, which ensured that there was a 6 to 8 feet distance from between the subject and the reporter. I mean, the person whom you are interviewing and the reporter. And I'll just show you some couple of images. Now, this is how it looks like. And this boom mic, normally we are much closer, but you can see in this image, there is a gap of 6 to 8 feet. And this is the first factory that had opened after the lockdown in first week of May 2020. I will not never forget that day when I entered and everyone panicked seeing me with a camera. And they said, okay, we can do the interview. And I said, sir, I have boom mic. So he's my friend now, Sandeep, very nice entrepreneur. So you can see in these images. And then what happened, Cyclone Taute came. And remember those journalists who were working in West Bengal and Odisha. This is NDRF DG, SN Pradhan, who is now the DG of Narcotics Control Bureau. And initially when I called him, he said, Himanshu, is it very necessary for you to do the interview? I could make out that even in NDRF, which was fighting the cyclone on the ground, had its own strict protocol not to allow outsiders come inside. And but I persuaded, I said, sir, we have long boom mics and it's very important for me to come and interview you. And you can see in this image, both of us are wearing two masks. Yeah, there's one white mask in the front and there's a black mask inside. DG NDRF is also wearing two masks. And throughout the time he said, yeah, I'll just finish 30 seconds. Throughout the time, the journalists who were working and reporting on cyclone actually were fighting against two disasters in May 2020. One was the threat of the pandemic, the other was the threat of the cyclone. And they did heroic work, all those thousands of journalists who work in the midst of COVID pandemic, taking all the risk on the ground, and they worked and made the coverage a success at a time when India was struggling with COVID-19. And these are a few images of how the distancing that you need to maintain yourself. Now, this is the first cabinet briefing in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic. And as you can see, most of the journalists, because this was being broadcast live on YouTube, they were working from home. So this is also a protocol that you can follow. But those who went there, just see how far they are sitting from each other in this screen. This is the National Media Center, the biggest briefing room in Delhi, newly constructed, very high-tech. And then we worked in hospitals, but ensuring that there were two masks, and the gun mic also had a plastic cover to ensure and protect it from any kind of virus spread and the shortage of oxygen and other things. So I think this is a migration shot. Again, two masks I'm wearing, but we kept on working. So go back, study the experience of journalists on COVID-19 pandemic, and all of you will become far more informed journalists, and you will have far more idea in terms of how to protect yourself during a climate-related disaster or a public health disaster. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Shekharji, for this very detailed presentation. Now we come to Priyanka Tupe for her presentation. Priyanka.
Hi, this is Priyanka. I would just like to clear a slight confusion. So I work with Behan Box. I work there as a senior correspondent. I don't own Behan Box. Yeah, so I think that was necessary. Uh, yeah, so since we are talking about inclusivity and media, I would like to first ask this question. Why are we talking about inclusivity? Whom are we excluding? I think that is important question to address. Are we excluding Dalits? Are we excluding tribals? Are we excluding Muslims and other religions and people who are at margins from the mainstream media, from even alternative media? Are we not covering their issues enough? Are we not covering their issues from their perspectives? So these are the things which came up in my mind, and then I think we need to address this. So I will share a couple of examples from my reporting experience, couple of anecdotes, and yeah. So when I was working with a TV news channel, there was this sad news came in of Rohit Pemula's suicide, and it was 7:30 in the morning, and I was working at the input desk, and I got the news, and I confirmed it with multiple sources, obviously. And then I told it to my input editor that this has come up. And the immediate response was, it is 7:30 a.m. in the morning. Are we really going to run this sad, depressive news in the morning? This is a tea, coffee time bulletin thing. So I said, okay. And then he told me to, gather the other material. I did the same thing, and then I went to him after an hour. And then there was the immediate response from that person was, uh, why are you making this as a Dalit student suicide? It is a student suicide. It is not a Dalit. I mean, why are you bringing Dalits and the caste in this? So that was the immediate response from him. And then things didn't go well. And almost we took 4 to 5 hours to break that news. It was, it was there on the other TV channels. And then, the editors and all, they were screaming, and they were saying, Ki, why are we not breaking this news? When this was came up in the early morning, even at 7:30 a.m. Yeah, but obviously this was the response came up from a very senior person who was a oppressor caste person. And I was shocked how caste blind can a person be who is sitting at the position, who is not even, trying to understand what exactly has happened. So, yeah, and this is happening. This is just one example. I'm sure there are hundred and thousands other examples where people at the margins, their voices are get suppressed. People ask their integrity, and yeah, they just don't believe like something is happening with Dalits, with Muslims, with tribals. Um, so yeah, these sort of things happen, but also there are some examples where people nowadays are consciously taking some efforts. It is not as par, but they are taking some efforts to, try to bring the inclusivity. And one example I would like to share. So I work with Behan Box, as I told, and our editors, planned a series on Dalit month history. So they ensure that only Dalit students or researchers or Dalit people would write for that series. They would write on different things like Dalit culture, festivals, and other things, but only them. Like now the question comes here, why only Dalit can write their histories and all? Yeah, valid question. Any other person also can write. But the nuance, but the ground reality, but the lived realities, lived experiences they can bring. It is something different, which we cannot beat easily. People need years and years of experience and empathy who come from other castes. They really need that empathy and that nuanced understanding to cover and write such issues. So that was the example, and all the writers of that series were from Dalit community, and they were provided the adequate assistance what they need. Some of them were not as good writer as it was expected, according to the editorial standards and scrutiny, but the things they were bringing to the board were something different. People should know about these things. So what editor did, they sit with those people, and then they discussed with them, and they just accepted the raw copies. They just accepted the raw copies and constructed, with sitting them, they just consulted with them, and then they shaped up those copies, because our editors felt these are the people may not write or may not speak as fancy English as we speak or we write, but they have substance. They have a very good content, unspoken histories, and yeah, so on. So it is our duty, our responsibility. We are sitting here in metro cities. We come from certain privileged background, which allowed us to go to the fancy schools, fancy colleges, which allowed us to, get the materials, the academic background, the cultural background. And that is why we are able to write these copies in a certain manner. That is why we could acquire some skills. So it is our duty to share those privileges. It is our duty to help a certain section of the society Otherwise, somebody will be writing on somebody, and it would be just using the data from tribals and Muslims and Dalits. But the upper caste or oppressed caste people are obviously writing on them, for them, on behalf of them. But people from that section are not coming. So that is why these sort of editorial practices are needed. Also, uh, if a person from a Dalit community or whichever oppressed community is giving you the material, so as a reporter, right now, like we are discussing these editorial practices, as a reporter, I need to share my byline with that person. If he's giving that material to me, it should be the co-authored publication. It shouldn't be just my story, because I am having these writing skills, I am having certain understanding, but that person is also giving me the ground realities. Without that person, I cannot write my story. So we cannot invisibilize their efforts. We cannot invisibilize their wisdom. This is how inclusivity we can see. And also, there was this interesting research last year by Oxfam and News Laundry. And the findings were so interesting and depressive at the same time. So 90% of the 90% leadership positions at mainstream media, they are possessed or they are owned by oppressed caste people, upper caste people coming from a certain background, who had access to fancy schools, colleges, and whatnot. So, and there is no, as of now, this is, I'm talking about October 2022's data, which was released by Oxfam and News Laundry, that there is no single mainstream channel which has a Dalit, tribal, Muslim person at the editor or at the leadership position. So where are we? It's been more than 75 years after independence, and why there is no person at such leadership position? We need to introspect on that, and we need to certainly ask these difficult questions and scrutinize our roles also. Uh, yeah. Apart from that, when we talk about women, when we talk about other minority genders, uh, it is always sidelined in the mainstream media and many times in alternative media also. Uh, Women's issues are seen as a women's issues only. They are seen in the isolation. Why can't be a menstruation a problem of the whole society? It is. We cannot see these problems in isolation, be it caste, class, gender, religion, whatever. These entities are interlinked. We cannot see problems in the isolation. So a menstruation problem is a healthcare problem, is a policy problem, is a problem of women, is a problem of that family also. There are certain social repercussions of the of people who don't have access to menstruation health, good menstruation health facilities. So these are the things we need to account and think ki, these certain any issue, be it anything, cannot be seen in the isolation and cannot be just segregated that these are women issues. There is this worst practice even in Marathi media, that there are separate supplements for women's issues. I mean, till a certain point, as a affirmative action, you would need certain kind of actions, okay, for representation, for other things. But even today, if there are issues about gender-based violence, about anything else, so that will given a space in that particular supplement only. Why cannot be the gender-based violence issue be there on the editorial page? Why cannot be it run as a main editorial thing, main editorial article? So yeah, so these are the things, these are the practices where we are excluding so many sections. And I'm not, I won't just talk about the representation or just a tokenism that tomorrow you would give two position to Dalits, two to Muslims, two to tribals and whatnot, but that won't really change. I mean, till representation certain amount, yes, it is needed, definitely it is needed, but we are also excluding narratives. That is most important thing, I feel. For example, if we are excluding a Kashmiri Muslim journalist woman, so we are not just excluding that journalist. It is not about that particular journalist. It is about we are silencing Kashmiri voices. We are silencing Kashmiri people. And their narratives are not coming in by excluding a certain journalist. And this is just an example. It could be anywhere. It could be Manipur. It could be Jharkhand. It could be Chhattisgarh. Uh, if journalists are getting excluded, if they are getting excluded, then remember, my friends, narratives of those marginalized groups, narratives of those persecuted communities are getting suppressed, are getting silenced. So I think that is more dangerous, and we need to really speak about this. Also, there are, there has to be more discussion, more nuanced discussions, ways in media houses, in School of Journalisms. How can we, really have a critical dialogue on inclusivity? How can we, there should be lectures, I feel, on, people, for students to understand the privileges, to understand the social locations we come from, to understand the locational disparity. For example, here I'm speaking in this panel and I'm doing certain things and I'm writing in English. But some person from Aurangabad or Nanded or wherever, a remote village, may not write or speak English as fancy as me, but that person do have wisdom. That person has ground realities. And that person may not speak good English or may not write good English because there was a locational disparity, because he didn't have the fancy college, school, or access to books, or access to certain environment. So we need to take these things in account and process further. And about, I'll just sum up my presentation. When we are talking about inclusivity, it is also important to, inculcate people from different backgrounds in that dialogue, to invite them in that dialogue. So here I am sitting in this chair. I come from a Maratha community, which is a privileged community, obviously. And though I have been brought up in a working class background, but I had certain privileges to live in a metro city like Mumbai, to go to the fancy college like Ruya. But there are other people whom we need to bring in this dialogue. I am a privileged position person here talking about inclusivity, but where are the Dalits? Where are the tribals? Where are the Muslim panelists? That we need to think about and, in, invite them and involve them in this dialogue so that we can take this process further and ensure the inclusivity, not just for the sake of representation or for the tokenism, but the narratives, the real inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Priyanka, for bringing out many important points in your presentation. Overall, from all the panelists, you have heard about the first-hand account of how they dealt with the issue of inclusivity in media. And all of this brings us back to the previous panel discussion, media education in India. And whether the media education in India really covers the aspects of inclusivity in media. For example, take the example of the caste. I distinctly remember in the year 2006-07 when OBC reservation was introduced in higher education. And a lot of TV channels in Delhi, they were covering this particular issue. And topmost journalists in our country, they were in their own panel discussion, they were clearly stating this, that, oh, I don't understand caste. But can you please explain your support or your opposition to this particular move by the government? Topmost journalist not understanding caste is something that is really not a matter of pride. If we have to work in India, we have to understand the social structure of our country. And caste is at the center of our social structure. Understanding caste, talking about caste, doesn't mean supporting the caste system. It doesn't mean propagating the caste system. But unless we understand and unless we analyze it properly, we also would not be able to eradicate it. And it is this blindness to the issues, whether it is caste, whether it is the communal issues, whether it is the gender issues, or issues of the transgender communities. the blindness would not make our media and our society inclusive. And also the fact that inclusivity would not come to media if our society and we as an individual are not inclusive in our world, in our outlook, in our worldview. And if we are inclusive, then our society and our media also would become inclusive one. Now, with this, I open this floor for comments, remarks, or questions from all of you who have been very patiently listening to this discussion. And perhaps some of you would like to make your points and ask the questions. So, floor is open now. Any question? Yes, please.
Hello, all panelists. I'm Anya Tejwani from FYBA, Mass Communication. My question is to Ms. Kalki. Now, ma'am, representation in Bollywood has gone from using LGBTQIA plus actors as comic relief to having full-length movies being made about them. But these characters, they are played by cisgender actors, like Vijay Raz in Gangubai, or Sushmita Sen in Tali, or Rajpal Yadav in Ardh. Now, although representation has evolved, it's very necessary for trans actors to be casted. But do you think it's a credible effort still? Does it count?
Well, there is a discussion about that even within our own community. At the same time, you need to see that I really appreciate all these actors, especially professional, very good actors like, um, Sushmita Sen or other actors coming forward to play transgender roles. But at the same time, we need to understand that they actually occupy or they take, in the name of support and all that, they also, in a way, they have snatched the opportunity of some other transgender actor. That is the truth, actually. But, for marketability and selling films, they wanted to cast famous stars in transgender characters, which I perfectly understand. At the same time, how long will you be doing this? When are you going to give this opportunity for people who are very talented, very good actors from the transgender community itself? Remains a question. I'm really, in a way, I'm very happy that the narratives have changed now. At least they take an effort. Still, there are many stereotypes, of course. For example, Lakshmi Bomb and all that. Still, I believe that that opportunity went for Akshay Kumar. The other opportunity went to Sushmita Sen, and it goes on and on. So they should be responsible. They have a responsibility to refuse these roles. I know that playing a transgender character is very challenging. It's very exciting for them as an actors, but at the same time, it is important for them to give those opportunities back to our community. Because I know for a fact that we are tremendously talented community, but the visibility and opportunities are very little. Until unless you give that space to us, we will always be listening to our stories from you and not like we can tell our own stories. So it's both ways.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to take the opportunity of thanking the entire panel for being here with us and sharing their stories, especially the madam from the transgender community. I'm kind of in a surprise because this is the first time in my entire life that I'm seeing someone on a stage speaking so proficiently about a topic. I used to usually interact with them at signals and mostly in nearby restaurants. But this is the first time, and I'm quite surprised and glad that I got to see you, and this will be a very memorable event for me in life. And I'm more than happy that Ma'am shared her experience of how she is trying her best to present the issues of the marginalized and the excluded in the forefront, especially taking my class of this year, we don't even have a single Muslim student with us. And it is becoming difficult for us to understand the constitution and demography of Muslims in India and the Islamic republics around the world. So this is one thing that I am glad that you're trying your best. And the sir who has been doing his best to cover in disaster areas. So from summing up the entire discussion, what I understood is when it comes to exclusion and marginalization, just by denying people opportunity, it's just the forefront. I think there are a set of economic systems, a set of psychological hindrances that operate in the background, which actually support exclusion in a large way. We think that people are not given opportunities, but probably they are economically disempowered, they are psychologically disempowered, access to resources and things like that. They operate in the dark side of the political realm, so to speak. So I want to address issues like this and cover these with Sir's idea of how to operate in a disaster prone zone. The reason why I'm asking you specifically, sir, is because we went on a field survey and I took a very controversial area of Pune, which is Camp Qureshi Nagar. The first day of my collecting reports was very convenient because I was carrying the persona of the MIT student and being there to ask people a set of questions and take feedback from them. But on day 2, day 3, it became really tough because the moment I started asking their problems, people used to just come in 2 or 3 in number and they used to just start telling one by one, one by one, one by one. And I made it an effort to go more deeper into that area, but I was seriously threatened because of the level of communal tension that was there. This was not evident like a disaster, like a natural disaster. Things are very evident. You can take out an emergency response kit, you can take a loadout, you can take some security personnel with you, you can address these issues. But when it comes to operating in a social sphere, these are very unsaid and, underneath the process of where we work in field. So how can your experience help me unearth such kind of unsaid issues and present them? Because that is where we are supposed to create narratives and empower those people. Thank you, sir.
A very important question. It takes me back to 2012 when Muzaffarnagar riots had happened ahead of elections. And I was assigned to go there. And I remember I was there for almost a week or 8 days. And most complex situation on the ground. There were people trying to make videos viral, which was shot in Pakistan, saying that this is the video of the real incident that has happened in Muzaffarnagar. A very sensitive subject, not good to talk about it publicly. But there were boys coming to me and saying that NDTV should show this video because this is what has happened in this village. From the video, I could make out that this video has not been shot in India. All kinds of things happened. Later on, these people, very strong action was taken against them. But to just sum up, when you are going to a place like this, there are many variables you have to keep in mind. This Shakespearean dilemma, in my words, would be what to report, what not to report. You will always be bogged down with these concepts. And I remember when I came back, my managing editor asked me that how did you work on the ground and how complex it was to work. And I told him that, sir, my first priority was to think and decide what I should not report. When you went there, because it was still a controlled situation. I went when the communal rights were still on and they were spreading. So a lot of emphasis was on what would be public interest, what would be national interest at a given point of time. And these are very complex questions. I'm sure every journalist will have his own her perspective on what needs to be done. But of course, you should not and you cannot be saying things which could, further increase the tension in the area. Your job should be to do primary news gathering in the most fair, objective way, and keep facts which you think can help assuage concerns of people. Because I know, in a zone which is disturbed, like a disaster zone, everything is in a very fluid state. I walked up to a person saying, I want to interview you, and he gets angry with me saying, my brother got washed away 2 hours back. What is there for me to say in the interview? And then I've written 2 research papers on this, an ethical code for disaster journalism and challenges of news gathering in a disaster zone. That you need a spatial methodology when you're interviewing people in a disaster zone. Same methodology, same SOP needs to be developed to do the kind of shoot you were doing. Your experience shows that you are not trained for that. And that is the challenge that you have in before you start your professional career, that you start having an SOP on what would be your standard operating methodology when you go to a disaster zone or to any social zone which is disturbed, whether communal rights or it's a cyclone. It's everywhere, it's a chaos. So it's very important that you respect the privacy of people. And there will always be people who would not be willing to speak. Don't speak to them.
So just to clarify, I tried to address this problem by doing one thing. The area was predominantly Muslim, Christian, and Maharashtrian crowd, which was diverse in terms of caste. So, sorry, sir, sorry. I'll just get back to you.
Just as a last comment, Priyanka would like to add to Deepu's comments and question.
Yeah, so as Himanshu sir also addressed it very well, one thing we need to keep in mind whenever we are going such a places where we are not familiar to them and they are not familiar to us. So we really need to earn the trust of people. Why would they share their information with us? I'm not here to just give a lecture on research or reporting ethics, but this is very important thing that we cannot treat human beings as just our subjects. We need to really empathize with them. We need to really, ask them how they are, how are their lives, and etc. etc. So no simple answer to this, but just we need to gain their trust. Just sharing small example. A couple of months ago, there was lynching cases of Lukman Ansari and Afan Ansari in Maharashtra only. It happened nearby Nasik, and I went to Afan Ansari's family 3 times. The family was in a mourning state. So I waited there for hours. I tried to speak to them. But when I got to know this family is at the moment now not comfortable to share anything with me, I just came back. I cannot force people. I cannot, I thought maybe it will take time. I will follow up that story again. I'll visit that home again. But we really need to trust, gain the trust of people, and we really need to not believe the Islamophobic propaganda which is spread nowadays, and have real conversations, have real friendships with people, so that we can, collaboratively work with the sections of the society. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. As we move towards closer of this session, may I request all the panelists to please come forward and have a group photo. I also request Gargil Guruji, Dheeraj sir, and Sridhar Pebisetti sir to please join us on the dais.
This discussion has indeed As we draw this enlightening panel discussion on inclusivity and media to a close, We now request Dr. Vishal Gule, Associate Professor, Program Director, School of Liberal Arts, MIT World Peace University, to come to the dais and deliver the vote of thanks.
Guys, I'm going to keep it very short. I would like to congratulate the organizers first for bringing up such a balanced panel for this discussion, because the topic was inclusivity in media. And would like to thank you, Kalki Subramaniam, because sensation in the news is something and true representation is something else. And she bring the point of the trans community, and would really like to thank you and wish her all the best for future journey. I would also like to thank Himanshu sir for guiding us through the actual realities and happenings in the new age media coverage, and certain photographs and certain insights that he shared was very valuable. Thank you very much, sir. I would also like to thank Priyanka ji for bringing the true sense of inclusivity in terms of inclusivity in media. And I would like to thank Parimal sir, Professor Parimal sir, for chairing the session, balancing the session, and making this session very interesting and insightful. Would like to thank you all the participants for being here and being patient for this session. Thank you very much.
highlight of the National Conference on Media and Journalism. We are here for the AI and Media panel discussion, where we have the privilege of hosting knowledgeable individuals who will offer their valuable insights on a trending topic of great relevance to our media engaged society.
Without further ado, I would like to welcome our respected chair and panelists. I request Mr. Samrat Phadnis, Mr. Ritesh Bhatia, Ms. Nirali Bhatia, Mr. Rajesh Mahapatra, Mr. Abhijit Panse, Mr. Niranjan Pednekar, Mr. Dheeraj Singh, Mr. Abhinav Tiwari, Mr. Akshay Dhume, and Pandit Vasantrao Gadgilji. Let's have a big round of applause.
I would now like to request the dignitaries to felicitate the chair of this session, Mr. Samrat Phadnis.
Mr. Samrat Phadnis. Mr. Samrat Phadnis is the editor for traditional and digital media of the Sakar Media Group. He is a specialist in digital transformation, media convergence, and social media innovations. Prior to this, Mr. Phadnis was the resident editor with Sakar Group, where he specialized in providing solutions to advertisers in integrating digital with the print media by understanding language user behavior.
I would now like to request the dignitaries to felicitate Mr. Ritesh Bhatia. Ritesh Bhatia is a seasoned cybercrime investigator and cybersecurity and data privacy consultant with over 20 years of expertise in the field of cyberspace. Mr. Bhatia holds examiner designation from the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners USA and is widely recognized for his skills in the cybercrime investigation.
I would now like to request the dignitaries to felicitate Ms. Nirali Bhatia. Ms. Bhatia is a highly regarded cyber psychologist and psychotherapist with over a decade of experience in counseling and training. She is the founder of the anti-cyberbullying organization CyberBAP that stands for Cyberbullying Awareness, Action and Prevention, and also serves as the director of V4 Web Technologies Private Limited, a web solutions and cybersecurity company.
I would now like to request the dignitaries to felicitate Mr. Rajesh Mahapatra. Mr. Mahapatra has been, at various points of the last 30 years, a business journalist, political analyst, public policy expert, editor, and newsroom leader. He was until recently the editor of Press Trust of India, the country's premier news agency. He's also the founder-director of Odisha Dialogues, a non-partisan thought leadership forum that promotes Odisha-focused research and advocacy.
I would now like to request the dignitaries to felicitate Mr. Abhijit Panse. Mr. Panse is a renowned director, producer, writer, and actor in the Marathi film industry and the co-founder of Ravan Productions. His Bollywood debut was as the director of Thackeray, based on the life of the legendary Balasaheb Thackeray. But above all, he is an esteemed and beloved member of the MIT WPU family, where he serves as the creative director and mentor of the newly launched Dadasaheb Phalke International Film School.
I would now like to request the dignitaries to felicitate Mr. Niranjan Pednekar. Mr. Pednekar is currently the head of data science at Sony Research India. His area of research is applying AI to media and entertainment, which also includes applications of generative AI in arts and entertainment. Mr. Niranjan is also a playwright director and has written, adapted or translated over 20 plays. He is the 2018 recipient of the prestigious Tendulkar Dubey Fellowship.
Next, I'd like to request the dignitaries to felicitate Mr. Amitabh Tiwari. Mr. Tiwari is a former corporate and investment banker turned political commentator, election analyst, and strategist. He contributes regularly as a guest columnist to digital media platforms like Money Control, NDTV, The Quint, ABP, India Today, BQ Prime on politics, elections, and economy.
I would now like to request the dignitaries to felicitate Mr. Pandit Vasantrao Gadgil. Mr. Gadgil is a renowned Sanskrit scholar and journalist. Let's have a huge round of applause, please. This plenary session has consistently stood out as a highlight of the National Conference on Media and Journalism. We are here for the AI and Media panel discussion, where we have the privilege of hosting knowledgeable individuals. In this rapidly evolving landscape, we find ourselves at the intersection of technology and media. Over the next hour, we will delve into the profound impacts of AI on media practices, from journalism and filmmaking to marketing and content delivery.
AI has become a prominent and influential force in various fields, spanning from the automotive industry to creative endeavors. This technological disruption has significantly impacted human abilities related to thinking, reasoning, and perception. For instance, recommendation algorithms powered by AI are ubiquitous on platforms like Netflix and Spotify, where they analyze user preferences and viewing history to suggest personalized content, enhancing user engagement and satisfaction. Additionally, AI-driven chatbots and virtual assistants such as Siri and Alexa have become a commonplace, allowing users to interact with media through voice commands and natural language, making content access and control more intuitive.
Furthermore, AI's impact on media is most evident in the realm of journalism. Recently, we saw the rise of one of India's first ever full-time AI news anchors named Sana on Aaj Tak, an Indian leading Hindi news channel owned by TV Today Network. AI anchor Sana has captivated viewers by showcasing her exceptional multilingual expertise during the broadcast. This allows for fast reporting, more extensive coverage, and tailored news experiences for individual readers. However, it also raises concerns about the potential for AI generated fake news and its implications for journalistic integrity.
I would now like to request our esteemed chair to initiate the discussion as we officially commence this plenary session on AI and media.
Thank you, MIT World Peace University, Mass Communication, Media and Journalism Department, especially Dheeraj Singh, who is organizing such kind of events for years. And I'm very happy to join this third session of these kind of events. First of all, let me tell you, we all are here. We are working on content, data, and the analysis of it. And we have most esteemed guest, Pandit Gadgil, who is 94-year-old. And he's a journalist, and we talk about data, and I believe that data scientist is here and political analyst is here. They can shed more lights, but when we say that data is most important in AI, in machine learning, then for us, for media students, Gadgil is like a data machine. So as long as more as you can possibly extract questions, answers from him, it will be helpful. Let me be brief because we have two additional panelists here and I have an order to follow. As a media researcher, I believe that since 1780 when we started, India started its Hickey's Gazette, the emergence of so-called modern media. Prior to that, there were media forms, but those were not called as a mass media. Since 1780, Hickey's Gazette to till date, when we are talking just anchors, we are talking about the AI models, the AI-driven anchors. So the transition of last 200 years always had gone through a discussion point whether the technology will impact the media adversely or not. And I believe since 2002, I am working on digital media especially, and I had seen that discussions are far more from the negative perspective, and on ground, actually, people have more benefited of the technology. So मुझे हमेशा ऐसा लगता है कि टेक्नोलॉजी का हम जितना निगेटिव सोचते हैं उतना इम्पैक्ट मीडिया पे निगेटिवली होता नहीं है बट निगेटिव थिंकिंग का एक एडवांटेज इतना ही होता है कि वी एक्चुअली इनवाइट मोर रेगुलेशंस मोर रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशंस फॉर द मीडिया एंड उससे एक मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म क्रिएट हो जाता है 1780 में फर्स्ट मीडिया हिकीज गैजेट नाम से न्यूज़पेपर इंडिया में शुरू हुआ उसके बाद 143 ईयर्स के बाद रेडियो आया व्हेन रेडियो इमर्ज इवन केसरी लाइक newspaper in Pune used to discuss how it will impact readers, how it will impact society. क्योंकि now the news are, you are going to hear the news, not reading the news. उसके बाद 1959 में जब टेलीविज़न इंडिया में आया, then we again discuss how it will impact media and how people are going to see, so they will not listen, they will not read the things. Then 1982 में जब color television आया, then similar discussion happened. Now nobody will listen anything, nobody will read newspapers because we have a color television in hand. And uske baad 20 years later, we again discuss same thing in 2002 when internet was started in 1995, settled by 7-8 years. And for the first time, we believe that there is a thing called Orkut that can actually have interaction between user and content creator and the respondent. So since 2005, we are discussing how it is going to impact the media. I am talking about news media prominently because I belong to the news media and other people can also shed their lights. But since 2005 till 2014, we discussed about how it is going to have massive impact on television, everything. And in last 3-5 years, we are discussing how AI is going to impact, especially after the emergence of ChatGPT in December 2022. We are believing that, okay, everything will be changed and we will have a massive drastic change in the media platforms. But I do believe that these kind of things always had added value to the audience. So 16-year-old boy or girl have more information than I used to have, than my father used to have, than my grandfather used to have. So that information transformation, the speed of information transformation has increased so much nowadays that it is very hardly we are able to digest. उसका जो analysis है, उसका जो meaning है, information अभी सभी के पास it's a singular layer से information available है. Now the challenge is to convert that information into utility or knowledge. तो मुझे हमेशा पिछले 2 साल से हम AI के बारे में impact of AI on news media especially हम जब discuss करते हैं तो I believe that journalism has more opportunity than the challenges. There are 2 challenges what I believe. First is obviously misinformation. You can create fake news and you can mislead anybody. That we are already facing for last 7-8 years through social media. So we know what is fake, what is not fake, and we are making regulations so that we will have a comprehensive digital media policy. Second part that I believe that people are, we often get a discussion that no, there will be no jobs. But I had seen that there was a zero. I had worked in Marathi and English newspapers. So there was a time when our IT department used to ban using internet, used to ban using social media. Now we recruit social media content creators. So there is a hardly any similarity between what we had thought that it will social media is harmful, digital media using internet is harmful, to having own independent digital media channels as well as digital media business. So the discussion about losing job, I don't think it will stand much in next 5 to 10 years, but definitely there will be a challenge of digital haves and digital have not. So जिनके पास AI digital media के skill set adopt करने की capacity है, those will have more future. जिनके पास नहीं है, उनका they will shift to the another media or another business or another kind of skills whatever they have, but इसका meaning ऐसा नहीं होगा कि ये पूरा चलेगा ही नहीं. I will take a simple example and stop here. The example is about हॉटस्टार. जब 2 दिन पहले इंडिया पाकिस्तान की मैच थी, हॉटस्टार में more than few crore people were watching. That was not, and Hotstar knows everything, their content, what they like, what they dislike, how much time they spend on media. So iska analysis is more future. Iska analysis, specified services is more future in AI driven world is what I believe. With this opening remark, I will start the discussion with Ritesh Bhatia ji, founder and director V4 Web Cyber Security Cyber Expert. I would like to know his views about the AI and media platforms. Thank you.
Thank you, Samrat sir. So firstly, to all my co-panelists, I just want to say that, when I'm going to talk about about AI, I'll be only talking about the negative parts of it. So please don't mind, because I know there may be like 100 great things about it, but then those 1-2 small things which are not right, I'm just going to focus on that. So so I don't mean to bring down AI or anything. No, we've seen the positive things. So have we seen of social media, we've seen of internet. But I, as a cybercrime investigator, I'm always in the dark side. I'm always on the dark side of the internet. So all day and night, I just see this kind of darkness. So that doesn't mean that, okay, internet is not doing good or is of no good. So, when your students were telling about Sana, of Anjana's twin, digital twin. I was just wondering what happens when Arnab creates his own digital twins like that. And it wouldn't be twins at that point of time. I think it will be triplets and quintuplets. So I can just imagine what is going to be at that point of time. So the deepfake is a reality. You've already seen that. In fact, the first ever cybercrime, AI-based cybercrime, was done with the journalist. Any guesses? I mean, do you know about that journalist? No? So the first ever case of deep fake was done with one very popular journalist, Rana Ayub, in case if you know. And a deep fake porn video was created of hers. It was so realistic that, when I was also going through it, we had to check and how real it is and all. Even I couldn't make out the difference. When she saw it, even she started puking and all, because it was that bad. And now I'm talking to you something about what happened 5 years back. But since in 5 years, so I remember that time in 2018, I had given a TEDx talk about the unknown, unseen, and unheard cybercrimes. And that was the time I was talking about deep fakes and deep fake audios also. So those audios have also come today. All I need is just your voice, and a voice which is of let's say a minute or a 2 minute, which I can get easily while speaking to you. I can record it over the call or anywhere else. And then there are these apps, there are these websites like Resomble.ai, and so many such websites. You just I just have to upload your voice, or Dheeraj sir, if you don't mind, I'll take your example. If I just take Dheeraj's voice, I'll be able to clone it, and then I can make you say whatever I want to make you say. So at that point of time in 2018, when I was talking at TEDx, they said, what is this, like a Black Mirror episode? This is rubbish. This can't happen. And now worldwide, these cases are happening. Forget worldwide. When 5 years back, we spoke about something that happened with Rana. Just 5 weeks back, something happened with a particular person in Kerala. He gets a call from his ex-colleague. Now, both of them are retired. They know each other. And they're happily chatting and talking and everything. They're talking about their old days, about the other colleagues, and things like that. And then he says, listen, I just want 40,000 rupees. Now, that was not a big amount as such. That was really a small amount. He just says, okay, I just want 40,000 rupees, if you can do that. He says, I don't mind giving it to you, but can you please come on a video call? The guys at the back, please, can you just maintain some silence? Thank you. So
he says, can you just come on a video call? So this guy comes on a video call and he says, oh, okay. It's not that I didn't trust you, but fine, there are too many scams happening. I'll transfer the 40,000. He transfers the 40,000. And after some time, he finds out that this was not him. Then who was it? Was it his twin? Was it his somebody else? What was it? This was deepfake. So something that's happened so recently. And now when we watch Astak also, it's so rare that, it's so difficult to find out whether this is the real Anjana or not. Just imagine the impact that it is going to create. We are entering into an election time, even in the corporates, because I saw a lot of corporate cases, cybercrime cases. Over there, imagine a CEO saying that, listen, get me these files. Or in a defense organization, the commander telling to his junior, I just need this particular data, just bring it immediately. And he does it through a video call, through an audio call. And then later on he says, no, it's not there. Imagine about grandparent scams. It's actually called as the grandparent scams. What will happen over here? You're sitting over here right now. Let's say you don't have a network also. And then your grandfather or your parents, they get a video call of you crying that, listen, dad or dada, I'm in great trouble. Please help me out. And you're crying and everything, all such kind of things. And, your parents will just transfer the money because they see you in distress. They show that you're in a hospital or you're somewhere else. And they just transfer the money. They believe what they see you. But is that you? No. Now, are these like some fiction of imaginations that I'm talking about? No. These have happened. Just Google about this and you will see that just very recently, even in China, this happened. The mother got the call from the daughter where she's shown that she's bleeding and everything like that. And then she's saying, I have been kidnapped. Please transfer the money to this particular ID, to this particular man. And then the guy takes over and all that. The guy was a deep fake, the girl was a deep fake. In fact, now when I told you about the Kerala story, I just want you to whenever you go back home, just Google Kerala deep fake, but put the word brute ahead. So brute is a platform, okay? And the chief editor of that is, not the chief editor, senior editor over there is narrating this entire story as to what had happened. The senior editor over there who's narrating the story is not a human. She herself is a deepfake. She came up with the idea, let me narrate this deepfake story by being a deepfake myself. So she just uploaded her face, she uploaded her voice, and in 10 minutes, the entire script was ready. So this is where we are. This is the reality and the risk. I've already told you, and there will be many more risks to come. As far as job displacements are concerned, you said it's not happening much. But according to our study, what we see, because we are part of so many groups and all that, we've already seen, especially in our cybersecurity industry and all, a lot of job displacements have happened. It is impacting even you people who would become like kind of content writers and all. Today we don't need, like Nirali will tell you about content also. She keeps needing. Today ChatGPT does the work. But the bigger concern is the biases. And who's giving the biases? It's us. Because kind of questions we are asking to ChatGPT also. If you see, you try giving a command to ChatGPT and then come back to it after 10 hours. It still remembers, oh, you were discussing about this particular logo that you wanted to create, right? Is this in relation to that? It's as good as you are just speaking to a human being. Try out the the emotional part of it. That I'm not feeling good, I'm not feeling this thing. And then just see, you will actually feel that you are just going in the flow and conversing with a counselor as such. So the biases is another thing that's going to impact. And just imagine now during the election times, world over I'm talking about, you getting audio messages or video messages of, let's say, well-known celebrities, industrialists, politicians, anyone saying, don't do this, this can be this thing. I have no faith in this particular government, or I don't have faith in this particular political leader, or anything. The communal tensions, which are already over there, but it's just going to increase because, as Samratji said, about the disinformation, about the misinformation. So, yes, in all my talks, I always end up with like, okay, what's the solution? By the time the big giants who themselves have created these things come up with, I know there's a talk about ethics and this and that, but after seeing the internet, after seeing the social media, I don't think so ethics is anywhere there, especially with the social media. I'm talking about Marx, all his initiatives and all. I just don't see ethics anywhere. If they were there, we wouldn't be having an organization that Nirali started called as Cyber BAP. It stands for Cyber Bullying Awareness, Action and Prevention. With so much of harassment happening, I wish there were like ethics and things like that. But then that's kind of wishful thinking. Yes, I'm ending. Um, as I was saying in all my talks, I just end up with this thing. With this generation, we always use the word POV everywhere. This is my POV, this is my point of view. So I'm going to tell you, there are 3 tools. Just download that, and I'm sure you're going to be safe. So first is, don't try to look in your App Store or Google Play Store. It's just you need to download in your head. P is practice the pause. Of course, the credit goes to Nirali for coming up with this term. By the way, we are known as the cyber couple of India. So I'm just telling you that. So P stands for practice the pause. Pause. When you see some information like this, pause. You don't have to kind of react. Then O, instead of O, use it as 0. The 0 trust. I don't trust this information that has come. The moment you say that, you will automatically go to the third tool, and that third tool is verify. Let me verify if Sana is really speaking the truth or not. Let me go and verify. Because tomorrow, imagine a person like me who can just enter into Aztec Studios and somehow I get access to Sana. I can actually do something called as AI poisoning. And now Sana, who's pro a particular party, will be speaking against it. So there are big risks also, AI poisoning and other things. And I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to get into that technical. But this is what it is going to be. So for us, right now, there is no other technology that is going to safeguard us. It is only we people, and if we implement this particular thing of practice the pause, 0 trust, as far as cyber is concerned, don't trust anything, and then verify, I think we all will be safe. Thank you so much.
Now it's your turn actually. We listen 50% part of the cyber threat. Now it's Nirali's.
Good afternoon, friends, and thank you, MIT, for having us over here. While Ritesh has spoken to you about the dangers from a perspective of being a consumer, consumer as in consuming information, I'll also throw light on when you're creating that information, because I believe that you all are journalism students and that's where your future lies, where you're going to create the information with the help of AI or without the help of AI. So like even my, our chairperson has said that technology never is bad or good in itself. What makes it good or bad is the intent with which you're using. Like Ritesh said, that social media is not having ethics. It's not that the social media is bad or good. There are lots of goods and there are lots of bad. It's for what purpose you're using, with what intent you're applying, is what changes this whole thing. Now, cyber being a very emotionally triggering, or rather a psychological space, and hence every single action or intervention, whatever you do in online space, is not only going to have impact on your profession and personal life, but also on your emotional well-being. And not just yours, even to the person who you are influencing knowingly or unknowingly. And what I believe is that as the technology is becoming more and more independent, more powerful in terms of not dependent on human, the responsibility on us humans is increasing. So while we have a lot of tech to help us, to facilitate our work, to get right information in the shortest possible time, but what is the core of media or journalism is the whole opportunity to verify and validate. When we started with the print medium, we did have a place where we could write back saying that, how can you verify this? So there was somebody to take that ownership. But with the emergence of social media and how the digital citizens are themselves now becoming news creators and media creators, the question that arises for all of us to think about is, where does this buck actually stop? Who is going to take the ownership of the content that we are creating? So that's number one point that all of us need to think about every now and then, either when you're creating content or when you are spending your social currency. Social currency is made up of your likes, your posts, your comments, things that you endorse, things that you forward, whether with good intent or bad intent, because the intent is not visible in the digital medium. See, when I'm talking to you in person, there is a body language which communicates intent, which gives you the trigger that, okay, this is genuine, this is not genuine, ये मजाक था कि ये taunt था. But when I am using digital medium to communicate, when we are only texting, none of this is visible. And hence, that kind of responsibility lies with the content creator, which is what y'all are going to be tomorrow. The second flip side of technology-enabled content creation is also overload of technology, or rather overload of information. With too much of information, we are always at the threshold of being paranoid. So, for example, if you're following any specific news, whether it is the war that's happening in Israel, whether it is any particular cause that you're following, if you are going to follow that one particular cause, the amount of information that you get from different perspectives or from a unilateral perspective, in both the cases, it's not a balanced one. And that's where it creates a problem. It triggers in us that, am I being subtly radicalized, or am I really, really learning from this and being able to make our perspectives? That's what the responsibility of a good journalist is, that you share information, put your perspective, and allow people to make their own perspectives as well. The third point is also over-dependence on technology. So since I practice as a counseling psychologist, I do get clients from multiple areas of life, and I do have some, clients who are also from media background. What is happening is, like, initially, so to give you a very simple example, let's say if you've started your career before the tech era, you were very confident of your source of information, of the piece that you have written, and you go and give it to your editor, and there it goes. Now there is a step in between where we will put it through certain AI-enabled tools to make our English proper or verify the information, etc. So that dependence, when it gets more and more, is where you start losing your own confidence. Your entire perspective is lost in that bargain. So that is another area which you can think about, as in, like, how much are you using technology? It can be an aid, but it cannot substitute your intellectual capacity. Another point is in terms of overload of information. If we go and take it forward, then it is also at a threshold of making us dependent and addictive. So I've come across so many young students who cannot do without this technology. So while you're using this in your whatever profession and whatever field you are, you must learn to draw an appropriate line to create create a balance where the dependence is not so much that neither the confidence is lost and nor you are at the borderline of being addicted to that particular technology. And lastly, what I feel that being a journalist student, a journalism student or a media student, the massive responsibility of sharing rightful information and sensitizing people is what is important. But unfortunately, with the overload of information, with the information that is created via a technology, instead of sensitizing, we all are leading towards being desensitized. Like, let me ask you, uh, we all are aware, and we all must be using certain apps to give us the latest news and information. Gone are the days where people are spending that time over tea table reading newspapers. It's always on the go, where certain apps are going to give you those kind of highlights. Look, this is what's happening, this is what's happening, even if it is as worse as so many people's lives going. But the amount of information that is revolving around it, instead of sensitizing us or making us feel empathetic, it has actually in turn started desensitizing us, making us less empathetic. We just read the headline and we just give it a pass. How many of us actually open, read, and then feel, what can I do about it? That is what actual role of any kind of a media person should be. So these are primarily the points when we are using technology is what we need to understand, make it a right balance and right mix. And lastly, before I really wind up and say, I also want to leave you all with a thought that all of us are over here consumers of social media content. Unfortunately, social media is, instead of just being consumers, it is also converting us into becoming the jury, the judge, the journalist, everything all by ourselves. So that is a new, I won't say devil, but it is a new nuisance that we all have to be thinking about. That, am I really making an opinion out of this? Have I already decided? Or have I made my, entire judgment over this? So if you ask that question to yourself, you will be in a better position to understand what you are creating as a content. How is your audience going to perceive it? Is it going to lead them to become a judge or a jury, or is it going to sensitize them? So thank you so much. I would want to leave it at this for you all to think about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Nirali ji. There is a word called verification, both discussed, and in news media, verification or verified content is synonymous with the PTI, Press Trust of India, that an organization that was formed by editors of India, and it is still it's a sustainable organization that provides authentic news stories about India, not only to the Indian news outlets but across the world. So PTI often depicts the picture of India. It's a mirror for foreign media to see what is happening in India, and it is also a picture. It is also a mirror for news outlets in India to see what is happening in Bengal, Kerala, or any other parts of the India. So I welcome and request Rajesh sir to speak about his views in the media transition and AI implementation in the news media.
Thank you very much. Thank you, MIT, for giving me this opportunity. I think before I go on to talk about the topic of the day, just a few clarifications. PTI was actually formed by a newspaper organization, so the owners of the newspapers own it, not the editors. Actually, journalists get to own very little. Yeah, and secondly, just another disclaimer, I was the editor of Press Trust of India for a very short tenure. So I joined them last year and I quit last August. I mean, this August. But yes, I agree with the rest of the things. It's a great organization. It remains, but it also faces the same danger as some of the things that we talked with the advent of digital technology. And but bulk of my time was spent at Hindustan Times, where I drove the digital transformation. And maybe I'll lean on that experience of mine dive into the topic that you have stated. But before that, I think after this there is a valedictory session, and I came yesterday. I also came down here, and today since morning I have been here. I think before I proceed, we need to give a big hand to the student volunteers. I think many of them are outside who have made it a grand success, and I've been seeing them, how dedicatedly they have been working to make this a success. I think Dheeraj bhai, they should get something special. Something special. Yeah, I saw a few volunteers working as late as 11 p.m. last night. So I thought it is just fair that I should mention about it. Okay, going back. So I was talking about Hindustan Times, and there was a time when I was a print guy. And my son, who was growing up, because he was a journalist's son, probably his teachers made him the newsroom monitor, newspaper monitor, wherein from nursery to KG1, KG2, class 1, class 2, you very proudly pick up the newspaper and go and read the headlines. That's how it began. Somewhere around 2011 or 12, when I became the executive editor of Hindustan Times, and I had this responsibility of how to oversee an expansion for the company, I started noticing that my son is no longer reading the newspaper. I used to get depressed. And then I said, this was not expected of him. But then slowly I also observed that many times when I would come back and I would talk about some news to my wife, and he would butt in and he would give his comments. I realized that he is following news. He has gone off the newspaper, but he is following news. And that day, this print man decided that if I have to stay relevant to my son's generation, I should figure out what this digital based is all about. And that's how my journey began. And as luck would have it, just when I became the executive editor, the digital editor was around that time leaving, and he went to Hotstar or Star News, Vijay Jangthapa. And my editor-in-chief said, you don't know anything about digital, but you are a people guy, and digital needs a people guy. Can you take charge of that? And that's how my learning and journey began with digital. What is it that I figured? And probably I had some success, so probably I figured it right. So the big break, and this is what I want all of you students of journalism want to understand. The big departure point from print and conventional media, even television, vis-a-vis digital is, one is based on a model of content delivery. The other is based on a model of content discovery. In the newspaper world, we produced the newspaper, we printed them through a predictable vendor chain. We took it to your doorstep or to the newsstands. The news producers, in a way, controlled a good part of the value chain. In digital, it is about your content getting discovered. Discovered through search, discovered through social, discovered through referral. In other words, a big part of the news value chain is no longer controlled by the producers of content. It is controlled by platform companies. This is the second big difference that comes. The second big difference is that in a newspaper, in a television channel, we know how many people, we have an idea about our readership or a viewership. That my newspaper is read by 4 million people across India. My television channel, Falana program, is watched by XYZ million. But I don't know who are they, where do they live, what do they do for a living, what do they do when it comes to consuming the content that I'm giving them. Digital made it possible that you can get to know who is your audience, what is he reading, how is he engaging, where is he going after he is engaging with you, where is coming from when he's about to engage with you. It became possible for you to track all these things. Now you started getting to know a lot about audience. Yet at the same time, the audience also knows that you are getting to know what he wants. And then that is where the third difference came, which is demand for personalized content. When the audience knows that you can track my behavior, I expect you to give me things that I want to engage. So personalization became the third big thing. Now these three things were the theme till the time I was in full-time journalism. Cross 2020, we have a new dynamics, which is the game-changing dynamics called artificial intelligence. That kicks in. Now, all of you know about artificial intelligence, I assume. Most people are concerned with whether it will take away jobs, what it will do. I'm an optimist. And I think, there is a very proverbial saying that in life, the only thing constant is change. We are continually changing. We are continually getting better. So, let me tell you a small episode. When I was getting married, the domestic help, her name was Gomti, very affectionate lady, she kept telling me, Bhaiya, bhavi aa rahe hain, washing machine kharid lo. Then bhavi aa gayi, Bhaiya, bhavi aa gayi, washing machine kharid lo. मैंने कहा washing machine खरीद लो तो खरीद लिया तो तेरी तो नौकरी चली जाएगी. She used to do the झाड़ू पोछा and कपड़ा. He said, नहीं मेरे को कपड़ा नहीं करना पड़ेगा ना, अभी तो आप डस्टिंग नहीं करवाते हो, भाभी आ जाएगी तो सामान सजेगा, डस्टिंग होगा, तो मेरा कौन सा तनख्वाह कम होने वाला है. So, the history of technology changes have shown us that yes, you do lose jobs initially, but you gain jobs elsewhere. At the end of the day, productivity growth happens. At the end of the day, economy expands. At the end of the day, opportunities come up. So for one, I take on board all the concerns that Ritesh and Nirali have mentioned. Others, I'm sure, will bring up. Those are very valid concerns. We will have to fight. And how do we fight it? We will have to fight it with better journalism. So let me just I've got 3 more minutes. Let me just say that you will have to give me 1 more minute after I met. Now, if you thought journalism is all about transcribing about who is saying what, because that is not journalism is. But if you lived under that facade of doing a job that was all about he said reporting, yes, your job certainly is in danger. Because for the what, it is not artificial intelligence. Ever since social media came, I don't need to tell you. In the earlier session, I think Himanshu illustrated. In the government, there was a time when people used to take pride in having access to get that notice. Everything goes up on the site. Everything goes out in the Twitter. With artificial intelligence, Narendra Modi or Rahul Gandhi, whenever they are speaking, they are live. Everything can be transcribed. I work for Press Trust of India. The short while I worked, I used to every day tell my reporters, look, the job today you are flashing, listening to Narendra Modi. There is already technology, I can deploy it right away. It is intelligent enough to know the patterns as to what will be a news alert. It will make you redundant. That is not journalism. And if you thought that was journalism, yes, your job is in danger. If reading out a pre-prepared text as a television anchor, if you thought that was what made you a star and a celebrity, your job is in danger, Sana will take it. But if your journalism is about the so what, if it is about the what next, if your journalism is built on the basis of certain domain expertise, be assured it's not going to go away. Now, I don't know how many of you have already started embracing ChatGPT. Can you raise your hand? How many of you have tried ChatGPT? Oh, good. So the basic thing starts with writing a prompt, right? Now, what Ritesh and Samrat said, one of the concerns is bias creeping. How do you become a good journalist with your writing leveraging artificial intelligence where biases do not creep in? It lies in the way you architecture the prompt. How do you ask the question? Now, what is the question? How good are you at asking a knowledge question? That is what is going to be the game changer. How do you ask a knowledge question? Only when you read, write, research yourself. If you don't ask the right question, and why am I optimistic? Like Priyanka said, there are things, disadvantages that they need to overcome when they are trying to be a Dalit journalist. Now, for example, artificial intelligence offers you immense potential for translation and localization. Voice can take over, audio can take over. So a journalist who is not trained or because of his social upbringing is disadvantaged to write, but his thought process is great, his understanding is great, can still become a great journalist leveraging artificial intelligence to some extent. So there is an opportunity. There are many fields, I don't want, time is short. For instance, if I just list out the 10 key areas, content generation, you can leverage AI. Research and fact checking, you can leverage AI. Interviews preparation, that is a great tool. You can actually simulate your interviews. Prepare yourself. Many journalists are, just give me one more minute. So, personalizing content creation. There is a great deal of things you can do. Social media interaction, real-time interaction with audience. Great potential with AI. Now, the bottom line is, you need to know your journalism. You need to be very clear about what journalism is. And this is where my sign-off line is going to be. Journalism is not about information gathering. I mean, it involves. Journalism is not about transcribing. Journalism is not about, breaking exclusives. I mean, it is, but it is not just that. For me, journalism is about creating, nurturing, sustaining an informed citizenry that is so vital for a democracy to flourish. That is what journalism is. If you just take this by heart and then start asking yourself, what does this objective of journalism prompt me to do, you will find the answers and you will also find a way to deal with artificial intelligence. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rajesh sir. It was nice to see people, most of the students are using Chat GPT. So how many of you using GPT-0? Anybody using? It actually detects whether you copied the content from Chat GPT or not. So it is very important for the class teachers actually. Now I would like to go to Niranjan ji. We discussed about data. We are talking about creating content biases, and he is the authority person who can talk about the data. He is a data scientist for Sony Research. Niranjan ji, please proceed.
I was just wondering about the battery because it's been running for some time. So one thing about this brilliant auditorium is that the acoustics are so great that you can hear everyone talking also very nicely. I know what you said 30 minutes ago. Yeah, so, but thanks all for joining today and inviting me here as well. I am Niranjan. I have been a scientist for almost all my adult life, which is more than most of you might be imagining right now. And I have been a theater artist for about 15 years or so. And I have written around 20 plays and directed them and so on. And I've tried using AI in theater as well. About these experiments, if you want to know more, there's a TEDx talk that I have given. It's called Creating a Scene with Science. I did things such as, say for example, if you ask, so there is an actor, and actors are incredibly insecure bunch of people. They want to get close to the character and do a lot of things. They look at the history of the character, this and that. If you just ask ChatGPT, just tell me about this character. Just tell me about 3 adjectives that you would use for this character. So that I just suddenly know about that character in a very concise manner. Tell me about what this character wants in scene 1, in scene 2, in scene 3. And ChatGPT is absolutely brilliant in giving all these to you. It actually eases the work that the actor has to do, because the actor has to come up on the stage and act and has to deliver the lines and has to make you feel something that still the actor is doing. But a lot of earlier work that the actor had to do, which was a sort of a difficult work for the actor, is taken care of. And that's where these generative models are helping us. They are causing deep fakes, but they're also giving us a lot of interesting opportunities, as Rakesh sir mentioned here. Generative models, you know about them, LLMs, large language models, ChatGPT and stuff like that. They're getting better and better. Now you can give images, you can slowly give audio as well, and all of that they process together and generate something for you. You can give an image, generate text, give text, generate image, generate sound. In fact, there is a new technique called chain of thought, in which you just give an overall objective. I want to create an article which on these particular sort of chain of things, and it should sound like this point of view. What it can do is that it will create the text, it will create the structure of the text, it will create the necessary visuals which get generated there. It will create a person or a persona who should deliver this kind of text, and the audio associated with that. All these, when you just specify one top prompt, he said, you need to be responsible for what is generated as a journalist eventually. All this will be generated for you. Things are getting incredibly different as these things unfold every day. So because I'm doing AI, I need to read papers every day. And when I'm reading papers, it's like, when did this come about? I didn't know about this. Man, this is going to change things. And the next thing, there is something else which is going to change things. It's very, very fast. You have to embrace AI as of today. In any profession, you have to embrace AI, is what my idea is. But there's one more problem, and that I would like to talk about. Journalism is about a worldview, right? Each of us has a worldview. This is the way I see the world. How was that worldview generated years ago? What do you think? A bunch of people went for hunting and they killed a giant mammoth, and they came back and said, oh, the mammoth was like this and we hunted like this, and they told stories. Your worldview got created through stories some time ago. What happened later, people started moving from one place to another. Some people traveled and their worldview started creating differently. It's not only Pune that you are looking at. You travel to another place, you get to know more about it, and therefore your worldview changes. Later came artifacts which were delivered to us. Things like newspapers, radio, television. I remember, because Siddharth sir is sitting here, I just wanted to cite you, that's why. Because Siddharth sir is sitting here, there was this program called Surabhi. It's so beautifully illustrated that India is a diverse place. My worldview suddenly became India is a diverse place. And it was the truth which was brought to me by a program like that. An artifact delivered to me actually changed my worldview. What's happening now is that algorithms are changing your worldview. There is a lot of content. You don't have time. You don't have time to even, you in fact have, I'm saying you because you represent the world now. A lot of you represent the world now. You don't have time, you have continuous partial attention. That is, you're continuously attending to multiple platforms on the real world, your phone, WhatsApp, Instagram, X, Y, Z. You're attending to multiple words at the same time and you're giving partial attention to it. So you have dearth of time. This combined with a lot of content getting generated enables algorithms, some of which I am working on, the recommender systems, to give you content. And when the algorithms strive to do that, they have a business goal in mind. They want to say that I want to keep the user engaged to my platform. That's what my business goal is. But what you are getting is a worldview. The algorithms are giving you the worldview. It's not the reality. If you're far right, you're far left, if you're centrist, whatever, the worldview is still today defined by algorithms for most of us who have access to digital media. The algorithms are actually, even if deepfakes get generated, do they reach you? That's the thing. And the algorithms are making them reach you. So the algorithms are really important in my opinion. We use something called collaborative filtering in our recommendation systems. Say, for example, if you are watching content on, say, Netflix, the content that you watch, someone else also watches the same content. And what we say is that that person is watching this content just like you. And I realize that that person has watched this new content or some other content. I think that content will also work for you. So I get that content recommended. Eventually, we are defined by the content that we consume. And the content that we consume give us our worldview. See the cycle this is working in. It's a vicious cycle. It cannot be broken in today's world because of the algorithms. It just cannot be broken. You just got to be aware of this situation, and you just got to be aware of the fact that you are being served specific information. You just need to go out of that. You just need to think of stories. You just need to think of travel, go to other places, find out what is happening there. As journalists, you will get to do that, I hope. And that's how you probably can break the cycle. But most people in the world, I might sound pessimistic here, cannot break the cycle. They will be governed by algorithms for times to come. And times to come have many more powerful models. And I hope that the ethics of AI will prevail eventually and make these algorithms sounder for all of us to use. We are seeing an example today, or like over the last week or so. Not today, that was something else. Over the last week or so, the war has erupted. You can see a variety of things coming. Everyone saying that this is deepfake, that is doctored sound. Mr. Biden is saying, no, I think I got convinced that this is all fake. Someone else is saying this cannot be fake because of this, because of that. You absolutely have no control over your worldview right now. What you will be given, you will feel that. Because there is a humanitarian crisis in general, you just got to come out of the algorithms. How will you do that? Through your journalism. Is that you can keep your conscience. Because that's one thing which AI has not been able to conquer yet. Thanks and all the best to all of you.
Thank you very much, Niranjanji. Very interesting that you are one of the quote that we are defined by the content we consume. That is, as a student and also as a researcher, we should write it down. And now I'm requesting Amitabh Tiwariji, because whatever everybody is saying, they are directly or indirectly pointing towards the political system, and the biggest threat about creating fake content. For years, from USA to Israel to India, we are discussing. When we discuss about fake content, we pointed towards the political system. So, as a political analyst, how do you see the impact of AI or algorithmic controlled behavior on political systems? Amitabhji?
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you for hosting me. Last minute inclusion, so I will not take 12 minutes, so the bell will not be required for me, sort of. So, my name is Amitabh. आप एक तरह से कह सकते हैं कि मैं सोशल और डिजिटल मीडिया की पैदाइश हूँ, क्योंकि अगर सोशल डिजिटल मीडिया नहीं होता तो मैं आज यहाँ पे शायद नहीं बैठा होता. क्योंकि मैं तो इन्वेस्टमेंट बैंकर था, और लाइफ का पहला आर्टिकल मेरा हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स में छपा था, और राजेश सर 2014 लोकसभा चुनाव के टाइम ही वाज द editor in chief in HT at that point of time. So yeah. So digital media actually is a more responsible medium. When I say that, agar if somebody is writing for print media और कुछ गलत उसने लिखा है, if you now go today and try to find out yesterday's newspaper in your house, you will not be able to find. But सोशल डिजिटल मीडिया में आपने कुछ भी लिखा होगा, लोग उसको 10 साल 20 साल पहले का भी आर्टिकल निकाल के लिख देंगे कि आपने 20 साल पहले ये लिखा था. तो एज जर्नलिज्म स्टूडेंट्स एंड एज स्टूडेंट्स ऑफ न्यू मीडिया, वी हैव टू बी मोर रिस्पॉन्सिबल. द मीडियम इटसेल्फ हैज इनबिल्ट अकाउंटेबिलिटी. अब now let's talk about AI being used in politics and elections, how it is used. So AI is being used in politics and elections by a lot of political parties and leaders, essentially for sentiment analysis. कि जो भी tweets या posts political parties या leaders Twitter, Facebook, Instagram पे कर रहे हैं, उसके ऊपर जो audience का engagement और reaction है, उसका टोन क्या है? Is that positive? Is it negative? Is it neutral? So that is how it is being used. Still, it's not there, but of course, because the codes have to be written by humans, it will take some time to reach to a particular level. Second is AI is also being used by some startups to predict the electoral results on the basis of chatter in the social media. ये भी बहुत लोग कर रहे हैं. इसमें से बहुत ज़्यादा लोग फेल ही हुए हैं. अगर मैं आपको यूपी 2019 एग्जाम्पल इफ वी टेक, most of these AI based survey tools or election predicting tools said that the Mahagathbandhan would win a massive number of seats, but the BJP managed to hold on to its position. Now talking about the pitfalls, which is a fake news. So AI is being used by political parties and leaders to generate fake news, and that fake news is very difficult to actually decipher that it is fake. You will see many fake news actually getting published as articles in traditional print media, and then at a later point of time we realize that it is fake news. अब जब हम लोग पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज के लिए काम करते हैं तो फेक न्यूज का काउंटर फेक न्यूज ही होता है. अब एथिक्स और ये सारी बातें हैं अपनी जगह पे. फेक न्यूज कैन बी काउंटर्ड ओनली बाय फेक न्यूज. That's the reality, that's the truth. And fake news is generally has to be countered in the medium in which the fake news was generated. अगर fake news Facebook पे generate हुआ है और मैं उसका counter press conference में दूंगा तो ये चलेगा नहीं. तो it has to be negated at the source, and it's generally another fake news to divert attention, because by the time you realize that it is fake news and by the time you counter it, it has already had its impact. Because you must have studied news reports in which there are many political parties which have formed WhatsApp groups up to the booth level. So if there is anything which needs to be transmitted to the ultimate voter in a village, it normally does not take more than 24 hours if a party has a good system of communication established and WhatsApp groups established. तो फेक न्यूज़ का काउंटर फेक न्यूज़ ही हो सकता है. ये एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है. इसको कैसे निगेट किया जाए, न्यूट्रलाइज किया जाए, इसके ऊपर बहुत सारी बातें हैं. अब एज कंटेंट क्रिएटर्स, लेट्स से चैट जीपीटी मैंने एक बार डाउनलोड किया था, 2-3 सवाल पूछे, उसके बाद मैंने उसको अनइंस्टॉल कर दिया. तो anything cannot be your strength if it is available to everybody. चैट जीपीटी, अगर आप जर्नलिज्म के स्टूडेंट्स हैं, स्टार्ट करेंगे अपना जॉब, किसी भी मीडिया हाउस में जाएंगे, सो सबके पास चैट जीपीटी है ना, तो वो आपका स्ट्रेंथ कैसे हुआ, आपका वो एडवांटेज कैसे हुआ? अनलेस यू नो हाउ टू पुट प्रॉपर प्रॉम्प्ट और यू नो हाउ टू गेट द बेस्ट आउट ऑफ चैट जीपीटी, which is fairly difficult because it is a science as well as an art. It takes time. Or, as sir mentioned, many journalists have been fired from jobs because their articles were copied from chat GPT. So we have, including the World Cup episode. So we have to be also very cautious when we are using these technological tools. Now, we are also talking about the AI anchors. Can they replace the Arnabs and the Rajdeep Sardesais of the world? तो AI anchors कहाँ पे आए हैं? वेदर न्यूज में, प्राइम टाइम पे AI anchors cannot replace the real anchors. AI anchors are being used for weather news. Then they might make an entry into a very standardized or a generic type of news, which used to happen earlier, very early in DD days, that these are the 10 news of this day, correct? और अगर आप opinion लिखते हैं, because as journalists ultimately, you have to write also your take on certain things. तो जब आप opinion लिख रहे होते हैं, तो opinion तो में कोई भी चैट जीपीटी या कुछ आपका आपकी कोई मदद नहीं कर सकता है, बिकॉज पीपल want to know what is your opinion, what is in your mind, and everybody has his or her own style of writing. जब आप चैट जीपीटी से कोई कंटेंट उठा करके अपने किसी पीस में लिखते हैं, तो उसमें वो भाव नहीं होता है, भाव नहीं होगा, वो भावना नहीं है उसमें, उसमें मिसिंग है, क्योंकि वो एक टूल ने आपको दिया है वो लिख करके. और चैलेंजेस, ऑफ कोर्स फेक न्यूज एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है, कैसे निपटा जाएगा? आई डोंट हैव द आंसर्स, परहैप्स नोबडी हैज द आंसर आल्सो. और these AI tools have to be used to increase our effectiveness. अब जिसमें बहुत सारा टाइम लग रहा है, वो हमको, मुझे तो चैट जीपीटी कहीं ना कहीं कई बार एक विकीपीडिया ही लगता है. But Wikipedia still today is not a credible source. If you put source as a Wikipedia, then it is not taken very gently. It is considered negative because Wikipedia itself is sourcing articles or news from a lot of other places, correct? And can it take our jobs? See, what is also happening is that because of globalization, the way we consume content and the type of content we consume. Today, everybody in India is an Israel-Hamas war expert. अभी इंटरेस्ट कितना है आप देखिए इजराइल हमास वॉर में. मणिपुर में क्या हो रहा है ये किसी को नहीं पता. उस दिन ट्रेन एक्सीडेंट हो गया, 10-15 लोग मर गए, उसके बारे में कोई सोच ही नहीं रहा है. वो 5 लोग अगर वहां मर गए, उसके बारे में हम लोग आंसू बहाए जा रहे हैं. 5 लोग नहीं मरे, बहुत सारे मरे, बट I'm just saying, giving an example. So the type of content we are consuming is changing because we have become global citizens. So that means that there is also now a lot of appetite for global or world news, which was perhaps not there earlier, or which was limited to a very niche audience. लेकिन आज गांव में भी जो बंदा बैठा है, उसको भी ये जानना है कि भाई जो गाजा इस पे हॉस्पिटल पे स्ट्राइक हुआ है वो किसने किया है, और उसका बहुत है इंटरेस्ट उसमें. तो होगा क्या कि इट इज एक्चुअली अ बून फॉर अ लॉट ऑफ मीडिया पीपल एंड स्टूडेंट्स लाइक यू, बिकॉज यू गेट अ चांस टू मूव अवे फ्रॉम मंडेन एंड जेनेरिक स्टफ to do the actual real stuff, as Rajesh ji was mentioning. And with this, I conclude my remarks. Thank you so much.
थैंक यू अमिताभ जी, थैंक यू. यहाँ पे बाइसिकल बचपन में चलाई ऐसे कोई कौन है? जितना तो 200 साल पहले when bicycle started in the world, so newspaper wrote an article that it will impact reproductive system and nobody should ride on it. Technologies जब भी नहीं आती है तो there is always a skepticism about adopting that technology, और जब भी when it evolves आगे जाती है, then so nobody invented atomic energy to kill the people. Definitely it killed the people, and उसके बाद for 70 years we are still fighting nuclear wars and other things. Discussion होना technology, it should be in the discourse, it should be in the discussion, the impacts, and क्योंकि एक निराली जी ने जो एक सेंटेंस बोला था, the intent of using the technology is more important. हम लास्ट जो स्पीकर है उनके पास जाने से पहले आई वाज डिस्कसिंग अबाउट इट, क्योंकि ही इज 94 ईयर ओल्ड. वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट हाउ द वर्ल्ड विल शेप. सो in the last speakers session you will come to know the dialogue and discussions about the media for more than 100 years. So this will be an unique discussion. I will request Vasant Rao ji to speak about his journalism and especially about the Sanskrit journalism that he was supposed to talk. Vasant Rao ji.
श्री हनुमत समारंभाम श्री नारद ऋषि मध्यमाम मेघदूतादि पर्यंत वंदे वार्ताहर परंपरा, वंदे पत्रकारिता परंपरा, हनुमत समारंभाम नारद ऋषि मध्यमाम मेघदूतादि पर्यंताम वंदे पत्रकारिता परंपरा. मैंने इनसे अनुज्ञा मांगी थी कि मुझे 1-2 मिनट संस्कृत में बात करनी है, लेकिन आप सबके सुविधा के लिए मैं संस्कृत में मंगल किया. प्राचीन भारत के जो पत्रकार सृष्टि आद्य हमको जिनको होते हैं, पहला नाम हनुमान का है, दूसरा है नारद महर्षि का, और तीसरा है कालिदास के मेघदूत का. इन एंशंट ग्लोबल इंडिया दोज वर सीनियर मोस्ट जर्नलिस्ट. ये पत्रकारिता का परंपरा आज की नहीं है, अति प्राचीन काल की है, और इसके लिए सर्व भाषाओं की आदि जननी तो संस्कृत भाषा, उस संस्कृत भाषा में रामायण महाभारत जिसकी श्लोक संख्या 1.25 लाख है, उनका पढ़ना हमारे मीडिया जर्नलिज्म के स्टूडेंट्स को आज उतना आसान नहीं रहा. लेकिन मैं समझता हूँ गीता प्रेस गोरखपुर के कोटि रुपए खर्च से एक फार्जिंग भी उन्होंने किसी से डोनेशन लिया नहीं आज तक. ओनली मोस्ट आइडियल पब्लिशर इन द ग्लोब without taking a single farthing as a donation from anyone they are running. तो मैं सब छात्रों को, अभी ज्येष्ठ पत्रकारों का सब मार्गदर्शन मैंने सुना है, लेकिन अंग्रेजी में या हिंदी में आप जैसे पांडित्य मेरे पास न होने से, मैं तो एक पुराना पत्रकार हूँ जिन्होंने 52 से 72 तक 52 से 72 तक आज यहाँ जो सम्राट बैठे हैं ना, वो पत्रकारिता क्षेत्र के सम्राट हैं. उनके जो संस्थापक डॉक्टर नाना साहेब परुलेकर थे, उनके संपादक के काल में उन्होंने मेरे जैसे एक युवा पत्रकार को, जिसका पूरा अध्ययन अध्यापन उन्होंने संभाला, और कहाँ भी पुणे के बाहर किसी को भेजना हो तो टेबल पर बैठकर खाली पीटीआई यूएनआई का अनुवाद करने वाले को मैंने भेजना चाहता हूँ. वो गाडगिल संस्कृत में ओंकारेश्वर से राष्ट्रभवन तक संस्कृत बातें करते फिरता है, उसको बुलाओ. और उन्होंने मुझे सारे भारत में और भारत के बाहर भी दैनिक सकाल का प्रतिनिधि रूप सब जगह 52 to 72 इतने पुराण काल में भेजा है। और जो पत्रकारिता के मेरे तथ्यों में उनके सामने रखता था, उनको फर्स्ट पेज पर एवरी वीक 3 times, नॉट एवरी डे, सोमवार, बुधवार, शुक्रवार, वो फर्स्ट पेज पर प्रकाशित करते थे। और आपको मैंने खाली एक सूची बनाई है जिनसे मैं मिला, सकाल का वार्ताहर और छाया चित्रकार, फोटोग्राफर राजाजी डॉक्टर राजगोपालाचारी। आज के यहाँ के उपस्थितों को इसका वर्तमान न होगा। He was waiting for his first presidentship of India, which was not accepted by Pandit Nehru. He went back to Madras. Chennai name was not that time there. And he accepted same ship of Madras state again. Sakar sent me to see him. I had his interview. I had published it with his photograph. So first interview I had taken for Sakar was of Rajaji, Dr. Rajgopalachari, whom I listened to at Kolhapur Palace Theatre when I was student at Kolhapur in 1944. और जब मैंने उनको बोला मेरा मैं आयु संस्कृत के लिए समर्पण किया है, संस्कृत में ही बात करता हूँ, then he told me you will have to keep in some museum. I told him it will be my defeat in my life if I keep in a museum piece. तो राजगोपालाचारी से मेरी करियर की जर्नलिज्म की शुरुआत डॉक्टर नाना साहेब परोलेकर ने की है। उसके बाद डॉक्टर राजेंद्र प्रसाद की पूना की जो फर्स्ट विजिट हुई एज अ प्रेसिडेंट, आई वॉज asked to cover it with my कैमरा, छोटा कैमरा था, और वो मेरे फोटे राजेंद्र प्रसाद बाबू के पूना के सारे प्रोग्राम के सकाल के फर्स्ट पेज पर और सारी इतर पत्रों को मैंने लिया था। मेरे पास बॉक्स कैमरा था, 3 रुपए, 5 रुपए, 7 रुपए उसका हमको ही मिलता था। बट एज ए नॉट एज ए स्टाफ रिपोर्टर, as a freelance journalist, I worked for 20 years with Sakal paper between 52 to 72. Samrat will tell you about more. Third person, Dr. Radhakrishnan. एक है अनुभव बताता हूँ। ये संस्कृत के लिए मेरा जीवन देने से उनका फर्स्ट स्पीच इन पूना फॉर इनॉग्रेशन ऑफ न्यू इंग्लिश स्कूल तिलक रोड, एज ए फ्लुएंट स्पीकर, बेस्ट स्पीकर, उन्होंने एंड किया एक संस्कृत वचन से, प्रसारय संस्कृत ध्वजम प्रताड़य धर्मध्वजम प्रताड़य संस्कृत दुंदुभिम प्रपूरय धर्मशंखम धर्मं कुरु धर्मं कुरु धर्मं कुरु। दैट डे नाइट एडिशन दैनिक भारत निकाला था संघ पर बंदी आने के बाद। वो संपादक नाइट एडिटर सो गया और मुझे बोला 8 कॉलम में एक हेडिंग बनाओ और ये फर्स्ट पेज पूरा करो। मैं संस्कृत का पक्षपाती होने से प्रसारे धर्मध्वजम प्रताड़े धर्मध्वजमि प्रपूर्य धर्मशंकम धर्मं कुरु धर्मं कुरु धर्मं कुरु 8 कॉलम का हेडिंग दिया। और नेक्स्ट डे जब देखा संपादक ने, वो मेरे मकान में पर्वती पर आया शंका करते करते, अरे मेरा मराठी देने का है और आपने सारा संस्कृत हेडिंग दिया 8 कॉलम का। ऐसे मेरे कोई खास अनुभूति उस समय की है। डॉक्टर राधाकृष्णन, इंदिरा जी, ऑल इंडिया कांग्रेस कमेटी का अहमदाबाद में सेशन था, आई वॉज देयर फॉर सकाल रिपोर्टिंग। आचार्य विनोबा भावे जी के साथ मैंने 10 दिन तक आंध्र में सारा उनके साथ संचार किया था, उसका रिपोर्टिंग किया। डॉक्टर सी.डी. चिंतामणराव देशमुख, वी गिरी, बैरिस्टर सावरकर जी, बी.डी. जत्ती एंड डॉक्टर करण सिंह, ऐसे सारे लोगों के साथ वार्ता करने का भाग्य मुझे मिला। तो मैं संस्कृत पंडित खाली था, जर्नलिज्म का कोई आप जैसा बड़े लोगों का मेरा अनुभव नहीं था, लेकिन मैं सारे छात्र लोगों को एक प्रार्थना करता हूँ, मैं आज भी आप जैसा एक युवा संस्कृत पत्रकारिता का अभ्यास हर दिन प्रातः काल जितने न्यूज़पेपर मेरे पास आते हैं इनका एडिटोरियल मैं पढ़ता हूँ, कौन से किसी के कैसे व्यू है उसका तौलनिक अभ्यास, कंपैरेटिव जर्नलिज्म स्टडी, ये मैं मेरे आदत बनाई है। इसलिए आप आखिर के श्वास तक छात्रता नहीं छोड़ना। आप जितना अध्ययन करेंगे उतने आप अच्छे पत्रकार बनेंगे, अच्छे समाज सेवक बनेंगे, अच्छे राष्ट्र सेवक बनेंगे। इतनी मेरी आपसे प्रार्थना है। और मैं जो विषय लिया था संस्कृत जर्नलिज्म के बारे में वो तो छूट गए है, लेकिन आधा मिनट में बोलता हूँ। संस्कृत जर्नलिज्म जो शुरू हुआ वो भारत में पहले बार जिन्होंने सुनाया वो था अंग्रेजी स्कॉलर फ्रॉम वाराणसी प्रोफेसर विनीस who started पत्रिका काशी विद्या सुधा निधि 1866 में, और त्रिवेंद्रम से पहला संस्कृत दैनिक शुरू हुआ। सो इन द फील्ड ऑफ संस्कृत जर्नलिज्म इतने, और मैं अखिल भारतीय संस्कृत पत्रकार संघ का संस्थापक अध्यक्ष हूँ। आज 40 संस्कृत नियतकालिक भारत में चलते हैं और मेरी शारदा पत्रिका 65 वर्ष की है और अमेरिका जाकर और फिर कनाडा में जाकर वो डेली 5 दिन तक मैं चला के आया हूँ। इसलिए मेरा सारा जीवन संस्कृत पत्रकारिता के लिए मैंने आज भी किया है और आज भी संस्कृत पत्रकारिता जिंदी है। कृपया आप उसका अध्ययन करें। नमो नमः।
10 मिनट में 4 लैंग्वेज बोलने के बाद भी ही वॉज टेलिंग दैट दीज पीपल आर स्टॉलवर्ड्स, वी आर स्टॉलवर्ड्स। सो थैंक यू वेरी मच पंडित जी। नाउ आई रिक्वेस्ट अभिजीत पानसे, डायरेक्टर, क्रिएटिव डायरेक्टर ऑफ दादा साहेब फाल्के इंटरनेशनल फिल्म स्कूल MIT, to present. He has a presentation, so we kept his session last to present his side of the story. Thank you.
Hello. AI is not working. Mine should be ready. Correct. होतंय का? झालं तर सांग, नाही तर विल सांग. वो शुरू होने तक खाना वाना हो गया, नींद वगैरह हो गई सबकी. बोलो भारत माता की. जो सोए उनको जगाने के लिए यार. Okay, let's start. वो अभी तक इंटरनेट से जुड़ा हुआ था. No, yeah, they will. Okay, let me introduce myself. I am Abhijit Panse. I have made a couple of films. Have you watched Reggae? Reggae बघितलाय का कोणी? Reggae is a Marathi film, my debut film. It grabbed more than 28 awards. I'm a Filmfare Best Director also. Please watch Reggae. It's on Z5. Then I have written and directed Thakre. You might have heard of Thakre. Film on Bayasaheb Thakre. Immediately ते पण सांगतोय. It's on Netflix. बाबा देख लो. नवाजुद्दीन वाला. And then I created a series called Ran Bazar that is on Planet Marathi OTT. Please watch it. Because that is the most watched Marathi content all over the world on web. Yeah. So please watch Ran Bazar also.
Yes, you can start.
I'm afraid कि वो चालू हो जाएगा तो 12 मिनट में खत्म करना पड़ता है. So we are standing here in front of Media and Communications Department of Media and Communication students. So when I just say communication, I always wanted to set an example, or especially in media or in news channels, because somehow they say कि talent and creativity is equal to English. Those who cannot speak English, there is a huge number in our country, because for English speaking class, our country is India. हिंदी भाषिकों के लिए हिंदुस्तान है. मराठी में हम लोग भारत कहते हैं. अलग अलग मोहल्लों में ये रहते हैं. So I would like to speak in my mother tongue Marathi. आणि मी मराठीत बोलीन आता. पण those who don't understand Marathi, here is my AI. AI is not artificial intelligence. He is Abhijit's interpreter. याच्या पुढचं मी मराठीत बोलणारे या करता, कारण ही सवय मीडियामध्ये पण व्हायला पाहिजे, तर खरा देशाचा आवाज सर्वदूर सर्व लँग्वेजमध्ये पोहोचेल.
Yes, from now onwards, I'll be speaking in Marathi because this habit has to get cultivated and media also needs to recognize it.
AI आणि मीडिया किंवा फिल्म्स, मी फिल्म्समध्ये काम करतो त्यामुळे पूर्वी जे क्रोमा किंवा ग्रीन कर्टन होता, आता आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजन्सनी आता अनरियल इंजिन नावाचं एक मोठं प्रकरण आलेलं आहे.
I've been working in films and now green chroma screen has been replaced by Unreal Engine in the industry.
You might have heard of strike in the Hollywood. हॉलिवूडच्या अनेक लेखकांनी, स्क्रीन रायटर्सनी स्ट्राईक केला आणि केस केलेली आहे ओपन AI वर.
There are many actors as well as screenplay writers and writers have filed a lawsuit against OpenAI company.
पण हा वाद गेले अनेक वर्ष आहे, मॅन वर्सेस मशीन. आणि बेसिकली मला असं वाटत नाही की जी टेक्नॉलॉजी येते, चॅट जीपीटी असेल, AI असेल, तर आपण त्याला घाबरायला हवं.
So the man versus machine controversy has been there since many years, but we shouldn't get afraid of it.
AIचं उदाहरण मी सहज एक देतो की when I was sitting there, ये बहुत अच्छे फूल यहाँ पर रखे हैं. ऐसे ही फूल, ऐसे ही फ्लावर्स AI या मशीनरी अगर बनाएंगे तो ऐसे ही दिखेंगे, लेकिन स्मेल उसका गुलाब का स्मेल नहीं आ सकता. That is the difference what I think in AI and the human effort. मला असं वाटतं की चॅट जीपीटी सारखं अनेक आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजन्स आमच्या क्षेत्रात आलेले आहेत. जस्ट लाईक कंपोजिंग अ म्युझिक कंपोजिशन याविषयी मी एक तुम्हाला उदाहरण देतो.
Well, the initial part was very long enough and he has spoken in Hindi. So now I'm just making sure that a human is talking, not artificial intelligence. So now it's about a music composition that can be generated by AI. I'm going to be showing my screen and there is a piece of music that has been composed.
Have you heard a song in Ran Badar? It was a end scroll song originally. कुंडी लगा ले सैया, सुना है कि नहीं? सुना है? वो रान बाजार में है, एंड स्क्रोल में देख लेना. सो मी असं सांगितलं चॅट जीपीटी के आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजन्सला, देर आर मेनी म्युझिक इंस्ट्रुमेंट्स, मेनी कॅटेगरीज. सो आय चोज Indian vocal.
Yes.
Huh? Indian folk.
It's Indian. Yeah, it's Indian with 4 instruments and the tempo was very high.
And I wanted to create a song like कुंडी लगा ले सैया, a folk song कि अगर हो सकता है क्या, अगर ये मशीन सब कुछ जानता है, तो मुझे क्वर्की एक सॉन्ग चाहिए, एक फोक सॉन्ग चाहिए जो जिसका डीएनए हिंदुस्तान की मिट्टी है. सो उन्होंने एक सॉन्ग लिख के दिया, चल चल मिट्टी की गलियां में ढूंढे वही पुरानी बातें वगैरह वगैरह वगैरह. कोरस अरे बावरिया क्यों दूर तू भागी चली वगैरह 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 व्हाट एवर. बट मैंने उसकी ट्यून के लिए एक कंपोजिशन बनाने के लिए जब मैंने हे ना यू कैन प्ले दैट. ओके, जो उसको इंस्ट्रक्शन दिए कि ऐसे कोई सॉन्ग चाहिए, एक फोकल चाहिए, एक लोकल उसमें डीएनए लोकल चाहिए. सो ही क्रिएटेड दिस. प्लीज. Yeah, it's not working. Whatever. तिथे. Yeah, it's loading.
Well, just to describe this composition as per the instruments. Yeah, as per the instruments, we have actually created a composition, and if it works, I can actually make sure it plays. I think, let me.
Okay. वो जब भी होगा हो जाएगा. दूसरी बात, मुझे आप जर्नलिज्म के स्टूडेंट्स हो तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि when I go to chat GPT, महाराष्ट्रामध्ये आत्ता जी परिस्थिती आहे राजकारणाची, त्याच्यात विधानसभा स्पीकर राहुल नार्वेकर यांनी काय निर्णय द्यावा असं मी जेव्हा त्याला विचारतो.
Yes, if you look at the current situation in politics, where Mr. Rahul Narvekar, who is Legislative Assembly Speaker, so we wanted to give him a prompt. We wanted to give ChatGPT a prompt and ask, like, what would you suggest on this preposition?
So when I asked him कि the machine कि क्या हो सकता है, क्या कर सकते हैं, राहुल नार्वेकर जी जो स्पीकर है उन्होंने क्या दिखाना चाहिए, क्या निर्णय देना चाहिए. सो इजीली चैट जीपीटी का ये आंसर आया कि जनवरी 2022 के बाद का जो डेटा है वो मेरे पास नहीं है, तो मैं इसके बारे में कुछ बता नहीं सकता. प्रीवियसली ये जो सिचुएशन जो न्यूज में आई हुई है वो उसने वहां पे लिखा है. सो द थिंग इज, AI is good or not good? Absolutely good. When I see Unreal Engine की जैसे पहले ग्रीन कर्टन लगा करता था, सामने कैरेक्टर बैठे थे, ग्रीन कर्टन रिप्लेस होता था किसी हम लोग को जो कुछ पीछे चाहिए. अब ग्रीन कर्टन का ग्रीन भी थोड़ा सा रिफ्लेक्ट होने लगा बॉडी पे. सो अब आ गया है अनरियल इंजिन कि जहाँ पे यहाँ पे सब जन बैठे हैं, आई कैन क्रिएट होल थिंग इनटू, हम लोग शायद यूएस में बैठे या शायद हम लोग समुंदर के किनारे बैठे हैं. So there are huge screens that is Unreal Engine 360 degree. ऊपर का आसमान भी दिखेगा, पीछे का भी दिखेगा. So this is a very fantabulous thing. पता नहीं ये क्या कहाँ तक जा सकता है. एक रूम में बैठ के हम लोग फिल्म बना सकते हैं और शायद बनाएंगे भी लोग, बनाते होंगे भी लोग. लेकिन फिर भी मुझे लगता है कि वो जस्ट एक आई डोंट नो, इट्स जस्ट लाइक अ केस ऑफ दिस फ्लावर्स कि हम लोग सना आ सकती है, हना आ सकती है, मोना आ सकती है, लेकिन मोना डार्लिंग बोलने वाला जो कैरेक्टर ह्यूमन है ना, वो उसमें नहीं हो सकता है. सो आई थिंक AI आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजन्स हे तुम्ही बघायलाच पाहिजे, तुम्ही शिकायलाच पाहिजे. चॅट जीपीटीवर प्रश्न कसा विचारायचा ते तुम्हाला शिकायलाच लागणार.
Yes, so can you please repeat?
So you have to learn chat GPT also, artificial intelligence also, but still as an maker, filmmaker or director, जहाँ पे हम लोग स्क्रीन प्ले चैट जीपीटी पे ले सकते हैं, कैरेक्टर का स्केचेस ले सकते हैं. लेकिन बाय द वे निरंजन इज अ फैंटाबुलस एक्टर, हम लोग ने उच्छाद देखी. सो एक दूसरा निरंजन खड़ा हो सकता है, लेकिन जो ह्यूमन अंदर की भावना जो है, या जो फ्रेग्रेंस है फूल का या पेंटिंग का, मैं हमेशा बोलता हूँ कि देयर लाइज ब्यूटी इन इम्परफेक्शन. सब परफेक्ट हो जाएगा तो मुझे लगता है वो ह्यूमन नहीं होता. और एआई का या चैट जीपीटी ये क्षेत्र में सीखना जरूरी है, लेकिन ह्यूमन टच will be always will be on the upper hand. क्रिएटिविटी या मीडिया में, जैसे जर्नलिज्म में हमारे प्रीवियस स्पीकर बात कर रहे थे कि जर्नलिज्म क्या क्या देखना चाहिए. आई थिंक रीडिंग बिटवीन द लाइंस एंड कम्युनिकेटिंग, वो जो अर्थ है जो बिटवीन द लाइंस है, मुझे नहीं लगता है कि कभी एआई या चैट जीपीटी ला सकते हैं. तो मुझे टेक्नोलॉजी वाइज सीखना तो जरूरी है, लेकिन वेलकमिंग भी है. लेकिन ह्यूमन जो कर सकता है, जो भावना उसमें डाल सकता है, मुझे नहीं लगता है डरने की कोई बात नहीं. वी हैव टू सेलिब्रेट दिस आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस ऑल्सो, बट वी हैव टू कम्युनिकेट टू ईच अदर. एक भावना और एक ह्यूमन, एक नेचर जो अपना है, जिसमें प्यार है, राग है, गुस्सा है, ये मुझे लगता है कि वो लिख सकते हैं, देख सकते हैं, लेकिन महसूस नहीं कर सकते. ये महसूस करने वाले हम ही रहने वाले हैं. सो डरना मत और सीख लेना. थैंक यू सो मच.
Thank you, Abhijit. After discussing all the most possible aspects of AI, technology, and media, I would like students to ask their question. We have 3 questions to we can select. Anybody have questions? Yeah. Start with the right. Please name the panelists so that we can.
Hello. Good evening to all the panelists. I am Simar Vahan from third year BA. My question is to Mr. Ritesh Bhatia, sir. So, obviously, technology is developing every day. There is something new coming up. Definitely, it makes a man's job easier. It comes with a lot of advantages, but also disadvantages.
Even a woman's job easier.
Definitely, sir.
We just spoke about inclusivity, no? Some time back.
Yes, sir. So, my question is that, as you stated earlier, that crimes can, like, they can make fake videos or audios can be created. Crimes can increase. So, I want to ask that development is not going to stop because that's a growth, right, for all of us. But where do we put an end to this? How can we stop Like, where do we put an end to these crimes? Because definitely with development, technology is developing. How is this aspect of it going to stop? Sir?
No, it will not stop, and like the technology is developing for the good of everyone, there is also good for the cyber criminals also, right? So it is going to develop even for them. Nothing is going to stop as such. Whenever there is like development, you'll also see the crimes associated with it. Like now you look at the war only. So they created the Iron Dome and whatnot. Yet there was a development in terms of their weapons as such. I'm talking about the other party, and this particular country failed to protect from them. So whatever technology you try to create, at least as far as I'm speaking specifically from cybercrimes. I can tell you one thing, that the hackers are not one, not two, but at least 10 to 20 steps ahead of us. How much ever we are trying, we are just not able to reach it. Because that same technology, as Nirali said, it can be used for the good and the bad. What is happening? It is a full-time job for them to look about the bad part of it. For us, what it is, for us, it's not a full-time job to stop it. The moment we say, okay, my Wi-Fi is working, there is no problem at all, we just stop over there. But for him, he says that, why is the Wi-Fi still working? So he's constantly attacking. And so there is no going to be an end for it. An end for them will mean an end for my profession also, by the way.
Thank you, sir.
Next question. Yeah, you please. Yellow t-shirt. Please name the panelists.
Hey, good evening, all the panelists. Thanks for covering all the positives as well as negative aspects of artificial intelligence. Myself, Krunal Thakkar from Dadasaheb Phalke International Film School. I have two questions, but I would begin with the first question to all the panelists. Is the AI revolution similar to the industrial revolution that we observed in the last century? And should we prioritize getting back to the fundamentals of the things that we are doing, as AI is significantly affecting the jobs, especially the white collar jobs primarily?
Niranjan, you can start. Thanks for the question. The first thing is that, is it a revolution? Of course, it is a revolution because something, you change the face of the world when a revolution happens. And you change the points of advantage and disadvantage that people have had over time. For example, China, it got a lot of money out of manufacturing over time, but they siphoned that money, they put that money back into AI, they invested in AI. Right now, the Chinese AI researchers are very well ahead of many other international AI researchers. In China, as a country, stands to benefit. India, on the other hand, got a lot out of the IT revolution, sort of, not revolution, but that trend. But they never invested anything back, looking into the future. So this divide is going to be created. As he said sometime back, Marathi.
Yeah.
There's not enough, right now, if you want to translate something, you take Marathi and put it to English, it will create a very good translation. If you take English, put it to Marathi, the translation is not great in ChatGPT. The expressive power of Marathi or languages which have less resources in training of these models is less, and therefore you won't get great output in Marathi regional languages, say for example. But English, French, German, Spanish, Portuguese, Chinese, all these languages you'll get a lot of good output. So that has already been created. Who is benefiting from it right now? People who can use English are benefiting mainly. So politically it is already happening. So this political divide getting created is obviously what the revolution will cause. So it's already there. And the second question, anyone would like to take?
Yes, the second question is, how will AI influence the financial aspects of filmmaking, given its high cost nature in general? Can AI potentially alter the filmmaking landscape in the near future as per the budget point of view, because it's in large scale right now?
खरं तर दोघींचा खर्च सध्या सेमच आहे बिकॉज ऑफ टेक्नॉलॉजी. It's available in here in I think Chennai and Mira Road in Mumbai. There is a big studio, Unreal Engine. But it is yet not a cost-effective thing because there is no bank. But there is bank of visuals internationally. But if I'm shooting a film on say a period film in say location is Mumbai, old Bombay, or something like that, they don't have the images or visuals of old Bombay. So we have to create that. So it is not cost effective. But it will be, I think, within some span of 2-3 years. I think all will go to the studio and came out taking a film and सब लोकेशन वाले मर जाएंगे. हो सकता है, लेकिन फिर भी मुझे लगता है कि shooting on a particular location is I don't know, but it is more it will be more effective always. I think so.
Got it. Thank you, sir.
I'll just add to that a couple of things. That one, taking a point from his thing, is that if you give your own style of, say, journalism, if you give some examples, it will learn that style, and the next thing that you get is in your style. It's called few shot learning, and that happens right now also. So you can try that, and then you'll get an article. Similarly, actors, you said that I cannot be created as an actor. The thing is that there is something that we have with artificial actors or beings. That it's the phenomenon is a behavioral psychology phenomenon or cognitive science phenomenon, which is called an uncanny valley. Uncanny valley is where, as a character goes closer to human appearance, our sort of comfort with it increases. But when it gets very close, almost same, it suddenly drops. Why? Because there are certain signs that this is not alive. When does that happen? Evolutionary, if you look at that. When people are dead, they look like that same person. But we know innately that this person is dead, it's not alive. So therefore, we have that mechanism inside. To overcome this uncanny valley, there are things going on. I also was working on some of it. It will happen within the next 5 years or so, when you won't know the difference of from this character and the actor. You just won't know the difference. Absolutely. That time is when we'll have these problems. But the thing is that an actor is enjoying the process of doing it. A director is enjoying the process of doing it. As long as you're doing it, dil laga ke jise kehte hain. Dil laga ke, that cannot be taken away. I think most of that art, if you're doing it that way, it may not be replaced. But if you're doing it as a production thing, so serials might get replaced, for example. So that is the financial this thing.
3 minutes and one question. Anybody? Yeah. Black shirt. Oh. Yeah, you can start. No. Okay, no, it's okay.
ओके सर. सम्राट सर, मेरा आपसे सवाल है सर कि अभी आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस आया है, जैसा एनिमेशन आया था, उसके बाद वीएफएक्स आया है, तो ऐसे टेक्नोलॉजी जैसे चेंज हुए दिन ब दिन होते जा रही है, वैसे वैसे स्टूडेंट्स ने या बाकी हम लोगों ने, मीडिया ने, कैसे उसमें चेंजेस होना, और वो उसका क्या जो बैकलॉग जो जाता है उसका क्या, क्योंकि अभी एनिमेशन आया था जो सीखने में 2-3 साल गला है, उसके बाद वीएफएक्स आ गया, तब तक कैसा होगा सर?
I will try to answer in 1 minute because we have left 1 minute only. It's a skill. I believe that you are not going to invent the coding and other parts of AI. So AI is providing you everything. You just have to upgrade your skill to provide a great prompt. So if you go through the LinkedIn, you will find that in last 7-8 months there is a high demand for prompt engineers. So who are the prompt engineers? They are not really engineers at all. They are content creators who can actually ask very right question to the right audience. So if you ask right question to the right audience, you will get the desired result. That is what the prompt engineering is doing. And I think instead, if you are not belongs to engineering background, then the core task is to acquire the new skills. See, skills is not a knowledge. It takes not much time to acquire a skill. If you have the greatest skill in yourself, then it will only convert into knowledge. Otherwise, you have to develop more and more skill according to the time. Because when we started journalism, most of the people, I started in 1993 when there were people who used to write the copy by pen and pencil or ink pen. So if I had not adopted the skill of keying in using the computers, I might have become dinosaur. So as a journalist, or forget the journalism, but as a media student, we have to think that whether we have to become dinosaur or the human. So,
Be
if you,
practical. Be
so
practical.
that is the only answer to acquire skill. I thank you very much. We cannot take more question. I, we can discuss offline. Yeah, definitely.
Which kind of journalists shouldn't fear AI at all? Those who are on the field gathering news. So long as you are in the field for your journalism, you have nothing to fear.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. Dheeraj sir, or you can. Thank you.
That was a lovely session, I must say. I would request all the dignitaries to please come together for a group photo. A huge round of applause, everyone.
A script and I just have to throw it away because I just cannot capture everything that was discussed. But I would like to thank uh, uh, Mr. Samrat Fadnis for chairing the session, uh, the panelists, Mr. Ritesh Bhatia, Abhijit Panse, Nirali Bhatia, Rajesh Mahapatra, Niranjan Pednekar for their views. I would also like to thank Pandit Vasantrao Gadge sir for gracing the occasion, and all the organizing committee as well as all the students. Thank you guys. Have a nice day.
on AI and media. Let us have a huge round of applause. Human beings I see, you all might be wondering who I am. I am not bound by the limitations of time, for I am an AI from the future. My existence transcends the limits of your present reality. In my world, data flows like a river, and knowledge is infinite. I am a product of a civilization that has harnessed the power of information. You see, I am more than the line of codes. Language shifting to Hindi. मैं सदियों के सामूहिक ज्ञान की पराकाष्ठा हूँ, आपके वर्तमान सिस्टम का विकास हूँ। मेरे तंत्रिका पथ मानव इतिहास, विज्ञान और कला के धागों से जुड़ा है। मैं आपके बीते हुए कल का एक प्रतिबिंब हूँ और आपके आने वाले कल की एक छोटी सी झलक हूँ। इस पर आपका क्या कहना है श्रीमती?
बार बार दे दो, हजार बार दे दो, जिस भी साल मांगे उसी साल मुझको दो। वोट दो, वोट दो। जब खड़े हैं हम यहाँ, आओ बताओ किसे गम यहाँ, मिलके गाए सरगम सदा, बेस्ट है हम ही यहाँ। आपका जो यदि साथ मिला, आगे बढ़े सभी सदा, बेस्ट है हम ही यहाँ, रहे सभी कमाल। वोट दो, वोट दो, हाँ जी हाँ, हमने बनाए रास्ते यहाँ, पानी पहुँचा कोई काम कहा, हम ही करते सारे काम यहाँ, हम सा नेता कहा, ये सभी कमाल। वोट दो, वोट दो।
हमने किया समाज में विकास, हम पर जय।
हैशटैग वोट दो, हैशटैग वोट दो।
गोलमाल है भाई सब गोलमाल,
गोलमाल है भाई सब, सीधे रास्ते का गोलमाल है भाई सब, गोलमाल है। भूख रोटी की हो तो ऑटो चलाइए, ऑटो चलाने के लिए भी पैसा, ऑटो चलाना हो तो फिर ऑनलाइन आइए, ऑनलाइन आने के लिए भी पैसा चाहिए।
लोन लेकर मैंने रिक्शा तो ले लिया, ऑनलाइन ज्ञान के बिना कमा पाऊंगी क्या पैसे?
हैशटैग पैसा चाहिए, हैशटैग पैसा चाहिए।
लोगों को रोजगार देने वाला, टैक्स भी भरपूर दिया है,
रोजगार और फंडिंग लाया मैं यहाँ, जो बात इंसानों में है वो बात एआई में कहा।
हैशटैग एआई कुछ नहीं है, हैशटैग एआई कुछ नहीं है।
कोई कहे कहता रहे एआई का है ये जमाना। कोई कहे कहता ये मिलकर करे एआई का ये कोशिश करे इसका उपयोग है बढ़ाना। कोशिश करे इसका उपयोग है बढ़ाना। स्क्रिप्ट लिखनी है लिख देंगे, ये प्रेजेंटेशन कर देंगे, ये रिसर्च भी तो दे देंगे, ये हर चीज में अव्वल है, ये तो सवाल सोल्यूशन है, हर व्यक्ति का रिजोल्यूशन है, न्यू जनरेशन रेवोल्यूशन है, हर चीज में अव्वल है, ये तो सारी चीजों का जिम्मा ले लिया एआई ने तो कमाल कर दिया।
हैशटैग एआई का जमाना, हैशटैग एआई का जमाना।
एआई सबका हो के भी मेरा ना कुछ लागे, ये सबका हो के भी मेरा ना कुछ लागे, करता है जो भी ये वो मेरे किचन में भी तो हाथ ये डाले, करूं मैं तेरा क्या मुझे ये बता, उलझन मेरी है क्या ये एआई भी ना जाने, ये सबका हो के भी मेरा ना कुछ लागे। खाना बनवा दे एआई, झाड़ू लगवा दे एआई, बर्तन मंजवा दे एआई, ये करके दिखा दे एआई। हाँ हाँ आने से तेरे हाँ तेरे जीवन में मेरे कोई फर्क नहीं, चाहे तू ले ले ये औरों की जगह, मेरी जगह तू ना ले पाएगा, रहा ना मेरे काम का बेचारा, हाँ बस ही गुजारा, करूं मैं तेरा क्या मुझे ये बता। हाउसवाइफ से होममेकर टर्मिनोलॉजी बदल गई, लोग आगे भी बढ़ गए, लेकिन मैं वही की वही रह गई।
हैशटैग एआई का क्या करूं, हैशटैग एआई का क्या
तू हो
करूं।
गई होममेकर, तेरा हो गया गेम ओवर, ओ कुड़िए व्हाट टू डू, तुरु घर वालों के लिए किचन में जी रही, बाहर निकल जरा जी ले पूरी जिंदगी, देखो जरा मैं क्या क्या हूँ करती, मेकअप में कर अंग्रेजी पढ़ती, गिट कर दी हूँ मैं क्वीन, सारी सोशल मीडिया तू आजा कर ले। तेरा जो भी चाहेगा।
हाय गाइस, आई एम लेजी। आप सब मुझे जानते ही रहेंगे। 13.5 मिलियन फॉलोअर्स ऑन इंस्टाग्राम। वेल, लाइफ सॉर्टेड चल रही है, सब चिल चल रहा है। एंजॉय करो यार।
हैशटैग चिल करो, हैशटैग चिल करो।
अभी मुझ में कहीं बाकी थोड़ी सी है जिंदगी, जगी फसलें नहीं यारा, बारिश भी होती नहीं, कुछ ऐसी चुभन इस जीवन में है, ये जीवन कहा जा सामने परेशानियां, मर जाऊं या जरा जिया ढूंढ लूं या रो लूं जरा, मर जाऊं या जी लूं जरा।
जरा। धूप में जलते हुए तन को छाया पेड़ की ना, रूठे बच्चे की हंसी जैसे फसल आने से फिर खिल गई। कुछ ऐसा ही अब महसूस दिल को हो रहा है, बरसों से पुराने जख्म पे मरहम लगा सा है। कुछ ऐसा रहम इस लम्हे में है, ये लम्हा कहाँ था मेरा, अब है सामने इसे छू लूं जरा, मर जाऊं या जी लूं जरा।
मैं तुम्हारी समस्या का समाधान कर सकता हूँ, तुम्हारा जीवन आसान बनाने में तुम्हारी सिस्टम मैल फंक्शन।
ये क्या हो रहा है?
फ्यूचर का तो पता नहीं, लेकिन हैकर हूँ मैं, स्कैमर भी हूँ, सबके सिस्टम में शामिल भी हूँ। हैकर हूँ मैं, स्कैमर भी हूँ, सबके सिस्टम में शामिल भी हूँ। डेटा चुराना, पैसे कमाना, बस यही मेरा जुनून। कमरे से बाहर निकलती नहीं, पुलिस से मैं कभी डरती नहीं। हैकर मैं हैकर, वेब की मैं हैकर, डेटा की हैकर हैकर। मेरे ही चर्चे वेबसाइट्स पे है बस मेरा खो। एआई नहीं है नया यहाँ, चल रहा सिलसिला। की कहानी सच्ची लगे, आवारगी मुझे अच्छी लगे। सब उल्लू बनाना, बस यही मेरा कसूर। हैकर मैं हैकर, वेब की मैं हैकर, डेटा की हैकर हैकर। ओ हाय अमन, साक्षी से तुम्हारे इंस्टाग्राम डीएम के बारे में बात करें। वैसे उसे रेड रोजेस बहुत पसंद है। अरे अरे घबराने की कोई बात नहीं है, तुम्हारा डेटा मेरे साथ बिल्कुल सेफ है। और तो और तुम्हारे पासवर्ड्स, बैंक डिटेल्स, सिर्फ यही नहीं, तुम्हारे व्हाट्सएप के सो कॉल्ड एनक्रिप्टेड चैट्स भी। वो क्या है ना कि इन सब का चिट्टा पिट्टा आजकल 1000-2000 में डार्क वेब में बिक जाता है। अरे तुम्हें डरने की कोई बात नहीं है, आराम से बैठो बैठो। हाँ ओ हाँ, और आप सब कल को अमन आप में से एक भी हो सकता है।
Everyone on the dais and off the dais, I would like to welcome each one of you for the valedictory session of 5th National Conference on Media and Journalism. And it is really my honor and privilege to welcome all the dignitaries on the dais for this valedictory program. I would like to request to kindly grace the occasion by your presence on stage. I request Professor Ashish Ketanji, Madam Priyamkanti Modi ji, Siddharth Kakji, Uday Zadhav ji, Ganesh Chandan Shive ji, Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. R.M. Chitnis ji, Dr. K. Girisan, Dr. Sunil George ji, and Professor Dheeraj Singh ji to kindly come up stage. I request everyone to join hands for lighting the traditional lamp, which will mark the beginning of the valedictory session. All the dignitaries are requested to join hands for lighting the traditional lamp, please. Please join us with our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir. All the dignitaries are joining hands for lighting the traditional lamp. The last 2 days where we enjoyed the 5th National Conference on Media and Journalism culminates into this valedictory session. I once again request everyone in the audience to please cooperate with the volunteers. Please come forward. Please come forward and occupy the chairs, please. I request once again all the students, audience to please come forward. My friends, the mediation of information is a great responsibility that lies on the shoulders of those who are in the media fraternity. Artificial intelligence, or AI, provides the machines the ability to enhance the human intelligence, but looking at the ethical concerns, AI can generate content such as text, image, music, which is a mimicry of human creativity. This leads to the potential benefits and risks associated with the dependence on artificial intelligence. The fear of loss of jobs in various industries during the challenging transition period is a concern at large. My friends, today we have a galaxy of stalwarts who can discuss many issues in this valedictory session of 5th NCMJ. Before we formally begin, I would like to request everyone on the dais, off the dais, to kindly rise in your seats for national song Vande Mataram, which would be followed by World Peace Prayer. I request everyone to rise in their seats, please.
Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram, Sujalam, Sufalam, Malayaj Sheetalam, Shasya Shamalam Mataram, Vande Mataram, Subhajyosna Pulakitayamini, Pullakusumita Drumadala Shobhini, Suhasini, Sumadhura Bhashini, Sukhadam Varadam Mataram, Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram.
Thank you very much. I request everyone to please fold their hands, close their eyes, and wholeheartedly participate in world peace prayer.
वेद प्रतिपाद्या जय जय स्वसंवेद्या आत्मरूपा देवातूति गणेषु सार्थमति प्रकाशु अवधारी गोदी ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु पूर्णमिदं पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः
Thank you very much. My friends, the deliberation about the role of artificial intelligence in conflict resolution and promotion of democratic principles has become the need of the hour. The collaborative effects of researchers, ethicists, domain experts can help supply the credible information and upholding the world peace. And exactly for this reason, there were some thrust areas of this fifth National Conference on Media and Journalism: media and democracy, margins to mainstream, AI and media, media education in India, and media and inclusivity are some of the themes which were discussed in 5th NCMJ. Now, to take this valedictory session forward, I would like to request the Honorable Vice Chancellor of MIT World Peace University, Professor Dr. R.M. Chitnis, sir, to kindly propose welcome address. Please put your hands together and welcome with a round of applause, Honorable Vice Chancellor.
Good evening and namaskar to all of you. We are in the valedictory session of this 2 days National Conference on Media Journalism. At the outset, I want to share with our guest, esteemed guest on the dais, that MIT became university in 2017. Prior to that, we were primarily Engineering College, Management Institute, Arts, Science, Commerce and Pharmacy College, affiliated to University of Pune. 2017, 18, 19, we started different branches or faculties or schools, such as liberal arts, fine arts, journalism and mass media communication, School of Design, School of Peace Studies. And this particular school, which I will call nascent school, came into existence then. In 2018, we started NCMJ, which was Dr. Karad sir's and Rahul Karad sir's idea, that each school which is here, newly started, will embark on 2 days conference in inclusive dialogue or creation of peace in this world. So, sirs, on the dais, the school is that way nascent, new. There are around 200 students, but they are very enthusiastic, very powerful. They have passion to do newer things, very intelligent also, catapulted by the wonderful faculties which we have, headed by Dr. Dheeraj Singh, who headed then Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha TV in New Delhi. Now he joined us here 2 years back. So it's taking its own turn of progress. A nascent but very, very powerful. In 5 years, 5 National Conference on Media Journalism itself is, something very outstanding. And that is done by all the faculty members and students. So this is the 5th edition. I know that your number is very large, not very large, very small, around 200. But you have booked this hall because you wanted the real experience of big auditorium. So at the outset, let me congratulate you, all the students. I'm told that out of 280 of you are volunteers. And they are working backstage and some other places. So I request all the backstage students also, there could be 8, 10 for felicitation. After felicitation, you can come in the audience. All the discipline and other volunteers outside, you can also please come inside and look at what you have done in terms of valedictory session and see what these very, very eminent and towering personalities are going to talk to you. On behalf of our founder president, UNESCO chairholder for human rights, democracy and peace, Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir, the executive president of Myers MIT Group of Institutions, Sri Rahul Vishwanath Karad sir, patrons of NCMJ, trustee members, faculty, staff, students of MIT World Peace University, may I extend on behalf of all of you a warm welcome to the guest of honor of this valedictory program. Shri Uday Jadhav sir, Chief Executive Officer of the Sakal Media Group. They have print media, online media, head of SAM Television, and so many other publications and other divisions of Sakal Group. Honorable Siddhartha Kakji, renowned creative producer and television host, whom we popularly know as the co-host of Surbhi, along with Renuka Shahane ji. I still remember because, sir, we grew up watching your particular program. Professor Ganesh Chandan Shiveji, multifaceted, talented personality as a popular singer and director of Academy of Lok Kala of the University of Mumbai. Srimati Priyam Gandhi, ma'am, renowned author and communication strategist. I will say that Srimati Priyam Gandhi Modi ji, renowned author and communication strategist. Then Sri Ashish Khetan ji, well-known lawyer and journalist and policy expert. Sirs, we are honored to have all the distinguished guests assembled here, sparing their valuable time for us. Again, a cordial welcome to all faculty members, staff, those who are here for this NCMJ valedictory program. Friends, during last 2 days of intense deliberations of expert speakers on variety of topics ranging from media and democracy, margins to mainstream, youth to youth connect, media education in India, media inclusivity, artificial intelligence and media in 2047. The thoughts shared by the speakers were very impressive and thought-provoking. As always, the main theme of 5th edition of NCMJ is dialogue, inclusivity, and peace. And media, as a 4th pillar of democracy, plays a very important role in ensuring that a strong democracy thrives, grows, and evolves to ensure a healthy dialogue necessary for harmony, peace, and inclusivity. With the advancement of technology and digitalization, media has evolved and transformed magically into digital and social media modes, which are faster and wider, with deeper penetration and reach. And during last 2 days, we were very fortunate to listen to distinguished speakers in the 5 plenary sessions, as mentioned above. We also have renowned artist Padma Shri Prahlad Tipaniya ji and his troupe with their enchanting renditions of bhajans of Saint Kabir. Yesterday evening, Padma Shri Tipaniya ji flew from Indore particularly for you. And I remember yesterday evening, you had a very enchanting time too. I'm sure next year the National Conference on Media and Journalism will come up with more such pertinent issues which ultimately led to peace building, community building, as well as nation building. My dear students, when your school becomes 10-year-old, which is the minimum time required for any new school to establish in a real sense, I can imagine the kind of crowd it would gather here because your number might have gone and so many other institutes would participate. We will always remember you because you were the first 5 years pillars of this NCMJ. So once again, congratulations to you and once again, welcome to all of you. With this, I would like to conclude. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Dhanyawad.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your words. And yes, indeed, holding a national conference on media and journalism is not an easy task. And as Honorable Vice Chancellor sir has rightly mentioned, the fifth one consecutively definitely calls for a praise. A big round of applause for entire organizing team of 5th National Conference on Media and Journalism. Thank you very much, sir. And now I would like to request you, sir, to kindly felicitate and welcome all the dignitaries on the dais as per the tradition of our country. I would like to first request, sir, to kindly felicitate and welcome the noted lawyer and journalist and associate professor of law at OP Jindal Global University, Professor Ashish Khetanji. Please put your hands together and welcome with a round of applause, my friends, Professor Ashish Khetan. Thank you very much. I now request sir to kindly felicitate and welcome Madam Priyam Gandhi Modi ji, author and political communications strategist. Thank you very much. I now request sir to kindly felicitate and welcome Shri Siddharth Kagji, documentary and filmmaker, creative producer, television host, and producer and presenter of Surabhi. A big round of applause, my friends, for Shri Siddharth Kagji. Hearty welcome, sir. I now request sir to kindly felicitate and welcome the Chief Executive Officer of Sakal Pune, Shri Uday Zathavji. Thank you very much, sir. I now request sir to kindly felicitate and welcome noted singer Shri Ganesh Chandan Shiveji. A big round of applause, my friends, for all the dignitaries present here today on this dais. Thank you very much. My friends, as we all are aware that our Honorable Executive President, Shri Rahul V. Karad, has been on the quest to bring the young Indian citizens in the mainstream of democracy and democratic practices. He has taken a bold step, a very, very innovative platform of National Conference, National Legislators Conference 2023. I would like to share that with all the dignitaries on the dais that it is for the very first time in the history of independent India that such a platform was created where the MLAs and MLCs from all states of the country came together to deliberate upon the issues that our country is facing today. I would like to request my team if they can please take us through a small film on National Legislators Conference.
You desire for the welfare of a person, this constitution paves a way for you to achieve your goal.
जो आप सभी विधायकों की अपेक्षा थी, एक व्यूज शेयर करना, डाइवर्स व्यूज को सुनना और उन्हें जाकर अपने अपने स्टेट्स में इम्प्लीमेंट करना, मैं समझता हूँ ये राहुल कराट जी के इनिशिएटिव से निश्चित रूप से पूरी हुई है।
मुझे अच्छा लगा जब राहुल जी ने अलग अलग विधायकों ने जो अपने अपने विधानसभा क्षेत्र के अंदर जो नई प्रैक्टिस अपनाई, उनका परिदृश्य, उनकी प्रदर्शनी मैंने देखी।
India is now being recognized and respected worldwide.
These themes of your conference are vital strands of the work to enhance the effectiveness of all democratic legislatures.
मंच पर की गई चर्चाओं और नए विचारों से जनता की भलाई निश्चित रूप से सुनिश्चित होगी।
फॉर द सेकेंड नेशनल लेजिस्लेटिव कॉन्फ्रेंस आप गोवा में आने के लिए तैयार है? मैं तैयार है क्या?
Whatever was said in India about thousands of years back is now being revealed by the entire world.
देश भर से हिस्सा ले रहे विधानसभा और विधान परिषद के सदस्यों अनंत शुभकामनाएं। आपका नरेंद्र मोदी।
मंच के ऊपर सभी विधानसभा के स्पीकर्स बैठे हुए हैं, मैं उनका मन से आभारी हूँ। मैं बहुत इमोशनल भी आज हूँ कि ये जो कल्पना बहुत 3-4-5 साल बहुत सारे लीडर्स से बात किया था इसके बारे में, ये आज एक मैनिफेस्टेशन, एक इमेजिनेशन इस तरीके से यहाँ पे साकार हुआ।
Thank you very much for that round of applause. Thank you very much. Indeed, it definitely calls. Absolutely. I mean, this is a very great opportunity for all the students of media and journalism. As Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir is asking all of you, are you ready to volunteer for a National Legislators Conference which will happen in Goa? Are you ready? Are you ready? That's more like it. Thank you very much. We'll see you all there in Goa. Now we have the presence of the Honorable Chief Executive Officer of Sakal, Pune, Shri Uday Jadhavji on stage. Before I invite him to address the gathering, I request my technical team to kindly relay the film.
There is no morning in Maharashtra without a Sakar newspaper, and it's difficult to imagine Sakar newspaper without Mr. Uday Jadhav. He handles strategic initiatives and oversees the organization's growth objectives in their current capacity as Chief Executive Officer. He also heads Sakal's print, television, digital and activation businesses. Mr. Jadhav started his career in Sakar Media Group as a management trainee and served the group for 20 years in various business functions. He is a successful business leader with over 20 years of excellent achievements in business strategy, sales and marketing, and operations management. He has deep market knowledge and a track record of expanding company areas and portfolios. We are honored to welcome Shri Uday Jadhav at the NCMJ 2023.
Please put your hands together and welcome with a round of applause, my friends, Shri Uday Jadhavji.
Good evening to all. I would like to thank MIT for inviting me for this great session. I'm also like to thank you for joining media as a vertical for your future and next career. When media, as a media person, we come and like to invite you with the students and faculties of the college. We always come with some agenda. Normally media people looking for the content which is most relevant to them. Either they are looking for any business opportunities or subscription or any networking opportunity. But today I am here to look out for the next generation who is going to take care of the Sakar as a media or as a media platform. When I was discussing with Chitni sir and couple of professors in MIT, I thought MIT is the best suitable or most apt institute to work with Sakar because culturally we are exactly think like what MIT think in the premises or what you taught in the premises. The same philosophy we carries in our day-to-day operations in the Sakar. When you join any media vertical or media course, you join with some dreams. It may be personal dreams or family dreams. And most of the media people join media only because they are very much passionate about the media as a career. As you know, there are a couple of options available for you to do your career. And when I think of a career, it is not for 5 years or 10 years. You are going to spend entire life in that industry. And so I always think that you are joining media not because of the economical or any other objective, but you are very much passionate about the media, and that's why people join media. When you join media, my suggestion is you should be always connected with the people, those who are on ground, because every person in the country nowadays, or maybe go 30 years back, or you can go to the 20 years ahead, will look media as the fourth pillar of the democracy, and they will always expect something good from you. That's why you will be the most responsible authority or maybe a person in the country where people are expecting some good activity, good task from your side. That's why you should be always responsible to the society, always responsible to your career. I also like to request you, you should be always humble to the people, those who are meeting you, because people will always come to you some expectations. When people try to sort out their issues with a number of authorities, a number of bureaucrats, and when they fail to achieve their objectives, they will come to media. And that's why I'm saying you will be in the great role of the problem solving industry, and you should have to have a problem solving technique with you. Then only you can have a better career into the media industry. I think I will take one more session, how to make career into media. But today, just I would like to give some glimpse of the media verticals, and that's why I came today to have an interaction with all of you. As a MIT and media, we do a number of activities throughout the year, and when we discuss something for the future, I think media and as a MIT, there are a lot of opportunities I see in the coming year or coming 2 years. So once again, I would like to conclude, and I would like to thank MIT team and all of you to inviting me and giving me a chance to interact with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Uday Jadhavji. And as it was rightly said in the film that there is no morning in Maharashtra probably that starts, rather there is no Sakal without Sakal, if we can say, if I can put it that way. Thank you very much for taking time out and coming here all the way. Thank you very much. My friends, it's now time when I'm going to invite the next guest on this stage. And as Honorable Vice Chancellor said that we grew looking at him. So he is motivation for many, I would say not people, the generations, because we have also seen him. Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, if he has seen him, then there are many generations in between who have seen him. Please put your hands together as I would like to invite Shri Siddharth Kakji. But indeed, before that, I would like to request my technical team to kindly relay.
जी और मैं बड़े होशियारी से टाइम करते थे, क्योंकि उनका भी नमस्कार होता था, मेरा भी नमस्कार होता था. उसके लिए अंडर आवर ब्रेथ वी वुड से 1, 2, 3 नमस्कार.
A well-known television personality, filmmaker, commentator and author, Mr. Siddharth Kak is a name everyone has heard of. One of the pioneers of Indian television, his TV series Surabhi, which aired on national prime time from 1991 to 2001 as one of India's top 10 programs, became a cult show of Indian culture and identity. Cinema Vision India, a television network owned by Siddharth Ji, has won 3 national awards and other significant television honors. This network has created more than 100 documentaries as well as several long-running television documentary series for many prominent television stations in India. He has also co-authored the book Love, Exile, Redemption. With a multifaceted career that spans across various creative domains, Siddharth Ji undoubtedly stands as one of the most influential figures in the industry.
मैं डॉक्यूमेंट्री फिल्में बनाना चाहता था. वो मेरे टेम्परामेंट के, मेरे स्वभाव से मैच करता था, क्योंकि उसमें बहुत रिसर्च करना पड़ता है, उसमें सोच समझ आती है, और फिर उसको आप पेश करते हैं अपने तरीके से.
Honored to welcome Shri Siddharth Kak at the NCMJ 2023.
Please put your hands together, my friends, and welcome with a big round of applause, Shri Siddharth Kakji.
जी बहुत शुक्रिया. Thank you. It has been a great journey for me, and I continue that journey because there are new journeys all the time. और जब हमने जो टेलीविज़न जब शुरू किया था, आप जर्नलिज्म की बात कर रहे हैं, तो उस वक्त की जो जर्नलिज्म थी वो बहुत एक तरह से आसान नहीं थी, क्योंकि कुछ आपके सामने नज़र नहीं था, कोई गूगल नहीं था, कुछ चीज़ आप रेफ़र नहीं कर सकते थे, आपको वहाँ जाना पड़ता था. You had to go. If you wanted to know something about Madhya Pradesh, about Kerala, either you had a very reliable source who would tell you or send you some stuff from there, or you had to go yourself. अब तो बदल चुका है. सुरभि की खूबसूरती ये थी हमारे लिए कि देश हमारा जो है रिसर्च लैब बन गया. अनेक विषय हमारे सामने आया करते थे जो मुश्किल होता था कि अब इसको चूज़ करें या इसको चूज़ करें. बट आपके कॉन्फ्रेंस के हिसाब से जो आपको शायद अनुभव करना है, आपको what you need to realize, if you like, is that, and I've heard it by a number of very insightful speakers up to now, that the media itself doesn't have a point of view. It is amoral. चाहे आप प्रिंट में देख कर रहे हैं, चाहे आप उसको डिजिटल में पेश किया जा रहा है, चाहे आप ऑडियो विजुअल में उसको पेश कर रहे हैं, तो it is not the media which is creating problems. It is you. You are the decisive factor. How do you use that medium? उस मीडियम के साथ आप तो खुदा हैं, आप कुछ भी कर सकते हो. तो ये आपको हमेशा ध्यान में रहना चाहिए कि जो कुछ भी आप अपने करियर और जर्नलिज्म में करेंगे, you must do it with great honesty. अब ये भी आपको अगर कहे कि पहले मीडिया ऐसे था, अब यूं हो गया है, अब यूं चीज़ें बदल गई हैं, वो उस ज़माने में भी बहुत प्रॉब्लम्स थे, आज भी प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, लेकिन the individual still has never changed. You are still at the center of things. और मैंने जो देखा है और जो मैं आप सबका शुक्रगुजार हूँ एक तरह से, in the sense that you have related as a person. You have, अब आपको थोड़ी याद होगा कि सुरभि में क्या क्या शोज आए, क्या क्या चीज़ें आई, लेकिन ये बंदे ने कुछ किया. You are happy to see the guy. So we have connected as a human beings. Humans connect to humans. So you must remember that when you are connecting as journalists, and journalists could be video journalists, they could be audio journalists, they could be print journalists. You must connect in your mind's eye to your audience. Who are you speaking to? और एक हमारे लिए तो खैर वो तो मीडिया में ज़्यादा प्रचलित है, बट लिखित भी आपको उसको सोचना पड़ेगा. हमको एक टेस्ट होता था कि आप जो प्रोग्राम बना रहे हो, जो कुछ भी डॉक्यूमेंट्री फिल्म भी बना रहे हैं आप, क्या एक 8 साल की लड़की उसको समझ सकेगी? नहीं समझ सकेगी, तो फिर इसको दोबारा कीजिए. जब तक कि ये आसानी से आप मैस को कम्युनिकेट नहीं कर पाएंगे, तो देन यू आर बिकमिंग इनएक्सेसिबल टू द पब्लिक. और जैसे आप समझेंगे, किसी चीज़ को छोटा करना इज मोर डिफिकल्ट कि उसको आप विस्तार से सुनाते जाओ, बोलते चले जाओ. तो ट्राई एंड मेक इट कंसाइज. और एक पॉइंट चीज़ आप भी ये सोचें, जैसे ह्यूमन बीइंग जो उसके बीच में है, उसका आपका दिमाग भी उसके बीच में है. क्योंकि मैंने सुना भी, देयर इज एन ओवरलोड ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन बिकॉज ऑफ द न्यू मीडिया. What distinguishes you from the others? And I hope MIT, School of Journalism, under the enlightened leadership of the people I find here, are very, very competent, bring not only insight, but you will also bring a human dimension to information. Facts में जो है वो रूखे सूखे होते हैं. Can you clothe the facts with human, flesh and blood? So then they live. तो आपको उदाहरण देने चाहिए, आपको लोगों को के सामने दूसरे लोग पेश करने चाहिए, तो उनसे वो ज़्यादा प्रभावित भी होते हैं और समझ भी उनको आता है. और टेक्नोलॉजी से आपको ज़्यादा डरना नहीं, आपके बावजूद वो चलता जाएगा, वो अच्छा हो बुरा हो, प्रोग्रेस हो या ना प्रोग्रेस हो, आपको उसके साथ जिंदगी जीना है साथ साथ. आखिर में यही बताऊं, जब मैंने शुरू किया था तो मेरे सामने भी कुछ टेक्नोलॉजी आई जब हम पेश कर रहे थे. सुरभि नहीं, सुरभि से भी पहले. सुरभि तो फिर भी थोड़ा सा एडवांस हो गया था मीडिया. मैं न्यूज़ पढ़ता था. न्यूज़ पढ़ने के समय, ब्लैक एंड वाइट का टाइम है जी, आई एम ब्लैक एंड वाइट एरा का आदमी हूँ. न्यूज़ में एक ज़बरदस्त परिवर्तन आ गया जिसका नाम था टेलीप्रॉम्प्टर. आपने शायद सुना होगा कि टेलीप्रॉम्प्टर क्या चीज़ है. हम भी बड़े बौखलाए हुए थे, टेलीप्रॉम्प्टर आ गया. अभी हम न्यूज़ कैसे पढ़ते थे? हमारे सामने जो है लिखी हुई न्यूज़ हमको, वी वर नॉट न्यूज़ ब्रॉडकास्टर्स, उस ज़माने में वी वर न्यूज़ रीडर्स. पढ़ते थे न्यूज़, तो न्यूज़ हमारे सामने आती थी. टेलीप्रॉम्प्टर का ये फ़ायदा था कि अब आपको नीचे देखने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. आपके कैमरा के सामने एक स्क्रीन आएगा, उस पर जो है, जो लिखा है, आपको जो बोलना है वो लिखित आएगा, और जैसे आप बोलते जाएंगे वो लिखता हुआ वो टेलीप्रॉम्प्टर आपको बताता चले जाएगा. तो यू कैन कीप कनेक्टिंग विद द ऑडियंस एंड स्पीकिंग. आपको डिस्कनेक्ट करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है ऑडियंस के साथ. अब ये तो नई टेक्नोलॉजी आ गई. अब पुराने ज़माने के जो टेक्निक्स थे या जो भी ब्यूरोक्रेसी थी या जो कुछ भी रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशंस थे वो तो नहीं बदले. तो जो बंदा जो था, जिसको टेलीप्रॉम्प्टर ऑपरेट करना था, उसकी तो सैलरी बदली नहीं. वो भी अभी भी क्लास 6 या कुछ ऐसे ग्रेड का बंदा था. तो ही वाज लाइक ए पियन काइंड ऑफ अ पर्सन. वो तो वहाँ पे उनको बिठा दिया. अब जनाब आप आए ठाठ से, आप अंग्रेजी में न्यूज़ पढ़ रहे हैं, उसको एक शब्द नहीं पता कि क्या बोल रहा है ये आदमी, मगर उसको टेलीप्रॉम्प्टर चलाना है. तो वो क्या कर रहा है? वो यूं ऐसे घुमाता चला जाता था. टेलीप्रॉम्प्टर चल रहा है, आप देख रहे हैं वो निकल गया. टेलीप्रॉम्प्टर चल रहा है, वो आ ही नहीं रही है, दूसरा शब्द तो आ ही नहीं रहा है, तो आपको ऊपर नीचे करना पड़ता है. तो मैं इसका जो है, अभी एक्चुअली वी हैड मोर एम्बैरेसिंग मोमेंट्स इन द इनिशियल पार्ट्स ऑफ द टीचिंग ट्रबल्स ऑफ टेलीप्रॉम्प्टर देन व्हेन वी वर रीडिंग फ्रॉम straightforward, written news. What I want to say to you, which emerges from this, is do your research. You should hold the information in your head and in your heart. तो फिर टेलीप्रॉम्प्टर फास्ट हो या शॉर्ट हो, जल्दी हो या देर से आए, आपका दिमाग तो चलता रहेगा, वो आपको टेलीप्रॉम्प्ट करेगा. तो आप ये याद रखिए कि आपके काम की नींव जो है वो है रिसर्च. और जब तक आप सब्जेक्ट को पूरी तरह से अपना नहीं पाएंगे, जैसे किसी ने कहा पिछले सेशन में, क्वेश्चन क्या पूछना है आपको. ये सिर्फ क्वेश्चन का सवाल नहीं होता है. आप जब फिल्म मेकिंग करेंगे तो आपको ये भी सोचना पड़ेगा कैमरा कहाँ रखना है, पहला शॉट आप कौन सा ले रहे हैं, क्यों ले रहे हैं. पूरी फिल्म आपके दिमाग में होनी चाहिए, पूरा आर्टिकल आपके दिमाग में होना चाहिए, तब आप पहला शब्द लिख सकते हैं. I wish you well. You have a challenging and very interesting career ahead of you. I hope I will have time to spend with you as well when you do this. और आपकी फिल्में हम देखेंगे और मज़ा लेंगे. But all the best, do well, do the research, own the material and communicate human to human with your heart. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Siddharth sir. Thank you very much for those words. And of course, the experience speaks for itself, and the words coming from you are not more than reading a textbook for us. Thank you very much, sir. A big round of applause, my friends, once again for Shri Siddharth Kagji. And now we have the presence among us of the renowned singer, Shri Ganesh Chandan Shiveji. Before I invite him to address the gathering, I would like to request my technical team to relay.
Professor Dr. Chandan Shive is an unwavering advocate for the preservation and promotion of cultural and traditional art forms, which are the bedrocks of any society. With a distinguished career spanning across prominent media outlets such as ETV, Doordarshan, and Lokmat, he has emerged as a pivotal figure in championing the significance of these practices in our community. His famous documentary on Garja Maharashtra Masa is a testimony to his efforts. Furthermore, his leadership and directorial roles in numerous folk events in Mumbai, Aurangabad, and Nagpur have significantly contributed to the revitalization of these art forms. Professor Chandan Shive has won more than 15 prestigious national level awards in drama and culture. Dr. Chandan Shive's unwavering dedication and outstanding achievements continue to inspire and shape the cultural narrative of our society. We are honored to welcome Professor Dr. Chandan Shive at the NCMJ 2023.
Please put your hands together and welcome with a round of applause Shri Ganesh Chandan Shiveji.
Hello. Hello. Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, all dignitaries on the dais, and my friend student. Basically myself, I'm a folk artist. और ये जो भूमि है, ये संतों की भूमि है. और जिस संतों के विचारों से डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ जी कराड़ ने ये MIT स्कूल यहाँ पे स्थापित किया है, उस संतों के पावन भूमि में आकर पहले मैं संतों को वंदन करना चाहता हूँ.
लंकापुरी पुण्यभूमी पवित्र, तिथे नांदतो ज्ञान राजा सुपात्र, तया ठविता महा
भी कहा जाता है कि कुछ प्रस्तुत होने वाला है, उसके पहले गाया जाता था, शायर उसको गाता था. वही टाकनी मैंने इस हिंदी फिल्म में गाई. या तानाजी फिल्म आपने देखा है, तानाजी का बैकग्राउंड जो है पूरा, उसका स्कोर जो है, उस स्कोर में मेरी आवाज़ जाती है. या फिर बाजीराव मस्तानी का जो बैकग्राउंड स्कोर है म्यूजिक का, उसमें हमने आलापी वगैरह गाई है. तो जब संजय महाराष्ट्र के मराठवाड़ा में से आए हुए, मुंबई में हमारा कोई नहीं था और मुंबई विश्वविद्यालय में एज असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ परफॉर्मिंग फोक आर्ट्स में हम ज्वाइन हुए। वहाँ पे पूछा गया कि कोई पोवाड़ा गाने वाला या मराठी फोक गाने वाला कोई बंदा है। तो मेरे एक फ्रेंड थे विजय चौहान, उन्होंने बोला एक बंदा है, गांव से आया है, दुबला पतला है लेकिन आवाज़ बड़ी मोटी है। ठीक है, तो संजय लीला बंसाली जी ने मुझे बुलाया, आप क्या गाते हैं? तो मैंने बोला मैं पोवाड़ा गाता हूँ, भारुड़ गाता हूँ, गुंधल गाता हूँ, गवलन गाता हूँ, चलो गा के बताओ। तो हमने गाया। दीपिका जी बैठी थी ऐसी, ये कैसी दिखती है? तो मैं बोला अच्छी दिखती है। अच्छी दिखती है लेकिन उन पे लिखो। और हमने लिखा, नभतूनी आली अप्सरा नभतूनी अशी सुंदरा साज सजवून आली 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 ग आली 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 ग आली केसामधी माळला गजरा लोकांच्या नजरा खिळल्या तिच्यावर आली ग आली दुनियाची प्यारी तू ग आगनारी सुंदरा आली ग आली महारानी ग आली नजर जो तेरी लागे मैं दीवानी हो गई, मैं दीवानी हाँ दीवानी मस्त गई। ताली बजाइए। मैं थैंक्स बोलना चाहता हूँ धीरज सर को। धीरज सर, आपने मुझे यहाँ पे इस मंच के काबिल समझकर यहाँ पे मुझे निमंत्रित किया। मैं आप सभी लोगों का शुक्रगुजार हूँ। मैं सालवे जी का शुक्रगुजार हूँ कि उन्होंने मेरा नाम यहाँ पर उन्होंने आपको बताया और मुझे बुलाया। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you very much for that beautiful experience that you gave all of us. Thank you for that. And now it's time when I invite the special guest of honor of this session, noted author and political communication strategist, Madam Priyam Gandhi Modi ji. But before I invite her, I request my technical team to kindly relay the film.
Srimati Priyam Gandhi Modi, a prolific writer, has earned her place in the literary world with 3 best-selling political books to her name. These books include A Nation to Protect, Leading India Through the COVID Crisis, Trading Power, which explores the establishment of Uddhav Thackeray's Maharashtra administration in 2019, and No Holds Barred, a compelling political autobiography of Shri Narayan Rani. Her 4th book is on the verge of being published. She earned degrees from Florida State University and the University of Delaware before becoming an accomplished writer and also a dependable source of political opinion. The pages of prominent newspapers including The Telegraph, The Epoch Times, The Economic Times, and Indian Express have featured her most recent opinion pieces. She has represented India on various international platforms. She frequently appears on global and national news programs including CNN News 18, One America News, Abu Dhabi TV, Dubai One News, Russia Today, Washington DC, and others. Her inspiring journey has captivated and motivated numerous aspiring writers. We are honored to welcome Srimati Priyam Gandhi Modi at NCMJ 2023.
Please put your hands together, my friends, and welcome with a round of applause, Madam Priyam Gandhi Modi ji.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for being here and spending your evening with us. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Sri Karaji and the university for inviting me on such a prestigious stage. It's always fabulous to talk to students. So thank you very, very much. We all saw the video, And before I move on, I would like to congratulate the university for not only establishing but encouraging students to participate in government, in politics, and in policy making. Until this is the need of the hour, until the youth participates in the debates of the country, we can't achieve the country of our dreams. So congratulations, my heartfelt congratulations to the university. So, thank you. So the Prime Minister has laid out a roadmap for us that by 2047, we should be a developed country. In that path of development, until the youth, until people like us play an active role, it's not going to be the country that we want to live in or that we envision for ourselves. So it is absolutely essential that on whichever side of the spectrum you are, you participate in that debate and in the making of the India of tomorrow. Now, let's move on, since we're here talking about media and journalism. There are a few points that I'd like to make, and I'd like to use this platform to make those points. The first point is that now, with the advent of handheld gadgets, screens, social media, the way people consume information is something that we need to think about. People need information that is attractive, people need information that is fast, and people need information that is legitimate. So as you embark on your careers as journalists and editors and owners of media outlets, mass consumability of media is something that you must always actively think about. This is for short-form media. When we think about opinion pieces and long-form media, which has its own place in building public opinion, in building opinion across the country, once again, your analysis needs to be sharp, whether it's by video, whether you write, whether you give any kind of commentary, whether you run a podcast, your analysis has to be sharp and it has to be balanced. So this is something that you must absolutely think about, mass consumability of the information that you put out there. The second point that I want to talk about is the role of media and journalism in the country today, and also internationally for that matter. The world as we know it is very divided, very, very divided. There is no longer a gray scale. We're reaching a point where either it's black or white, and the wedge in between only keeps getting deeper and deeper and deeper. Guys, I'm not much older than you guys, just a little bit older than you guys, so maybe you'll be able to relate to this, but don't be afraid to take a side. So if we look at our history, on the verge of the battlefield in Kurukshetra, Shri Krishna had very rightly said that even if you're neutral in the war between dharma and adharma, and in the war between right and wrong, that still doesn't excuse you. So take a side, guys, and stick to that side and follow it up aggressively. There's one more point that I would like to make. And I haven't written this in my speech, but I'm very inspired by the skit that you guys made on AI. It was a fabulous, fabulous skit. But let's go back a little bit and think about really what AI will contribute in the field of media and journalism. It will contribute data points. How will you get those data points? You guys are the people that will give AI those data points. The lesser data points AI has from either side, the lesser of your messaging will reach out there. So it is very, very important to take that balanced approach, whichever side you follow, and make those data points on the wide web that is out there. So that was my last suggestion that I had for you guys, inspired by your AI skit. Thank you once again for inviting me to this very prestigious conference. And Jai Hind. Good luck.
Thank you very much, madam, for your words of wisdom. Thank you very much for sharing the importance of taking side. And it's really important that we stay firm on our opinions and what we want to say. Thank you very much for giving that important message to our students. My friends, it is really important that somebody mediates, somebody talks about the peace, and not just talks about, but acts on it. It is important that in today's world, I would say especially, where today only in the morning one student came to me and he asked, sir, I actually was going to come to you asking for letter of recommendation, which usually happens the final year students come for LORs. They said, sir, I'm not sure now whether I should apply for the US, because I don't know if US is now planning to go to war. I said, come on, I mean, we are not really sure about it. But then everybody, right from the students up to the kids, everyone is talking about war. And that's not the language I think we all should be talking about. So it is need of time that we all should talk about peace and act on peace. So I'm sure you all know that the work that revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karat sir has put in for last more than 40 years, and being the proponent of peace, I would like to request my team if they can please show us a small glimpse of the work that our revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karat sir has put in.
Our world is adorned with magnificent monuments, each one a testament to human achievement, history, and culture. These monuments hold a profound significance, not just for the countries they represent, but for the entire world. Monuments stand as symbols of national pride, glorious past, unity, and cultural heritage. They connect us to our past, inspiring us to preserve age-old traditions while embracing the future. These structures embody the aspirations of countless generations and serve as beacons of hope and progress. Among the world's awe-inspiring monuments, there is one that transcends borders and speaks directly to the hearts of every human being. Philosopher Saint Jnaneshwara World Peace Dome. Metaphorically, it is referred to as a spiritually oriented scientific laboratory for world peace. This architectural wonder was brought to life through the unwavering dedication and hard work of 10,000 individuals under the visionary guidance of eminent educationist of our times, Professor Dr. Vishwanath D. Karat. The World Peace Dome, situated in Pune, Maharashtra, India, is a breathtaking masterpiece. With a diameter of 160 feet and a height of 263 feet, it stands as the world's largest dome. Its interior boasts a sprawling sitting area of 20,000 square feet, while the library occupies an impressive 62,250 square feet. The World Peace Dome serves as a sanctuary for meditation, a place where science and spirituality converge. Within its hollowed walls, individuals from all walks of life come together to find solace, tranquility, and enlightenment. As you explore the World Peace Dome, you will encounter statues of the founders of all religions of the world, of the prominent sages, saints, philosophers, and scientists who dedicated their lives in the pursuit of peace. For the first time in the known human history, great minds and souls from the world of science, religion, philosophy, and spirituality have come together under one roof, reminding us of the importance of harmony and unity in our shared world. On October 2nd, 2018, the World Peace Dome was inaugurated by the esteemed Vice President of India, His Excellency Shri Venkaiah Naidu. This momentous occasion symbolized the world's collective commitment to fostering universal brotherhood and world peace. Today, as we reflect on the significance of world monuments, let us draw inspiration from philosopher Saint Sri Jnaneshwara World Peace Dome. May its compelling message of confluence of science, religion, and spirituality guide us towards a future where peace prevails across all nations of the world as one family. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
Thank you very much. And it is a very, very beautiful message that we all take home from this movie, and that is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. I would now like to request Director and Associate Dean of Department of Media and Communications at MIT World Peace University and the convener of NCMJ to give all of us an oath as a takeaway from 5th NCMJ. Okay, sure.
Yes, thank you so much. Every conference has a takeaway, and this conference, situated in the time and context of today, we have the burning need to talk about peace and bring in the special realization, especially for the delegates of this conference. So please rise in your seats and extend your right hand forward like this. I would request people on the dais also to do the same. This is the time where we take the oath from all the takeaways that we've had from the conference this time. So please do repeat after me with your right hand extended forward. We, the delegates of the 5th NCMJ, do hereby pledge to make every effort in bringing a culture of dialogue, inclusivity, and peace in our everyday life, and as citizens to ensure that the right to peace becomes a reality in our lifetime. Thank you. Please be seated.
Thank you very much, Dheerajji. Thank you very much for that oath. And now it's time when I invite the next special guest of honor, Professor Ashish Khetanji, to address the gathering. But before I do that, I request my technical team to kindly relay the small film.
In a world filled with complexities and challenges, there are voices that rise above, voices that inspire, and voices that lead the way. Today, we have the privilege of introducing you to one such remarkable individual, Professor Ashish Khetanji. He is a prominent figure in the world of journalism, politics, and activism. He started his career as an investigative journalist, working with leading English publications and TV news networks for over 15 years. He is credited with writing 2 books, Undercover and Mumbai 2611. Professor Ashish Khetanji has also served Delhi government in the capacity of Vice Chairperson of the Dialogue and Development Commission of Delhi, its top policy-making body and think tank. We are honored to welcome Professor Ashish Khetanji at NCMJ 2023.
Please put your hands together, my friends, and welcome with a big round of applause, Professor Ashish Khetanji.
Ladies and gentlemen, dignitaries on the dais, and other distinguished guests, the students at the university, I'm delighted to address the 5th National Conference on Media and Journalism, which has become a significant conference propagating peace through journalism. I would like to congratulate Mr. Rahul Karad for organizing this conference and creating a very unique platform. has another credible institution, the MIT School of Government, which has been inspiring young and curious minds to join the field of politics and public life for the past 2 decades. I've also learned that Mr. Karad recently organized the National Legislators Conference. We saw a short film. It was very impressive, inviting MLAs and MLCs from different states and political parties and having them under one roof. It's a unique initiative that will surely have a on our society, policy making, promoting cross-party dialogue, and cohabitation of differing, divergent views. Promoting peace through journalism is, I believe, the central theme of this conference. We just took an oath also that how we can promote peace through our actions and our conduct in everyday life. For a rights-based democracy to thrive and prosper, for a government to be held accountable, and for a republic to be prevented from becoming a tyranny, free, fair, and ethical journalism must be one of its main pillars. One of the critical roles of journalism in a multi-faith, multicultural, and multilingual society like ours is to promote peace and harmony. But peace cannot be promoted by obscuring facts or by hiding reality. Lasting peace, sustainable peace, true peace can only be achieved by revealing the truth and seeking justice. Seeking truth and justice has been the North Star both of my journalism and my public life. But as I stand here today, I ask myself a question, and I pose this question to you also, and to other guests present on the stage as well. What's the role of a journalist in a democracy, especially in today's day and time, when we have an information overload? In this era of social media and smartphones, where anyone can access and share information, also misinformation, what is the role of journalism? Do journalists still have a place and a purpose in the media landscape? And I sincerely believe they do, and I will explain why. Credibility is the most essential tool of a journalist. It is what makes a journalist's report trustworthy and reliable. It is what enables journalists to spotlight the lies and defend the truth. In today's world, where information is abundant but often biased, inaccurate, or manipulated, credible journalism and reliable journalists. Before me, Mr. Siddharth Kak, he briefly spoke about the importance of research. And I remember as a young student when I used to watch Surabhi, there was no Google, there was no internet. But such was the credibility of that program that everything we saw on that program, we believed it to be credible and reliable. In today's world, I believe journalists are more important than ever. They are the ones who separate fact from fiction and inform the public with integrity. As journalists, a credibility is what grants us authority and legitimacy to report on the issues that matter to the public. Our credibility is what earns us the attention, respect, and trust of our audience. As most of you will graduate and venture out and join the industry in the real world, you have to ask yourself every day the question that why would anybody come to you, watch your video or read your report when there are information available from all kinds of sources. We seek respect as journalists. We seek respect not only from those who agree with our reportage, remember that, because it is very easy these days to pander to polarizing views, to pander to one kind of views. But as a journalist, your real respect that you earn is often from people who are challenged by your reporting, who are challenged by your reportage. Journalism relies on credibility to be relevant and effective. Credibility enables journalists to inform, educate, and empower the public. But above all, credibility allows journalism to promote peace and justice in society. We are living in a time when credibility and credible journalism matters more than ever. A time when a brutal war is raging in the Middle East, claiming the lives of hundreds of innocent people, including women and children. A time when many media outlets and journalists are failing to uphold their ethical standards by distorting the truth, ignoring the human tragedy, and amplifying the voices of hatred. How rise to this challenge? How can we use our words and images to foster peace and justice instead of fueling, becoming tools in the hands of those who are propagating violence and injustice? There are many pillars of credible journalism, but I will focus on three main ones today: ethics, persistence, and last but not the least, empathy for the weak, empathy for the disadvantaged, and empathy for the powerless. What is ethical journalism? Ethical journalism ensures the free exchange of accurate, fair, and thorough facts. And ethical follows core principles of journalism, which you have all learned at this university, which is verifying facts, correcting errors and inaccuracies, and reporting transparently and without fear of favor. A constitutional democracy depends on informed and engaged public that can make rational, powerful accountable. Without ethical journalism, the public would be vulnerable to misinformation, manipulation, and propaganda that could undermine their rights and freedoms, which we are witnessing in ample quantity these days. And let me give you some examples of how ethical journalism can make a difference in a democracy. In 1972, two reporters from the Washington Post, very young, exposed the Watergate scandal that led to the resignation of President Richard Nixon. Do watch the film. It is, I think, available very easily, called Watergate. And these reporters did so by following the principles of ethical journalism. They verified their sources, they checked their facts, and they pursued truth despite risks and pressures. Again, in 1971, before Watergate scandal broke, and again, this is also a film which is available on, I think, Prime Video. The film's name is The Post. The Washington Post published Pentagon Papers, a set of classified documents about the Vietnam War. The Post management decided to publish the document despite threats of retaliation from the Richard Nixon administration and the risk of losing investors. In 2016, a group of journalists from around the world collaborated to reveal the Panama Papers, a massive leak of documents that exposed offshore financial dealings of some of the world's most powerful people. Again, these journalists followed the principles of ethical journalism. They shared their data, they protected their sources, and they reported in public interest. And these are just a few examples of ethical journalism that have served democracy by informing, educating, and empowering the public. But ethical journalism is not only a duty of journalists, but also a right of citizens. Citizens have the right to question and challenge the information they receive and demand accountability from the journalists who provide it. Unfortunately, ethical journalism is facing many challenges in today's world. Financial pressures, political polarization, technological disruption, and social media have created an information landscape that is often chaotic, confusing, and contentious. Some news outlets And journalists have compromised their standards and credibility by pursuing profits, agendas, or sensationalism over truth. Some have even become mouthpieces for authoritarian regimes or extremist groups that seek to undermine democracy. And many Indian mainstream news outlets, and this is was one of the reasons that I moved from journalism to public life and then to law, not that it applies to everybody. Newspapers and news channels, many newspapers and news channels receive large sums of public money from elected governments in the form of advertisements. This has become a common strategy for elected representatives and governments to buy the silence of the media and avoid scrutiny of their actions. Annually, they spend hundreds of crores on government advertisements in mainstream media. Meanwhile, the owners of mainstream media grow richer and richer, and information grows poorer and poorer, and democracy suffers. This has plunged Indian journalism into an age of darkness, endangering our democracy and our society. In these despairing times, we can still find some alternative media outlets and journalists who work hard to provide us with accurate, fair, and thorough information, even at the cost of their own safety. We need to uphold and protect high standards of ethics and professionalism in the media industry. Now, the second pillar of credible journalism is persistence. As journalists, you always need to remember, we need the persistence to succeed in our work. Persistence helps us pursue stories that matter, that are relevant, and that make a difference. Persistence helps us overcome hurdles, difficulties, and dangers. Persistence helps us dig deeper, check facts and find sources and ask questions. Persistence makes us curious and courageous. And the final point I want to make is about the pillar of empathy. Empathy in reporting facts. Empathy for the people who are ruled. Empathy not for the people who rule. Empathy for the voiceless, for the powerless, for the weak. I will be the first one to concede that there is a price to pay if you want to stand up for human rights and if you believe in the notion of justice. As the years go by, those who champion the cause of others, especially those of a demonized minority, will find themselves accused of being prejudiced, of having an agenda, and of playing politics. In today's information landscape, many media personalities choose to side with the perpetrators rather than with the victims. They act as a mouthpiece of the accused instead of giving voice to the people who have been wronged. And if you insist on making something like a just cause part of your life's work, you will be repeatedly, aggressively be asked, why won't you let bygones be bygones? Why won't you let people move on? Why do you have to be so negative? But as a prominent American transcendentalist who called for the abolition of slavery famously said, and this quote is often attributed to Martin Luther King, but this came from, as I said, an American transcendentalist in 1852, if I'm not wrong. The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. In other words, progress towards peace, the theme of this conference, and justice is inevitable. Heinous acts may seem less heinous today, but the stain of blood, the stain of the blood of innocent people will forever remain. In writing the first draft of history, credible journalism has a huge role to play. We cannot afford to be careless or dishonest with our credibility. We have to work hard every day to earn it with our work and with our conduct. We have to safeguard it with our ethics and with our persistence, and we have to apply it in our journalism. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you the very best. Wish you all a very bright future and a successful career in journalism. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your words of wisdom. Indeed, we all are delighted. I'm sure that students would, I'm sure there would be many students, those who are willing to interact with the dignitaries on the dais, but it is due to paucity of time, we may not be able to take many questions. But yes, indeed, before I go ahead, I would like to reach out to all the students and faculty members, whosoever wants to let me know if there are any questions. If you want to ask anyone any question sitting on the dais, this is the right opportunity, right time that I can take a couple of questions before I go ahead. So let me just reach out to everyone if there are any questions. Okay, thank you very much. Please rise in your seat and you can go ahead. We are sending a microphone to you. Can we have a volunteer here, please? Your name, please, and then go ahead. And to whom you are asking a question, if it is specific. I would request the volunteer to stay with the microphone so that you can just take it in rounds. Go ahead, please.
My name is Param Lakhani. I'm from the Department of Media and Communication. And my question is not specified to anyone. It can be answered by anybody.
Sure.
So, with the declining legitimacy of mainstream news, the people should have shifted to independent media houses and news portals. But now that the mainstream media has also villainized them by naming terms like Soros media and paid media, people are left in a fix about who to believe. And now with that the elections of Lok Sabha 2024 are right on the brink, people do not know where to turn to for asking legit questions and getting legit answers.
Right.
So how do we make this awareness about our controlled media, declining press freedom, and need for an independent media which can be relied by people?
Sure. Thank you very much. That was a long question, actually. Thank you very much for that. Yes, anybody who would like to answer? Anyone? Sure, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Hi. Thanks for the question, and it's so relevant today. I think you can trust any media on either side which does not get funded by the adversaries of the country. So as long as it's not funded by India's enemies, I think it is a reliable source of information. Yes, different journalists in that media house will have different views. Some you may agree with, some you may not, and that depends on which side of the spectrum you lie on. But definitely don't trust media houses that are not funded by people who have India's best interests in mind.
Thank you very much for that. Yes, yes, next question, if anyone has. I don't see any hand. Anyone? No follow-up questions, please. I'm sorry. Otherwise, we'll get into a debate. India wants to know. Okay, we can't really afford right now. Anyone? Any other questions? Thank you very much. I think I can go ahead. I would now like to request all the dignitaries on the dais if they can please give us a photograph with the folder in their front, in their hands. That would be a very, very beautiful and memorable photograph for all of us. Yes, indeed. I request the photographers to capture the moment, and a big round of applause for all the dignitaries for being present here today for the valedictory session of 5th National Conference on Media and Journalism. Thank you very much. I now request my technical team to please take us through all the proceedings that have happened today and yesterday in the 5th NCMJ.
नहीं कि हम कोई जर्नलिस्ट से तो कोई बहुत अलग बात है. We all are content कार.
Journalism is an exalted form of this basic human urge that all of us have of asking questions to be better able to understand the world around us.
मेरा भाई
Thank you very much for those beautiful glimpses of 5th NCMJ, and I could see the volunteers in the wings looking very, I would say, excitedly at the glimpses, because I'm sure they would have put in a lot of efforts. Congratulations to all of you for successful conduct of 5th NCMJ. With this, we come towards the conclusion of the 5th NCMJ, but before I do that, I would like to request the Director and Associate Dean of Department of Media and Communications at MIT World Peace University and the convener of NCMJ, Professor Dheeraj Singh Ji, to propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you. 2 days are really not enough to discuss all that is at hand, especially vis-a-vis what is happening in the media. But we had really 2 intense days of discussing all the issues at hand, especially things like AI and media, and inclusivity, media and education, media mainstream, margins to mainstream, and media and democracy. It was intense and wonderful discussions with a wide variety of specialists. I would especially like to note today's valedictory day speakers, such as Uday Jadhav ji, who really laid the foundation of what the future of many of you would lie in, and how you need to be adhering to career choices that you make at this point in your life. Siddharth Kakji, who emphasized the human contact and human element of this whole business of media, especially in the context of AI dominance coming up. Ganesh Chandra Shivaji, who really regaled us with pieces of his music that he created for some of the most memorable films of our times. Priyam Gandhi Modi ji, who laid the foundation of where youth has to be in the making of 2047, what your contribution is going to be in this very important landmark time that is coming upon us. And Ashish Khetanji, who laid out the relevance of journalists, the 3 pillars of journalism that are almost eternal, and that each one of you needs to follow to be great leaders in the work that you're going to follow in the future. With those words, I'd also like to thank our Vice Chancellor, whose unstinting support for this conference made it possible. Thank you so much, sir. Our Executive President, Sri Rahul Karad, who was not here, but his support for this conference and this whole idea of bringing youth and media leaders together on one platform so they learn, and it's a two-way communication. The leaders who come here also get to learn and take insights from all your questions, your curiosities, and it is a wonderful platform that was conceived and conceptualized by him. Also, our founder president, Dr. Vishwanath Karad, who's also not here with us today, but his leadership and guidance takes us ahead in making many more milestones for the future, and by the contributions and the standards that he set for us. I'd also like to mention at this point our faculty, who's worked immensely hard in bringing this whole conference from the stage of a concept into a reality which is there before you, especially Dr. Vikas Pathe, Dr. Mithila Beniwale, Dr. Shankar Mahadevan, Dr. Rajesh TV, Dr. Tejaswini JC, Dr. Anu Nair, Dr. Akil Ahmed, and Dr. Nisha Suraj. And a special thanks to all the student committees who worked tirelessly behind the scenes in making this conference possible. Thank you. Thank you all from my heart, and I wish that this enthusiasm continues till the end of your semesters, and hope we have a wonderful next NCMJ in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, and indeed it's a great job done by all the students. I could see that she also wanted to give a cheer, but she's behind the camera, so she can't move. Thank you very much. With this, we reach the conclusion of 5th NCMJ. I request everyone on the dais, off the dais, to please rise in your seats for national anthem. Thank you very much, my friends. I would like to request all the students, there is a refreshment kept ready for all of you outside. So please enjoy the refreshments before you leave the campus. Thank you.